Hey there, everyone, and welcome back to Utility Sports. Today is the day, the beginning of NFL free agency, and I'm extremely excited to be coming live to you here on the channel today. Free agency kicks off at noon Eastern time, so we are getting started a little bit early, but I do have a lot of stuff planned that's going to address every little thing that we need to talk about for NFL free agency. Again, hopefully you guys are going to enjoy today's live stream here at Utility Sports for NFL free agency. Absolutely crazy time of year where a whole bunch of players and teams make a ton of moves, where players are moving all over the place, finding their new homes, and teams hopefully finding their new star players that they need to go on and win an NFL championship. This season is going to be a really good one, and one that I think is going to have a ton of really good outcomes here at the next level. Just simply looking at what I think is going to happen today, there's a ton of different things that I think are really going to shape the NFL moving forward. So again, hopefully you guys are all excited for NFL free agency. Make sure to leave a like on the stream if you did enjoy today's live stream as well. And when we look at what specifically is going on in the NFL, there's going to be a big focus, obviously, placed on the quarterback position. Specifically, when you look at which QBs could be available, which QBs just came back from retirement, aka Tom Brady, and also when you consider which QBs just got an extension, like Kirk Cousins. There's a ton of emphasis placed on the quarterback position, and for good reason. QB is one of the most important positions in all of football, if not the most important position in football. So for me, looking at the situation here with the quarterback spot, I think one player that's probably the most interesting right now would have to be considered Deshaun Watson. Deshaun clearly, I think, is the most important when it comes down to really what the situation is going to be for every other quarterback in the NFL, because he's the guy that's going to end up being on a different team by the start of next season, I would have to guess. And if he's not, I'd be absolutely shocked, just given that his situation is cleared up a little bit. So for that, I think there's going to be a huge market for him. I think specifically two teams that are going to be interested are going to be the New Orleans Saints and also the Carolina Panthers. So for those situations, looking at Carolina specifically, I think that they make a lot of sense as a landing spot for Deshaun Watson, because I think there's a ton of pressure there on Matt Rule. If they don't win this season, I think he's really on the hot seat. I think his seat's pretty warm right now. But if he goes into this offseason without winning, he's probably going to be on his way out of Carolina. So, and same can be said about the GM there as well. So for Carolina, there's immense pressure to not only win, but win now. And I think Deshaun Watson's one of those few guys that you could really make a big move for, and he'll help you do that. He'll help you win now. So I think for them, they're going to be staring at that in the face, trying to find ways to really improve this team and the quarterback positions where they have to start. And then you also look at the other situation there in New Orleans, where the Saints, no more Drew Brees, Jameis Winston as well, headed toward free agency. So it's a difficult situation to be in if you're New Orleans, especially with where their money situation's at. They really don't have a quarterback tied to them right now, and they still don't have money. So that's a tough spot to be in, because they've paid so many guys. They're bound to lose Teron Armstead today. I think he's going to be one of the better free agents available. So for New Orleans, Deshaun Watson, I think they're going to have interest in him. I just think it doesn't make a ton of sense. Given the salary cap picture, they're going to have to push out a lot of assets and a ton of money to try and make something happen. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to get something done. Welcome to the live stream. For those of you that are here, make sure to leave a like and also subscribe to the channel if you are new here at Utility Sports. That would be absolutely massive for me if you could go ahead and do that. And I'm really excited for what today is going to bring in the NFL. I think today is one of the most, if not the most important day of the NFL season, because it really, goes on to determine who's going to be good, who's going to have what players, and it's really going to set the tone for the actual calendar year think about last year with the Cincinnati Bengals. They went out and made a huge signing of Trey Hendrickson. I was live when that happened. And without that signing, they probably don't make it to the Super Bowl. So big moves, they happen. Today's the most important day of all of it. So we're going to be covering all of it and more. I know we are getting started very early here on the channel for NFL free agency, but my hope here is to get a bunch of you in here asking your questions about which players are available, also talking about which guys are going to be the most productive in this free agency class, and then also talking about how much money each team has, what they could be looking for. We've got all that and more planned for today, so I know we're getting started a little early, but I do have a lot of stuff planned for that once you guys are all in here. I'm extremely excited about it, especially as a New York Jets fan myself. For the Jets, there's a lot of different things I think we could look at today in free agency. Most specifically, if I'm considering what the Jets need, I think there's a few different things for sure. You could look at interior offensive line as a huge need. I think they would even consider tackle if there's one out there that they like. Then you obviously have to consider specifically what they could get with the wide receiver room. If they could find a running back in free agency, that could be helpful to them. And then also, defensively, they're in the market for an edge. I don't necessarily know if I see them as a favorite to land any of the edges today, but I do think they will be looking for one. And then I also have to consider the safety position, which is where I think they'll really be active. Marcus May is headed toward free agency. They could use two safeties. They need to at least sign one today, I feel, to be able to compete next season. Then cornerback and linebacker as well. I think the defense really needs some more help. They ranked 32nd in the NFL last year. That's a bad place to be in the NFL. If you're ranking 32nd in defense, you're probably going to struggle a little bit. So for me, I'm a little uneasy about what the Jets are as of right now. I do think there's a ton of things that they need to tighten up and really get better at in order to become a solid team moving into the future, which is really what the hope is for me. I hope that they become a good NFL team. I hope that they become a little bit more competitive than they have been. But up to this point, historically, the Jets, they've struggled to win games and be competitive. So for me, I'm a little skeptical about my New York Jets, what they're going to be once free agency starts. I think that there's going to be a lot of interest from them for a lot of different players, but I don't necessarily know if they're going to get anything done. Give me 1 second, too. I'm going to go set something up on the stream here real quick, make sure everything is working. So until then, I will be right back. Okay, great. And we are back. Welcome, everyone, to the NFL live stream today for NFL free agency. I am so extremely excited to be coming to you live here today. I will be live literally all day long. So I am planning on being live for at least 8 hours today, probably more, to be honest. I'm also going to have a special guest on with me today talking about NFL free agency and everything that I could see going on. We've got a ton of different stuff to break down on the channel. We'll talk about each and every NFL team, which is really what makes us special here at Utility Sports. We cover all 32 NFL teams, and we cover the entire league. We're not like ESPN where we just cover the big markets. We cover it all here at Utility Sports. So hopefully you guys are excited for today's live stream. If you're in here, go ahead, ask some questions. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. If you want to ask about a specific team or specific players, go ahead. We are going to be responding to comments all day long and more here during the live stream. And I'm super excited. I mean, this free agency class, I think, is actually really strong, specifically when you consider what's available at certain positions. Wide receiver, it would have been stronger had certain guys not got franchise tagged. But specifically, too, When you look just at the offensive line, I mean, there's some really good offensive tackles available. There's a really great guard available, maybe even two potentially. So it's a pretty strong offensive line class. You have two elite edges available, which is extremely rare to have that. So that's already going to make this class really, really strong in free agency. The interior defensive line, I think there's a ton of impact players there, which is huge. There's a really good cast of linebackers as well. Cornerback's the one that maybe it's a little bit more thin, but arguably the best player in all of free agency is a cornerback. So, and probably the player I would be most interested in signing if I was a GM. So I think, considering what they have available, and the safety spot's really strong as well this year. So, I mean, this free agency class, even though it's not headlined by a quarterback, it is extremely talented. And I think that there is going to be a really, really good chance that this ends up becoming a really good situation for pretty much all of for pretty much all of free agency, simply because there's going to be a lot of interest in certain players, and I think there's going to be a really good market for some of these players. Now, right now, I think some teams are still going to be busy trying to move some money around, make everything happen. But I am really, really excited about what everything's going to be moving forward. Again, welcome everyone to the live stream. Glad to have you in here. I will be streaming all day long here for NFL free agency, so this is the place that you want to be. Go ahead, throw your comments in the chat as well. Ask questions about what you would like to know about. Also, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button to Utility Sports so you don't miss out on more of our content here on the channel for NFL free agency. And again, please ask us questions about NFL free agency. I would love to answer every little question that you guys have and more. Today, we're going to be extremely collaborative, and we're going to be very discussion oriented in our live stream today, because I would love to hear all of your guys' thoughts, all of your guys' comments as well. And we'll talk about each and every individual team. We'll also talk more about specifically which players are available. I know some of you might not know exactly which guys are free agents or not. So I have a very thorough list of about 400 or so free agents. So we are very, very deep into what we're going to be covering today. Probably around 400 free agents I've got written down. So those are about the top 400 guys that I view as key free agents. Potentially, one or two that I don't have on the list that maybe you guys would. But for the most part, most of the important free agents I have down as well. So we'll put that up on the live stream at some point today. Again, though, just make sure to leave a like on the stream and also leave your comments. And here we go. We have our first question. Welcome to the stream. Walltown Best says, do you think Watson goes to the Saints? Now, this is a great question. Deshaun Watson, he is huge this year for what's going to really dictate all of free agency, honestly. When you consider where the New Orleans Saints are at, they could really use a player like Deshaun Watson. No more Drew Brees. You also look at the fact that Jameis Winston's a free agent right now, and Taysom Hill, quite frankly, is just not the guy. You can't roll into next season with Taysom Hill being your starting quarterback. So for me, you have a bunch of different things to consider here. You could look at trying to make a trade for Deshaun Watson, where you bring him in. The issue here is you probably have to give up a decent amount of assets, probably 2 first-round picks, I'd guess, and maybe a second-round pick or something similar to that. And to do that for the Saints, it's kind of like entering purgatory a little bit, in my opinion. Even though Deshaun Watson's a really great player, and I think makes every single team he would be on better for the most part, it's a tough sell for New Orleans for me, simply because right now they're already in salary cap troubles. They're negative in the salary cap situation already. After even restructuring and renegotiating some deals with their players, which they do more than any other team in the NFL, which is not a good thing in my opinion to have to restructure and renegotiate. I don't think it's good for building relationships with agents and players, but they've done it. They've done it a ton. And the issue with going out and making a move for Watson is you're already losing really good players on your team. Like Teron Armstead's headed toward free agency today. He's one of the best offensive linemen available, probably the best offensive lineman available. And then you also probably one of the better offensive linemen in general. So you're going to be losing him. There's some question marks about who they're going to be able to keep on that defense moving forward. You look at Trey Hendrickson, already a guy that they had to lose because of the salary cap. And they're negative in money right now, already ahead of the fact that they don't really have their quarterback. QB is usually the most expensive player on the roster, and to be negative in the salary cap is pretty bad if you don't have a long-term quarterback signed. So I think that they're going to pursue Deshaun Watson, but ultimately the asking price with their salary cap situation, I think is maybe a little too much to rear their heads at. I think the team that probably ends up with him is probably the Carolina Panthers, who, don't get me wrong, they're not in a much better spot right now. They're in Carolina in terms of the salary cap space. I mean, they are. They've got about $28 million. So the issue with Carolina is I think New Orleans is a better team than the Panthers do, which of course, like, that's going to go a long way in deciding where Deshaun wants to play. Arguably, I think the Saints are better than Carolina. But what Carolina has is more of an urgency because they have a head coach who maybe would be on his way out if he doesn't start winning, and a GM who would be on his way out if he doesn't start winning. So Deshaun Watson, there's going to be extreme motivation there in Carolina to get a deal done for him. They already don't have their second and third round picks this year. So, I mean, they're going to really put everything they have into the players on their roster. We've seen that already with their moves for certain cornerbacks. So I think if they're going to make a move for a QB, they're going to roll out a ton of assets for Deshaun. And I think the Texans are going to be really interested in it. The thing that the Panthers have that the Saints don't specifically to offer is a top 10 pick this year. They have pick 6. The Saints are picking in the late teens. So if I'm Houston and I'm listening to offers here, Carolina is giving me probably 2 1s and a third, and that one of those ones is pick 6 this year, where the Texans already have pick 3. That's a much better offer than, say, New Orleans coming in with a pick 18, pick 1 next year, a round 1 pick next year, and then a round 2 pick next year or this year, simply because if I get pick 6, I could trade it down and get more assets probably that way, which is probably a better asset acquisition mode for Houston if I had to guess. But at the same time, I think Watson to the Saints does make sense in terms of actual football. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't know how likely it necessarily is going forward, simply because of some of the concerns that I mentioned, specifically with the salary cap space and where their assets are currently at. Tim Boyle's going back to the Detroit Lions, according to Mike Garafolo. Interesting there. So they get their backup QB locked in behind Jared Goff. Let's pull up the teams with salary cap space here, because you'll see kind of the work that I've put into this a little bit as well. So let's go ahead here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more even. There we go. So here's the teams with salary cap space. The Colts have nearly $70 million in cap space, which is extremely impressive. Of course, part of that is with Carson Wentz now off their roster into Washington. So the Commanders did take a lot of Carson's money there, which does open things up for Indianapolis. I'm not sure how they plan on addressing quarterback. I think there's going to be a lot of interest around the league in seeing exactly where he lands and where the Colts look specifically for the quarterback spot. And then you have the Jets, Dolphins, and Seahawks all around that $48 million mark. I think all 3 of those teams are going to be active today. The Dolphins probably the least active of the 3, but they do have a new head coach there, so maybe they're going to try and address some things. Last year they had a lot of money as well and were very passive, which surprised me. This year I think they should be more aggressive, and I'm hoping they are. And then you look at a team like Jacksonville at $39 million. They're right in that sweet spot where they could add in a ton of talent and really, really improve what this team could be, because they need to. The Urban Meyer thing just clearly didn't work out. They have a lot of bad contracts already on their roster. I was glad to see they released Carlos Hyde. I think they could consider that with a few other players as well. Roy Robertson Harris, I liked the signing last year. Just really didn't come to fruition though. So I think definitely one of those situations where Jacksonville, they're in a situation where they could get better, but I'm not sure if it's going to get done. Edward, welcome to the stream. He says, you think Wagner to Dallas happens? Makes sense because Dan Quinn is their defensive coordinator. Yeah, so Edward, that's a great question here with Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner is probably one of the better available players. He's 31 years old. He's an 8-time Pro Bowler. multi-time All-Pro. He's a phenomenal linebacker who's really, really well-rounded, does pretty much everything that you would want a linebacker to do. So Dallas would love to have him, and part of why this makes sense is, you already have Micah Parsons, who's kind of that special athletic force who can play off the edge. You can play him in the middle. You can play him all over the place. He's a crazy good athlete. And Bobby, at the same time, is someone who's extremely smart, highly instinctual. You can put him in the center of a defense. He's just going to be around the football. So, I think Wagner makes a ton of sense to Dallas. And exactly what you're saying here, him with Micah Parsons, it would be special. The situation here, though, for Wagner is he's going to have a ton of interest from other teams as well. So you see Dallas around $19 million in cap space. I think, considering what they are, they have some other needs as well. Interior offensive line could be a huge need for them. They might consider safety. They might look at the cornerbacks available today. They might try and really hunt around. But Bobby Wagner, I would love to see him in Dallas. I think he would really make that team a lot better. I think he's going to be one of the biggest names to watch today after Seattle surprisingly moved on from him this past week. Douglas wants to know, or says, Deshaun Watson to Philly. Hurts is a better version of Tua, and Tua has been underwhelming and a big hope. Philly has to try and make the trade for Watson. They have the most assets in this year's draft. Okay, so breaking down what he's saying here is he thinks a Deshaun Watson trade to Philly, and then probably Jalen Hurts gets traded back to Houston with some assets. I mean, it makes sense because Philly does have 3 first-round picks. The only issue is Philly should be looking at themselves in the mirror and say, we just made the playoffs with our young quarterback, and now we have 3 first-round picks to add to him. And that's going to be one of those things that if I'm Philadelphia, I would much rather take my time with this and be patient and try and really improve what my team's going to be, rather than just try and slightly upgrade the quarterback position. Now, Deshaun Watson is much better than Jalen Hurts. But at the same time, you're going to have to bring him in. You're going to have to teach him the system. We haven't seen him play football in over a year. Of course, had all those allegations against him, even though he's proven innocent. There's still going to be a little bit of drama there. So you have to read the room a little bit with that. And for me, for Philly, Jalen Hurts is Howie Roseman's guy. He took him in the second round despite having Carson Wentz under contract, then traded Carson Wentz for the pick that they have this year from Indianapolis, and just quite frankly cleared out that team to work around Jalen Hurts. So for me, I think it's interesting, but I think Deshaun Watson's better suited somewhere other than Philadelphia. Edward also says we need Kearse back. Talking about Jaron Kearse there. Jaron Kearse is a really good safety. I like him a lot, especially his physical frame. He's a bigger safety and someone who I think can lay on a hit. He can also play down in the box a little bit more. Dallas is interesting today because they've got a ton of free agents. Malik Hooker, Keanu Neal, Leighton Vander Esch, Randy Gregory. You also have Jaron Kearse, like you're mentioning here. They just traded Amari Cooper. Lyle Collins potentially could get released or traded today. There's a lot of different things happening in Dallas. So for me, looking at the Cowboys, I think Jaron Kearse is one of those that makes sense to bring back because he's probably going to be cheaper than some other names. And he's a pretty solid safety as well. Free agency does begin at noon Eastern time, so make sure you guys are sticking around. Up until then, we're going to be talking about every single little thing and more. Make sure to ask your questions in the chat. Let's go back to the teams with salary cap space here in just a second. So with the teams with cap space, picking up where we left off, we have the Cincinnati Bengals with about $35 million in cap space, which is huge because they've really used free agency to upgrade that defense, specifically looking at guys like Trey Hendrickson, DJ Reader up the middle. They've done a really good job filling out this team through free agency in the NFL draft. Logan Wilson was a phenomenal draft pick for them a couple of years ago. I really liked that when they took him. And then you also consider what they've done at the cornerback spot. Chidobe Awuzie. You also consider having players like Eli Apple, who they brought in. And you also have, Trey Waynes, who they signed, even though Trey Waynes didn't really play a ton, hasn't been healthy. You look at this team; they've been very motivated to improve defensively through free agency, and I think that continues today a little bit, probably at the cornerback spot. And I think they also have to consider going out and signing an offensive tackle. There's one player that makes a ton of sense for them, and that's Trevon Armstead from the New Orleans Saints. They need to go make a move for him. He would be huge to add there in Cincinnati, and I think it would be a really good pickup here. 1 second here, quick. I am going to check on the live stream real quick. I will be back in just 30 seconds. All right, and we're back here with Braden's comment. He says the Bengals need to get Trevon Armstead. I completely agree with you on that. I think Trevon Armstead would be a huge addition for Cincinnati, specifically considering what their biggest weakness is, which is protecting Joe Burrow. To go out and get the best player, arguably in free agency, in Trevon Armstead, who clearly is the best offensive lineman available to me, especially at the tackle spot. He would be such a massive pickup for Cincinnati. I would love that so much for them. Welcome everyone to the live stream as well. Hopefully you guys are having a nice day up to this point, and hopefully you're excited for NFL free agency. If you are, make sure to leave a like on today's live stream, and also subscribe to Utility Sports if you're new. Brandon says, I'd like to know, can the Ravens go for three people? The three people he wants are Marcus Williams, Bobby Wagner, Ryan Jensen. So Ryan Jensen's actually back with Tampa already. Ryan Jensen signed a 3-year deal with Tampa Bay, north of $30 million. So he got a pretty good contract for himself to go back to Tampa Bay, especially once Tom Brady came back. I think there was a lot of interest for Ryan Jensen to stick around. Now, for Marcus Williams and Bobby Wagner, I think that the Ravens are going to be players for both of those guys. When you consider Marcus Williams, let's start with him because he's one of the most intriguing players available in free agency this year, because the Ravens, with where they're currently at in money, you can see they have approximately, I don't know if I have them on here. Oh yeah, I do. Yep. They've got approximately $15 million, which is probably enough flat out for Marcus Williams. I think they're going to have to move a little bit of money around though to get everything done. But Marcus Williams, he's the best young safety available. He's 25 years old. He's probably going to get $12 to $15 million easily in free agency. Like, look at what Rayshon Jenkins got last year when he signed with Jacksonville. Now, I know that's Jacksonville who signed him, but ultimately, with where they were at, it's one of those situations where, Marcus Williams to Baltimore makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, Baltimore has a lot of players that they're losing. So I think they're going to spend their money probably in other ways. Bobby Wagner would be interesting, but I think his market's going to be a little bit too strong. I ultimately don't see him landing in Baltimore either. Here we go. Let's go to Douglas. He says, Colts to me might be the surprise team in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes. Their owner right after the Super Bowl said in order to reach to win the Super Bowl, you need an elite quarterback. After that, Wentz was traded. Yeah, so that's a good point there. Indianapolis, I mean, look at the money that they have. They have about $70 million. They unfortunately don't have their first round pick, though, this year, which makes that a little bit tougher because when you consider what they're trying to get done, they're going to try and make a move for a big quarterback, like you're saying. But simultaneously, it's going to be difficult just given the fact that Deshaun is going to require not only one, but probably 2 first round picks. So if I'm Indianapolis, it's tough because not only do you have to get a deal done, but you're also in the same division as the Houston Texans. So are the Texans going to really trade Deshaun Watson in division? I understand the thinking here with the surprise team, and I do think that does make a lot of sense, Douglas. But at the same point, right? I just don't think, like you're saying, right. So same reason it won't be. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying here. Breezy says, I need the Dolphins to make a move. They do have a good amount of cap space, $48 million or so. So for them, you're looking at a situation in which they're going to have to try and aggressively improve this roster. They've got a new head coach there. I think that it's going to be an interesting spot for Miami. For me, I want them to improve a few certain areas. Specifically, I think they're going to be highly interested in wide receiver. When you consider what they have on their roster, Devontae Parker, they're losing Will Fuller this year. They're also losing Preston Williams to free agency. They need a wideout. They need a wideout for Tua Tagovailoa, someone who I think could be a really dynamic and big-time threat out wide. So in free agency this year, I mean, if you're looking at what's potentially available here for Miami at this point, there's a few options that you have, really. So, like, at the wide receiver spot, I mean, Christian Kirk's out there, maybe Michael Gallup, if you wanted to go that route. So, or not Michael Gallup, excuse me. He signed with Dallas already. Like DJ Chark, Allen Robinson, maybe could make some sense. Juju Smith-Schuster, his name's going to get thrown around a ton today. He's one of the more popular players in the NFL. So the Dolphins they're going to be aggressive today at wide receiver specifically. I think that they're going to be kind of patient on the other positions as well, but we'll see exactly what they get done. Oscar Brown says Washington has $12 million. Yeah, I've currently got them at 5 for cap space, but it is possible that in the last 24 hours, everything has gotten updated a little bit, shook around. These are kind of just more loose projections on where teams are at with cap space. I'm not going to be consistently updating it either because the money can move around so much depending on how cap hits are being managed. So everything gets shifted a little bit. At some point, we'll just go into a third-party source and get the updated cap numbers when we can. So right now I got them at 5.25, but it's very possible that within the last 24 hours, it could have gotten updated and changed because of some of their moves. Specifically for me, setting up the live stream today, I put a ton of work into listing 400 free agents, trying to get all the cap space numbers in for each team. So it's very possible that, within the last 24 hours, some stuff has shifted around a little. Braden here says, do you think any big trades happen other than the Deshaun Watson one? Yeah, I think potentially a Lyle Collins trade could happen. And then for other NFL players, I mean, given with what is going to be, on the market, what's going to be available, I think Jacksonville's going to maybe look for a wide receiver, excuse me. I think that the Jets are going to maybe be interested in making a move or two today via the trade market, especially if they miss out on Marcus Williams. Maybe they're going to be looking for a safety somehow. So for me, it's going to be interesting. I think there's a few names out here. I think one of the biggest winners of free agency is going to be Braxton Berrios in the wide receiver market, because this year with some of the players getting tagged, specifically Devontae Adams, who we'll talk about here in a minute, it kind of changes what the market was expected to be, especially with now Braxton Berrios. He was an all-pro last year as a kick returner. So I think some teams are going to show some legitimate interest in him, not only because he can help them on special teams, but I do think there is some hope that at a young age, Braxton Berrios is still only 26 years old, that maybe there's a little bit more that you can develop out of him. Then ATG Rico here actually brings up a good player himself, says, do you think James Bradbury gets traded? If so, what do you think the Giants can get? So Bradbury is one of those interesting players right now that this doesn't make a ton of sense for what the package would be for him to get traded, but you just got to trust me on this. If he's a great corner. I really like James Bradbury. But the realistic nature of the NFL is guys into their late 20s who are on bigger contracts don't get traded for value very often. Think about when Brandon Marshall got traded to the New York Jets before having a 1,000-yard season with them. They got him for a 6th-round pick. So for me, I think Bradbury probably could net a 3rd, maybe a 4th, and that's probably what his market would be, simply because of what his cap hit, his cap numbers at. That's going to probably dictate where his value really lies. So for me, when you consider what they have and what they need to add in yet, Bradbury's really good. And to be honest, I don't think the Giants should move him. I don't ultimately think he will get traded. But if he does, it would be for that 3rd or 4th round pick in my estimation. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream to this point. If you do, smash that like button on the stream. We also do have a ton of other NFL content out on our channel, so make sure you guys are subscribed so you don't miss out on any of our other content, especially coming out in the future. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up as well. We do have a little bit of a giveaway too that I'm going to talk about today as well, so I'm going to make sure to put that on stream here in just a little bit. Atlanta analyst, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Probably won't be talking about the Hawks too much today, but if you do like the Falcons, we will be talking some Falcons football for sure. They are a very intriguing team this free agency period, and we'll talk about them and more coming up soon. Again, hopefully you guys are excited for NFL free agency. I'm so excited. Today's a huge day. We are just a little bit over 2 hours away now from the actual start of free agency, which is huge. Okay, so nice. 4-year extension for Preston Smith. Wow. Okay, that is actually pretty important here because I thought the Smith brothers there, obviously they're not actually brothers, but Zadarius and Preston Smith, I thought they were going to be cap casualties potentially in Green Bay. And now instead, Preston Smith has signed a 4-year extension worth $52 million. The point of this is going to lower his cap hit number. So that's huge for Green Bay, and also specifically Aaron Rodgers. His new deal is expected to lower his cap number as well. Atlanta analyst says, not a Falcons fan, can't stay with them. I changed a while ago to a team you wouldn't imagine. Okay, now I'm trying to think about the Atlanta rivalries here. A team I wouldn't imagine, huh? Crazy thing would be if you're cheering for the Dallas Cowboys and you took Luka Doncic and Dallas with you there. But let me know. Tell me who you are a fan of. I'd love to hear. Unless you're cheering in division for something crazy like the New Orleans Saints or Carolina Panthers or something like that. Maybe Tampa. Maybe you're a big Tom fan. I couldn't blame you for that. Braden says, let's go. Was hoping the Packers would re-sign him. Yeah, I was worried that they were going to actually have to move on from him because of salary cap situation there with Preston Smith. But I do think that's actually a pretty good deal for him. He's been fairly productive. He gets $14 million in year one. So he is sticking around in Green Bay for the time being. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream. I'm so excited for NFL free agency. Make sure to comment your favorite team right now. I want everyone in here to comment their favorite team. That way we could give updates about them specifically. I will watch more specifically for those teams and try and update you the best I can throughout free agency today. Atlanta analyst is a Saints fan. Wow. Yes, sir. And by the way, watch the Mavs Celtics game before the Hawks played, and you are all really good. Love the way y'all play. Yeah, we really have picked up our play as of late. So maybe the Spencer Dinwiddie trade wasn't as bad as I originally thought. Probably not going to be talking about too much of the NBA today, but that's awesome that you're a Saints fan. They're an interesting team this offseason, so we'll have to keep our eyes on them and more. Enrico Preston says, go Bears. I remember you, Enrico. Glad to have you back in the stream today. Caleb Vega, welcome to the stream. He says, Packers. I think this is the first time I've seen you in one of our live streams, so I'm glad to have you in here. Maybe you've watched a few others, but I think this is the first time I've seen you comment. So it's really awesome having you in here. I'm glad to have you as part of the channel here because today's a huge day. NFL free agency, one of the most important days in the entire calendar year for the NFL. Absolutely massive. And here we have a great question from Atlanta analyst. Do you think the Saints go after QG or running back? So for QG, who do you mean by QG? Sometimes it might be obvious too. So I might just sometimes the abbreviating, like I just don't like put two and two together, which is probably not the best. I'm looking through the available free agents to see if QG is maybe do you mean quarterback? That's probably what you mean. I would guess QB. I'm guessing you're saying, but okay, yeah, you do. Okay, sweet. So for quarterback, I think they're going to look around. Let's actually pull up the available QBs here on stream just so you guys can see exactly what is available at that position. I've got it here now. Let's go ahead and pull it onto the stream. I put a ton of work into this. I made a huge spreadsheet of pretty much every single available free agent that I think matters. So here's the available quarterbacks. Hopefully this is big enough for you guys to see at the QB spot. We got Mitch Trubisky here from Buffalo. I think ultimately he's going to have a lot of interest. Specifically, Pittsburgh and the New York Giants, I think, are going to show a ton of interest. Jameis, I think that the Saints are going to have interest in retaining Jameis. I also think the Colts are going to be interested in signing Jameis Winston. You have Teddy, Mariota, Cam Newton, Andy Dalton. I mean, once you get into that grouping, though, you're like, Is this really that good? Are we much better than we would be with Taysom Hill? Like maybe a little bit. The thing for me here is if they want to do something interesting, maybe they try and sign a guy like Dwayne Haskins, who's a former first-round pick. I don't think Josh Rosen makes as much sense. I think Haskins got maybe a little bit more upside to him. Threw 50 touchdowns back a few years ago with the Ohio State Buckeyes. So potentially, he could make some sense. Just considering what's available here at this point, I don't necessarily know if I'm really sold on it, but I do think some of these guys out here could help. Like Jameis, if they keep him, I think that's a pretty good outcome. Mariota, not bad. Teddy Bridgewater, he could be a gap QB for a year. I think that's an okay outcome. Mitchell Trubisky, it could be solid. That's kind of what you're looking at here in free agency. Now I know there's some speculation about Deshaun. I don't know. I don't think Deshaun ultimately lands in New Orleans, but I've been wrong before, and I could be wrong on that as well. Let's move over to the running back room as well to talk about the available running backs. If you're looking for a running back here in New Orleans, it's going to be one who can probably run out of the single back formation, which is where a guy like Leonard Fournette would make a lot of sense coming from Tampa. But at the same time, he's going to be a little bit more expensive at the running back spot than they probably want to pay. Already the fact that they're paying Alvin Kamara so much, it makes it tough to go and get another solid running back like that. So for me, maybe you look a little bit further down the list. Maybe you look at a guy like Peyton Barber out of Las Vegas. Maybe you look at Malcolm Brown from the Dolphins. Maybe they consider something along the lines of a Le'Veon Bell pickup, even though I don't think that makes the most sense considering what they need. They're going to find ways to improve this team. I think one that actually does make a lot of sense based on what his assets and his strengths are is Daryl Ogunbowale out of Jacksonville. He got a lot of runs, specifically with Travis Etienne out this year. And he looked pretty good in his carries. Wasn't, phenomenal. I don't think he's, a massive game changer. But if they're looking for a between the tackles runner to complement Alvin Kamara, to give him a little bit more time where he can be off the field and keep his legs fresh, I think Daryl Ogunbowale would be a pretty good outcome for them. Luke Connor wants to know, Giants, do you think they can find a second-level defensive depth in free agency? So specifically with what you're looking for there, if you're looking for linebackers, I mean, there's some good ones out there this year for sure. The linebacker room is pretty strong. There's some pretty good options out here for sure. And the Giants, let me think, how much cap space do the Giants have? Giants right now, I have them slated at nearly... Oh, they're actually negative in cap space right now based on my numbers. So, very possible that my numbers aren't fully updated. But what I do have is them at a negative situation right now. But there's ways that they could reshape that and get back into the positive and go after a little bit of depth. For me, I think a lot of these top guys are probably off the list for them. But if you want to look at some lower guys, given what they have now with their new management, they're probably going to be looking for athletes. I mean, Chris Barnes would be a phenomenal pickup for them at linebacker. I think Azeez Al-Shaair could also make a lot of sense. He was a pretty good player this past year for San Francisco. He could be a really good pickup for them. Eric Wilson, he's fairly athletic. He could make some sense. It's difficult. Maybe Quan Alexander, who's only 27 despite having a massive injury in the past. His career's kind of fallen apart from there. Went from being a guy that, could be a center point defensively to becoming less consistent and less reliable at that position, if that makes sense. Justin Herbert says, do you think the Chargers get J.C. Jackson? I tweeted this last night when I was finishing getting everything ready for the stream today. I was up until about 2 a.m. last night. So I'm running on about 4.5 hours of sleep or so. But for the Chargers, I tweeted on Utility Sports Twitter, which now is a good time to plug it. Make sure to go give us a follow on Twitter if you guys haven't already. Link is in the description. But for the Chargers getting J.C. Jackson, what I had tweeted was I think it's a foregone conclusion. Specifically, I think J.C. Jackson is going to be a Charger. Just given where they're at with money, they made the move for an edge. They've got a pretty solid draft pick at pick 17. They can find interior defensive linemen there. They can maybe find a linebacker there. They draft J.C. Jackson, and it's a phenomenal pickup for them. He's, in my opinion, the best free agent available. And I think the fact that they're going to be able to at least be in the market for him is huge. And for me, I think that they need to go all out and try and address that for sure. NBA Escape says the Jets need a new wide receiver for Zach Wilson. Yes, they do. They need a lot of help, the New York Jets do. And I can say that because I am a Jets fan. So it's okay if I take a couple shots at the New York Jets. Let's go ahead and pull up the wide receivers that are available on stream here now. So let's talk about what we could specifically be looking at here at the wide receiver position. And for me, what I like here, Christian Kirk is, I think, the most intriguing wide receiver available because he put up pretty good numbers this past year for Arizona, but he's always been playing in a reduced role. If he goes somewhere, I think he could have a massive jump forward in production. And the nice thing is in New York, he would still be the number 2 wide receiver next to Corey Davis probably, so you don't necessarily have to worry about, who's going to, how's he going to do against the number 1 corner, because Corey Davis is going to draw some of that attention as well away from him. So you'd at least have a blend of wide receiver play, which is pretty solid. Odell Beckham Jr., I just don't think it makes any sense for the Jets. Allen Robinson, the Jets have been tied to him. Quite frankly, I don't want that. I do not want Allen Robinson to go to the New York Jets. I know he's been really good in his career. I get it. He's been awesome for the Bears at times. But when they put that franchise tag on him, it was basically death to his market, because last year, had he hit free agency, it's very possible he would have gotten 4 years, $80 million, or 5 years, $100 million. So a $20 million a year mark for him. Now this year, I just don't see that. The issue is a team might try and give him 13 to 14, and his play this past season was really bad. It looked like he fell off. Now, part of that is you had a rookie quarterback there in Justin Fields, and that Bears offensive line was brutal. So, is it all his fault? No, I just don't want Allen Robinson with the New York Jets, and I myself am a New York Jets fan. So, I'm not saying that he's a bad receiver or anything. I just think based on what he might get in free agency, I think that would not be a good move. And then I think maybe a guy like DJ Chark. DJ Chark is probably one of my favorite wide receivers in this year's class because he can play outside. He can be a deep threat. He's been a Pro Bowler in his career. He's only 25 years old, and he's going to be fresh and healthy now after a season where he only played 1 game because of injury. He's going to come back healthy next season, and he's going to be looking to have a big year, and I think that's going to be huge for the New York Jets. Enrico Preston also wants to know about wide receiver here, but this time for the Chicago Bears. Who could make some sense for Chicago? Well, in a vacuum, I would have said Jacoby Myers had the Patriots not put that second-round tender on him, which means that if the Bears were to sign him, they'd have to give up their second-round pick. That is not going to happen now. They're not going to be willing to do that for Jacoby Myers. So I think Jacoby Myers back to New England's basically a foregone conclusion at this point. But other players that could make some sense there in Chicago. I mean, you look at someone like Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who could be a good deep threat for them. Zach Pascal, who had a pretty solid season this past year for Indianapolis. Braxton Berrios, they'll show some interest in. I think Sammy Watkins could be an interesting signing as well for Chicago. Jakeem Grant, I think they should try really hard to bring him back. One player I really like down here, I have Jalen Guyton on this list as well. He's a 24-year-old heading toward free agency. He's a phenomenal deep threat wide receiver. Doesn't have a complete route tree by any means. Runs exclusively fly routes, it feels like, when I'm watching the Chargers play. But at the same time, I think situationally with what Jalen Guyton could be, moving forward, he's only 24, so there's still room for progression for him as well. I think that makes sense. Preston Williams maybe could make some sense if they want to go younger wide receiver route. It's going to be interesting to see what the Bears do, given where their salary cap is at. Let's go ahead and pull that up right now on stream as well, just so we can have a good picture of where Chicago's at currently for money. I don't think that they have a ton of it, if I'm remembering. Oh, they've got about 27. That's enough to make some good moves. So they could definitely get a lot better today. So we'll have to watch for Chicago and see what they do. Here, Atlanta analyst says Saints could go after Cam or Mitch. That's what I do. And what would you do at running back with Kamara being an idiot and getting arrested? I think they're going to sit still at running back. I think Kamara's going to be the guy next year, even though he got arrested. I'm not worried about that. I mean, some of that legal stuff always tends to go away for most NFL players, unless you're, to the level of Henry Ruggs, where it's a little bit too big of a deal to go away. Justin Herbert here with the bolts up emoji. Awesome to see that. Luke Connor says, thank you. Yeah, glad I could answer your questions. This is a good time to remind you guys to go put your comments in the actual chat. Ask us questions about NFL free agency. I will be joined by a special guest here in probably about an hour, so I am excited about that. Atlanta Analyst says, you're a Jets fan? Bless your heart, bro. I know. I am, unfortunately, a fan of this franchise right here, the New York Jets. They've been a struggle bus, but when I was growing up, Brett Favre got traded there. I got a little excited about that, and I was a big Darrelle Revis guy. I loved Darrelle Revis. Obviously, no surprise to you guys if I'm a Jets fan, but he was awesome to watch. So, the Jets, they've had me since then. I'm not going to bandwagon off of them, but the Jets, if a team deserves anyone to bandwagon off of them, it should probably be the New York Jets. Peeps says Eagles should go after Chark, but I hear they're pursuing Juju. So that's a good question here. Peeps talking about the Philadelphia Eagles and why maybe they aren't going to go after DJ Chark, and that has to come down to with how you look at Devonta Smith for them, because they drafted him extremely high, had a good season, but he's primarily an outside deep threat receiver, which is valuable. There's a ton of value to that. But unfortunately, that's kind of what DJ Chark does a little bit as well. He's more of an outside deep threat wide receiver. So if you want to kind of vary up what the Eagles are and what they have, I think a player like Allen Robinson does make more sense for them because he's able to work across the middle. He's very good as a possession wide receiver. Jacoby Myers would have made sense for them. I even think someone like, Christian Kirk, who has been a deep threat, but I think could do more, makes sense. I think Russell Gage makes a lot of sense. Someone who's primarily a slot wide receiver. Doesn't do a ton after the catch, but he could be a nice little security blanket. I know they gave, or they've still got Dallas Goedert there as well at the tight end spot, which helps them out. But for me, if I'm looking for wideouts here for Philadelphia, I'm probably not looking for that outside boundary deep threat wideout. And I'm looking more so for a guy who can work the middle of the field a little bit more and gives a little bit more optionality to Jalen Hurts when he's throwing the football. Because at times this year for Philly, it just felt like, either he's going to throw a deep ball or he's going to have to run. So if you can get him a guy who can create separation, even if that's something as minor as Jamison Crowder from the Jets, who can be maybe a 60, 70 catch guy and have decent production, that could be huge. Or maybe you give him a guy like Jakeem Grant, who, isn't, he's got a ton of speed, but he's not quite a deep threat, if that makes sense. Maybe give him the ball a little bit shorter and let him make plays with his acceleration and his quickness. That could make some sense to me. Chad Beebe is an intriguing free agent as well, coming from the Minnesota Vikings, specifically with the fact that, with where the Vikings were, they just didn't really have a role for him. And he had a pretty bad injury at the wrong time, where maybe his career was ready to take a step forward. So he'd be an interesting pickup as well for a team like the Philadelphia Eagles looking for maybe a slot operator. He could make some sense. And then also, if you want to go with a different style guy, someone like Chris Conley or Byron Pringle, maybe Cedric Wilson as well from the Dallas Cowboys, if you want to steal from in division, he can make some sense. This wide receiver room is pretty strong this year. Not the best, but it's pretty strong. The fact that, Devontae Adams isn't hitting free agency, it does hurt a little bit, the strength of the wide receiver free agency class. Kuz wants to know, when does tampering period start? It starts at noon Eastern time, so we are just about 2 hours away from it. Hopefully you guys are excited. If you are, make sure to leave a like and also subscribe. Let me know in the comment section who you are a fan of. Toxicity Reacts says JETS, Jets. Which receiver do you think they are likely pursuing, and what chance do you think they'll commit by today? So let's go back to the wide receivers here. Let's go ahead and pull this up on stream for you guys. Here we go. I think they're going to really pursue, for me, I think they're going to really pursue Juju Smith-Schuster. I think they're going to pursue Russell Gage. And I think that they're going to probably really try and pursue Christian Kirk. Now, I think Christian Kirk's not going to be an option for them. I just ultimately don't think it gets done. I wouldn't mind them going after and ultimately trying to get DJ Chark. I think he would be a pretty good pickup for this team. But I don't necessarily know if I see that ultimately getting done. But what I do see as a potential outcome here is going after Russell Gage, who's a 26-year-old from Atlanta. And I think the one thing when you look at Zach Wilson is ultimately he could be really benefited by a player who is very quick at getting open. This LSU product could really be, a nice pickup for this team, specifically with where they're at. I think that they need to find guys who can help Zach Wilson. And ultimately, Corey Davis was really the only guy this year that could do that consistently. So a player like Russell Gage, even though it's maybe not a signing that, changes you from a 4 or 5 win team to an 8-win team, it probably helps you win one more game. And it helps Zach Wilson, find more confidence. And it helps for the long-term outlook because not only is he fairly young, but he also could be a pretty good pickup just in terms of what this actual roster needs right now. Ian Farr says, Joe Douglas is a good GM. Jets are in good hands. Yeah, I think he's a solid GM. He's done really well in his trades. I think that specifically is what his best asset is as a GM is, making decisions about the roster, what they currently have and everything. You look at the Herndon trade to Minnesota. They got a 4th-round pick for a guy who didn't really have a role because of injury. Just Herndon wasn't working, and he got a 4th-round pick for him. And then the Jamal Adams trade was a case of highway robbery. So that was awesome. He's done really well in that regard. I think that he's drafted fairly well along the offensive line. Becton, AVT, both good pickups. The issue for me is how does he build a defense? Because the Jets rank 32nd in the NFL in defense, which for those of you who don't know, that's last. They had the worst defense last season. And he's been steering the ship for 2 years now, so you'd hope to see them a little bit better than that. But so far he's used all 3 first-round picks that he's had on offensive players. I think that probably changes this year. I would see with their 2 firsts, at least one of them is a defensive player, so we'll see exactly what he does. Atlanta analyst says, serious question, when do you think the Jets will actually win more than 3 games and look at making the playoffs? Well, this year I think they win 5. I think they probably go 5-12 this next season, maybe 6-11 if everything goes right. Maybe 6-11. It depends on who they draft. So this year I think they'll win more than 3. But looking at making the playoffs, I don't know. We're the worst team in our division. The Jets are. We've got Buffalo, who's great. We've got New England, who's really, really good. And then Miami is really good as well. So I just don't see the Jets really competing for the division at any point in the near future, which is unfortunate unless Zach Wilson starts to pop and really be the player he was at BYU. Then we have a fighter's chance in the future. But again, I think it's a small chance. I'm not sold that we're going to be great. But I think that, within 3 years, if Zach Wilson starts to pop, we could probably be a little bit more competitive. Justin Herbert wants to know, where do you think Von Miller goes? So my guess is you probably won't like my answer here because you're obviously a Chargers fan probably. And I think he's going back to Denver. I think he's going back into the AFC West. And the reason why is, of course, his Instagram story, all the drama there with that. But also, he's one of the more interesting free agents, not only because he's extremely talented, but he's a player who got traded midseason, which is rare to begin with. And then not only did he get traded from the team that he's been on, that he won a Super Bowl with, but he got traded to a new team that he won a Super Bowl with and clearly likes that locker room based on what Aaron Donald said about him and some of the other guys have said about him. He seems like a good fit in LA, but at the same time, he probably would like to return back to Denver, specifically given the fact that they just made a huge trade for Russell Wilson. They have Russell Wilson now in Denver. They have a good young receiving core. And I think Denver's a good landing spot. They need an edge. They need Von Miller back. Both sides are going to be interested, and I think Denver has enough money to get it done as well. When you look at, what Denver has for money right now, they've got about $23 million. So they could make it work with Von. They could bring him in. They could probably look to bring in another player next to him, whether that's a linebacker that could make some sense or an offensive tackle. They have enough money to get stuff done today. So I think Denver is going to be one of the bigger players in free agency today, and I think they need to be in order to get where they want to go with Russell Wilson. Inside the Horseshoe Podcast, welcome to the stream. Obviously, a Colts fan says, hoping the Colts make some moves today, specifically at the wide receiver and edge positions. Well, they should. They have the most money out of every single team available in free agency today. They got nearly $70 million in cap space. So for me, if they're going to go out and try and make, moves, there's got to be those spots to start with. I think edge, they've been badly non-addressing it, and they made certain moves for guys like Justin Houston in the past and stuff, but I think that they need to go and find the guy, someone who's really, really good and really dangerous, and that's tough to do. Chandler Jones would be huge for them. I don't necessarily know if I see them breaking the bank for him though, and at wide receiver, what I would like to see is at least a Juju Smith-Schuster, who I think is a good complement next to Michael Pittman. That would be pretty good. You also look at, maybe a guy, I don't know. I'm trying not to get too low on this, but like Adam Humphries from Tennessee, if you want to keep him in division and steal him away from a rival. Equinemius St. Brown, who's the brother of Amon-Ra St. Brown from Green Bay now. That could make some sense. You also look at, I don't know, Auden Tate from Cincinnati. Like, he's a bigger wideout. That could make some sense, I guess. So, I don't know. I don't necessarily know what the Colts are going to do. I think they're an intriguing team. I would love for them to go get J.C. Jackson and add him to the cornerback room. They're losing Xavier Rhodes again this year. So, that would be interesting to me. Justin Herbert says, what do you think about Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack? Great question. Easily one of the scariest duos in the NFL right now. The fact that you have two really, really premier edges, that's going to be tough to handle. You look at what the Raiders have right now on the offensive line. I don't think it's good enough to handle that. You look at what the Chiefs have. I think they're better suited to handle it than they were a couple of years ago. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know how well you can handle that, just simply because those are two freak players. And the thing here is Mack and Bosa can both win with speed, and they can both win with power, which is what makes it tough, because it's hard to have not only one tackle that can handle those guys, but to have two. And then you also look at ways to try and chip these guys and keep them, out of the pocket, keep your pocket clean. You usually only have one running back on the field. So there goes one chip guy, whether you're throwing him at Bosa or Mack. That makes it difficult. And then you also probably only have one tight end. So you're probably going to see a lot of split packages out of 11 personnel, where you have one running back, one tight end, or even maybe 21 personnel. And you try and chip them as much as you can and help your tackles out. It's going to be tough. It's a challenge, which is what makes it really good. And I think the Chargers, they need to find an interior defensive lineman. They need to find a linebacker. And ultimately, they need to improve at cornerback. But I think this Staley defense is finally going to get where they want to go. Jay Thack here asking about the Colts. Colts make a trade for Baker, maybe 2 second-round picks. That's interesting. I don't think Baker gets traded, though. I think the Browns are going to roll with Baker Mayfield. They have picked 13, which is, I think, a little too low in this year's draft to find your quarterback for the future. I think Malik Willis goes off the board in the top 10. And then I also think that, Kenny Pickett maybe goes off the board in the top 10. So, the Browns, if they trade Baker, they'd hope to get a QB back or something. And I just, with where their roster is at, they're too good to sell Baker without a plan at QB. And I think they're right now not in a position to get a quarterback in the draft. Douglas wants to know, look for Dolphins to sign 2 offensive tackles, maybe a top tier and a second tier offensive tackle. Maybe also we go after Cedric Wilson of the Cowboys and a linebacker, maybe the guy from Green Bay. Yeah, I would love Devondre Campbell in Miami. He would be huge for them. I actually wouldn't love it because I'm a Jets fan, but at the same time, I love the fit. I think the fit is really good there. Devondre Campbell's one of the better free agents available today. And then the offensive tackle spot, I think you're right. I think Miami needs to use their money to go after offensive line help. Keep Tua Tagovailoa upright and healthy. That's going to be huge for them moving forward. Justin Herbert here saying, what if we draft Jordan Davis? Then it would be Bosa and Mack and Davis. Well, we have an NFL mock draft coming out at 10 a.m. today on the channel. So that's going to be awesome. If they do go with a guy like Jordan Davis from Georgia, he's huge. He's fast. He's explosive. He can be a pocket pusher. He can eat up running lanes. I mean, if the Chargers get him, oh my goodness, that defensive line is going to be a problem. Now, the issue here with going with a guy like Jordan Davis is how do you address linebacker? How do you address cornerback? And I think we're going to have a better picture of what the Chargers are going to do in free agency. They have picked 17. We're going to have a better picture of what they do in the draft, based on what they do in free agency. So today, if they sign an interior defensive lineman, you could probably scratch Jordan Davis off the draft board for them. And then probably look at a linebacker, whether that's Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd. Maybe they have to move up to get one of those guys. But it could be a good pickup for them if they go with Davis. Justin Anderson, welcome back to the stream. Tom the Goat Brady is back with some of those devil emojis. Yes, he is. And I'm extremely excited about it. Tom Brady is one of my favorite players to watch. You know, it's not like he's one of my favorite players, period, but just simply to watch. You know, his ability to read a defense and, you know, identify what the weakness is going to be and just getting the ball there. You know, he is so smart with the football. And I've been talking, my best friend, his favorite player is Tom. And I've been telling him for years that he's got like 5 more years left in the tank. So when he retired, he's like, what happened to your 5 years take? And then, of course, now he comes back. So I'm like, so I'm hoping for 3 more years from him. So my take could be right because it's absolutely crazy. I was guessing he'd play until he's 47. So he thought there's no way. But if I get 3 more years from Tom, I've got it. Jay Thack says, Raiders wish list, JC, Chark, or trade for disgruntled Adams. That's a great point there. JC Jackson's, in my opinion, the best free agent available. Given he's a 26-year-old all-pro corner. Those just don't hit the market. I'm shocked that the Patriots didn't take him. I don't know why. He's phenomenal. Now, I'm sure that they believe they can develop and replace. They've done that in the past, but J.C. Jackson's a special talent. So every team should want J.C. Jackson. I don't think there's a team in the NFL that shouldn't want him. DJ Chark, I really like him as well. He'd be a good pickup for Las Vegas. Kind of reminds me of Tyrell Williams, what he was when he first got to Vegas. Now, I know he dealt with some injuries. I think it'll be a different situation here for DJ Chark. I think he'll stay healthy moving forward, so I wouldn't be worried about that. And then trade for disgruntled Adams. Now, that's the interesting thing here. Let's talk about Devontae. Devontae Adams is, of course, now franchise tagged by the Green Bay Packers. And then reports come out today, near the start of free agency, that state that he will not play for the Packers under the franchise tag. Now, they have until July to get an extension done with him to figure out a contract. I believe that's July 15th, if I remember right. But the issue with that is there's going to be a lot of pressure there. They've got about 3 months, really, maybe 4, to get this done, to figure something out. Bills are giving center Mitch Morse a 2-year contract extension. So that's good for him. Mitch Morse staying in the situation with Buffalo. You know, I think that does make some sense for sure with the Buffalo Bills giving Mitch Morse a 2-year extension. I think that's a pretty good move for them. But Jay Thack, you know, Adams to Vegas makes a ton of sense, specifically given the fact that he played college ball with Derek Carr. So, you know, I like it. I just don't know if he's going to actually be made available by Green Bay because I think Green Bay is going to really value holding on to him because he's just such a good wide receiver. Joker Hope says JC to the Chargers. Yeah, I think so. I think JC Jackson is going to be a Los Angeles Charger. At the end of the day, it just makes sense to me. I think that the writing's on the wall there. They're going to try and get that done. And it might unfortunately happen for every other team in the NFL. If there's a defense that has Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, Derwin James, J.C. Jackson, Asante Samuel Jr., Oh my goodness. That defense is going to be special. So, like, it's JC Jackson to the Chargers. I just think it's going to happen. I think they're going to pursue him more aggressively than everyone else. And I'm terrified of that. Justin Herbert says, Twitter says the Browns have fielded exploratory trade calls for Baker Mayfield. That's interesting to me. I have not seen any of that. Let me go on Twitter myself right now, and maybe I'll do a quick little Baker Mayfield search because I do want to make sure I've got all the latest information. For the most part, I do a good job of seeing everything, but occasionally I miss stuff. So very possible that I did miss any Baker Mayfield trade rumors and trade noise. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brandon Little says Browns not sold. Okay, so he writes for the Browns for Sports Illustrated. So he's actually a pretty good person to be tuned into. Very interesting here. So, for him, through 4 years, he's had 2 really good seasons and then 2 really bad seasons. For me, they shouldn't be out on Baker Mayfield. I know he just had a horrendous season, but he was playing through a ton of injuries, specifically with his shoulder. And I mean, if you're throwing the football and doing this motion every single day and you have a shoulder injury on your throwing arm, you're probably going to struggle a little bit. And, the receivers just weren't performing well. It's not a surprise they went on to get Amari Cooper. This team, they last year was just tough. Their running backs were injured. Wideouts weren't performing and injured. Baker Mayfield was injured. I'm not worried. Kevin Stefanski is a great coach. Baker Mayfield, I think, is a solid quarterback. And if they get one more wide receiver there in Cleveland, everything's going to go well. Lamar Adams says, why won't the Las Vegas Raiders trade for James Bradbury for a third-round draft pick 2022? Part of that is some of the salary cap situation with that. Like, to make a move for him, you do have to commit quite a bit of money to that. So with where Vegas is currently sitting right now in terms of where they're at with the cap, they got about $30 million in cap space, so they could absorb him for sure. But at the same time, it does kind of complicate your free agency picture, especially if they have plans on improving their offensive line at all, or if they want to get an interior defensive lineman yet, because they have quite a few of their interior defensive linemen hitting free agency this year. So, they have $30 million in cap space, but they have some needs that they have to address yet. Cornerback, of course, is a huge one, and Bradbury does address that. So I see the reasoning there. But given where his contract's at, I'm not sure if I see it fully happening, if that makes sense. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. I'm looking quickly at Ian Rappaport. Nothing huge going on yet from him. So that's good to know. Justin Anderson says Tom's playing until he's 50. I'm calling it. It'd be sweet. I would love to see it. Mason, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here, my guy. Hopefully your day is going well so far. Douglas says if Browns get rid of Baker, they have to bring in Winston. He has the highest upside of any available QB. I think he's a lot more cautious about throwing interceptions. Yeah, I think clearly Sean Payton's had a good impact on him in terms of taking care of the football. He's a lot more reluctant as a thrower right now than he was in Tampa Bay, which is good and bad. Partially bad because he's not pushing the ball down the field like he was when he led the league in yards. But equally, he's not costing his team games either by throwing the football to the wrong team. So there's a little bit of give and take with that. He's not forcing the ball as much, which sometimes him forcing the ball led to some really good things, but more often it led to really bad things. So I think that, I think Jameis, to me, would be the best quarterback available. I know a lot of people really like Mitch Trubisky. And I do think Trubisky, we haven't really seen him play for a year. So maybe in Buffalo, he did get a lot better. We saw the same thing happen with Jameis with New Orleans. And Jameis is coming off a torn ACL. So it makes sense why teams would value Trubisky more. I just think Jameis maybe has a little bit better upside and a little bit better projectability going into next season because we've seen him lately. Douglas here wants to know what's the compensation for Davante Adams in a trade. Probably going to have to be at least a round 1 pick, I would think. Probably similar to what we saw for Stephon Diggs a few years back when Minnesota traded him. I believe Minnesota got a round 1 pick and maybe like a round 6 pick. I think it would be something similar for Davante Adams. Probably a pick from anywhere between, 13 to 28. And then something attached to it, like a 5th or 6th round pick, probably is what would make the most sense. Justin Anderson here says Lions are getting in free agency. Here's his prediction. Free safety Marcus Williams, wide receiver Christian Kirk, or wide receiver Allen Robinson. Interesting here. Interesting collection of players. Marcus Williams is going to have a massive market, though. I think Washington's going to be interested in Marcus Williams. I think the Jets will be interested in Marcus Williams. I think the Jaguars will be interested in Marcus Williams. I think that the Indianapolis Colts should be interested in Marcus Williams. And I also think that, a team like Seattle might show some interest because Quandre Diggs is also headed to free agency. So a ton of teams are going to have interest in Williams. He's going to be one of the most coveted players in all of free agency this year for sure. And then for wide receiver, Kirk or Allen Robinson, those two both make a lot of sense. Ultimately, what I think ends up happening is I think the Lions sign Equinemius St. Brown, who is the brother of Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I think that maybe they try and appease their rising star in him. And then I also think that, they probably look at another wideout, something like an Adam Humphries or a Marquez Valdes-Scantling, Braxton Berrios potentially. They're going to have interest in Kirk and Robinson, but those two guys are going to have big markets. So I know you're making a prediction here. I think it's a little bold to predict that they get either Kirk or Allen Robinson, because in my estimation, those are two of the top 5 wideouts available. So we'll see if they can get it done, though. I hope for the Lions' sake that they can. They badly need more wide receivers. Moving on here to Bobo Lito, says, are the Patriots making any moves today? So asking about New England. This is the first time we've actually brought up the Patriots in today's live stream for the most part. We just haven't really talked about them too much. So we're going to go and talk about the Patriots here. Allie also talking and asking for New England. So let's focus on New England here for a little bit. Really good rookie season from Mac Jones. Deserves a lot of credit for his performance and play this past year. And with New England, with the Patriots here, what they're going to be looking for, I think, is a wide receiver one. They're going to be looking for a guy that they feel like can create separation at the line of scrimmage. They're going to be looking for a guy who can work across the middle of the field because they brought in Nelson Aguilar last year, who is a pretty good deep threat wideout. And I think also what they're going to be looking for is defensive players. I think they're going to look for a corner. They're losing J.C. Jackson, which is the biggest, loss of all of free agency, in my opinion. And then I also think that they're going to look for probably a linebacker because Donta Hightower is headed toward free agency. Jamie Collins is also headed toward free agency. They need another thumper in the middle of that defense. They also released Kyle Van Noy. So for me, New England's got a lot of questions. Where they're headed, what they're going to have on their roster next year. They could use another edge. Matthew Judon was phenomenal for them. I think that they could just use another guy opposite of him. Trey Flowers is someone who makes a ton of sense. I'm not exactly sure if he's been officially released yet from Detroit, but assuming he does get released, I think he probably ends up back in New England. Dime time here. Let's move on to the next comment here. It says, who do you think the Chargers may land? J.C. Jackson. I think J.C. Jackson to the Chargers is essentially a foregone conclusion here. I know a lot of teams are going to have interest in J.C. I just think that the Chargers are going to throw the bag at him. And for me, if I was a GM, I'd probably give J.C. Jackson 5 years, $100 million. Maybe 5 years, 110. He is well worthy of that $20 million a year mark. For a cornerback of his stature, with his age, the first 4 years of the 5-year contract are going to be phenomenal with him. So, you risk a little bit that 5th year, but if you have lesser guaranteed money in that 5th season, it might not even come back to bite you. And even then, I don't think he'll be bad in that 5th year. I think he just won't be as good as he's been. And it's funny here, Justin Anderson says JC to the Raiders. That would be interesting. I don't know if I see it, but we'll see. Mar Adams says Chargers trade for James Bradbury, cornerback from the Giants, for a 3rd-round draft pick. We'll see. I don't know. I need to focus on. I need to see what what's going on with Bradbury. I'm going to look up Bradbury on Twitter right now and see if there's any rumors going on about him. Bradbury definitely did not have as good of a season as he normally does. He struggled mostly to start at the beginning of the year. He is currently on the trade block, according to the Giants Wire. definitely interesting. I think the Chargers are going to be busy today. Our Vega says, how y'all doing? I'm really hoping my Chargers can get a good corner today. Cough, cough, JC. Well, our Vega, glad to have you in the stream. For those that are new to the channel, I just want to shout out our Vega quick. He's been watching us since I think we had like 300 subscribers, maybe 400. So he's a day one OG basically on the channel. So our Vega, shout out to you for being here on the channel. Really do appreciate that. And we'll see if your Chargers can get it done. I mean, JC Jackson, definitely the best one available at that cornerback spot, but there's also some other good guys. Travarius Ward from Kansas City, Dante Jackson from Carolina, Eli Apple from Cincinnati. I know that one might get a little bit of a laugh, but he's a good one. In my opinion, I think he's a pretty solid cornerback free agent. Stephon Gilmore, Carlton Davis as well. Those two guys make a lot of sense as well for the Chargers if they don't get J.C. Jackson. This is a really strong cornerback free agency class. A lot of nice young players. So really, really good right now with what they actually have at this point. Let's see here. We got Diego Enrique Gomez Lozada. Welcome to the stream. He says, what do you think about the Falcons? So with Atlanta here, I think that there's a few different outcomes here for what Atlanta could look to do. Let's go ahead and get them pulled up on the stream here. The Atlanta Falcons. There we go. For Atlanta, I think that they're going to look in a multitude of ways, specifically when I consider what this team has right now. I think that they have quite a few needs. I think that they could look at an edge. I think there's a few edges out there that can make some sense. I also think that they might consider a quarterback, someone like Marcus Mariota maybe, which would be interesting because they still have Matt Ryan, but I don't know how much more Matt Ryan has in the tank. I don't know how long he's going to stick there in Atlanta. So I think they will consider a QB. Safety wideout also makes some sense. Let's go to the edge position and specifically focus on who they could sign out of the edge grouping. So for me, with where they're currently at, maybe someone like Jadeveon Clowney could make some sense from Cleveland. He's headed toward free agency again. He continues to jump around the league. He had a really good year this year. I don't think a lot of people are talking about it. I believe he was top 5 in pass rush win rate, according to advanced next-gen stats from the NFL. So he won a ton of pass rush scenarios. And that's been the story and the MO with him is he just doesn't get a ton of sacks. But what he does do is put a lot of pressure on. So even though he's not finishing plays, he is generating havoc. And for a team that has a really nice young corner in A.J. Terrell, the Falcons, they need an edge. They need one. They desperately need one. So getting a guy like Jadeveon Clowney could be a really nice fill-in piece. Otherwise, you could go with a combination of edges. You go with something like Jerry Hughes and Emmanuel Ogbah. Or you go with Tack McKinley, obviously, which doesn't make a ton of sense because he was in Atlanta. Maybe they bring him back now with new coaching. You go with Derek Barnett from Philadelphia. I mean, those are kind of the options at the edge position. Not sure if I'm in love with some of those later options, but those are potential outcomes. Bar None 49 says, where's Jimmy G going? Go Niners. So I think that's where Indianapolis makes a lot of sense. I think Indy is probably going to show some interest in Jimmy Garoppolo and probably try and get him for a third, maybe fourth round pick and see if they could, turn Carson Wentz into Jimmy Garoppolo plus an asset. Essentially, they did get 2/3 in that deal with Washington. So, the fact that maybe, you can add in, Jimmy Garoppolo for less than what you got for Carson Wentz, that could be a pretty solid outcome for them. Douglas Anderson wants to know, name your 3 or 4 lockdown cornerbacks. So for me, 3 or 4 lockdown corners in the NFL. Let's talk about it. So J.C. Jackson's on that list. He's one. Then you have probably Jalen Ramsey is on there, 2. Stephon Gilmore, when he's healthy, I still think deserves some consideration for that. Darius Slay this past year was a lockdown corner, was one of the best cornerbacks in the entire NFL, if we're being honest about it. Was really, really great this past season, for sure. Greg Joseph, okay. Yeah, so Greg Joseph got tendered $2.4 million for him with the Minnesota Vikings as a kicker. And then, I mean, there's a possibility that J.C. Horn becomes this. Jair Alexander is definitely a lockdown corner, one of the best corners in football. I think Denzel Ward's really good as well. He doesn't get talked enough about, I don't think. But those are my thoughts on that. Lamar Adams, what about the Philadelphia Eagles and the New York Jets trading for Devontae Adams for a first-round draft pick? I like that for Philly because they have 3 of them. You could really afford to give one up and get a great player like Devontae. They have pick 15, 16, and 19. So, if you want to send 15, you could. Maybe you send 16 and stay in front of the Packers. Could make some sense. Jets, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense. He's into his later 20s. He's really great. Don't get me wrong. Would he help us? Yes. But we have 2 first-round picks this year, and I think we need to take more of a long-term approach with how we build for the New York Jets. Ali here says, Chargers throwing $100 million at JC is such a Chargers thing to do. Yeah, the thing is, with the Chargers, if you want to say it's a Chargers thing to do, that would mean getting a really good player. That's really been what the Chargers are all about. They've gotten a ton of good players historically. Tom Telesco is one of the best GMs in all of football. He clearly knows how to build a team. Killed it with the Justin Herbert draft pick. Killed it with Joey Bosa. That was kind of the no-brainer one when they took him. But to be honest, like J.C. Jackson's great. So $100 million for a corner, I know it sounds extreme. He's worth it. He's worth every penny of it. An all-pro corner just doesn't come around. Cornerback's one of the most premier positions in all of football. And a move like that makes a lot of sense. Our Vegas says, always look forward to the mock drafts every Monday back when we sucked. Glad to see how much you guys have grown. Yeah, I know it's crazy. Never thought we would get quite to this point. So it's huge. And that's a credit to all of you guys specifically. We're glad that you enjoy the content, all of you. And we're really happy to have you be a part of the channel for what we've got. Douglas says, to be honest, Jones was similar to Tua, underwhelming, especially the game where he only passed 3 times. Yeah, after that game, his season wasn't that great. And honestly, I think the fact that he made a Pro Bowl is ridiculous. Let's get that out of the way. Carson Wentz had a way better season than Mac Jones. And I don't think people really realize that because, people are going to just look at Carson Wentz's final game. And sure, he deserves some criticism for that for sure. But at the same time, he just had a better year than Mac Jones did. And Mac Jones wasn't super vital to the success of the New England Patriots. The thing Mac Jones did well is he didn't screw up a ton of games, which is hard to do as a rookie. A lot of rookies do screw up a ton of games. So there is a lot of credit that's due to him for that. But at the same time, I think he's a little overhyped right now with what he realistically is. Moving on to Ali here says, how can you be underwhelming when you only throw 3 passes? He's talking about that game and afterward where he just didn't have a great end to the season. Ali said, can you consider a lockdown if you get exposed by the best receivers in the game? No. So Trevon Diggs, for example, that's why I didn't include him because he gets exposed by even mediocre receivers. Falcons and Jake Matthews agreed to a 3-year extension. He gets $52 million over the first 3 years of that. Ali says, right now I would say Jalen Ramsey, Jair, Tre'Davious White, and probably Marshawn Lattimore. Yeah, I didn't mention Tre'Davious White because he's coming off of an injury, a pretty serious one, so I don't know what he'll look like. And Lattimore, I should have probably mentioned. Lattimore's really good. So I think he's a really nice player. Inside the Horseshoe podcast says, honestly, if I'm the Colts, I'd try to get Matt Ryan. I don't see it happening, but it could be interesting. Right, I think, a Matt Ryan move to Indy makes sense. The issue for them, and this is one of those things where they just haven't figured out the QB spot. I think Andrew Luck retiring early kind of threw Chris Ballard for a tailspin that he just wasn't ready for. I just don't think he was prepared for that possibility, and I don't blame him. Okay, we have a huge addition to free agency. Let's go ahead and get this on stream here now. We do have a huge addition onto free agency. I'm going to go ahead and add him in here. Let's go ahead and insert. And that is Zadarius Smith. He has been released. Zadarius Smith is being released from the Green Bay Packers. Really, really good player in general. And I think he's going to be a really nice pickup for a team. Let's go ahead and get him added here. 1 second, guys. I will be back. Just going to make sure one thing's going right with the stream, and we'll be back. All right, so the 29-year-old edge has now been added into free agency. Let's go ahead and put an asterisk here by him because he got released just now, right before free agency. So Zadarius Smith is looking for a new home. So according to Adam Schefter here, let's talk about this. Zadarius Smith had the option to stay at this year's owed cash amount, but both sides ultimately agreed it was best to move on. With the release, he carries no compensatory selection implications, which will help his interest. Okay, so that's huge. So he's going to have a pretty good market, and he's someone who I think a lot of teams should have interest in, especially 3-4 style defenses. Justin Anderson says Zach Wilson's going to be a bust. Not to be mean, but that's my opinion. Yeah, it's okay. The thing is, people, you can share your opinion, and even if it's something I either don't agree with, or it's about my favorite team or my favorite player or whatever, there are opinions, right? I don't need to get all offended if you think that my quarterback's going to be a bust. I think it's a real possibility, and I was aware of that when we drafted him. I talked about how I thought arguably he could have been the best player in the class, even better than Trevor Lawrence potentially. I thought it was, not likely that he was. But I think with what his skill set looked like, what, the potential upside could have been perceived as, it was possible to me that he was. But it was also possible that he wasn't going to be a quarterback worth a first-round pick. So when you take him second overall and there's that much of a risk, you obviously hope for that boom upside, but that bust risk is always there. I think that he probably flattens out a little bit more. Let's be honest, he just didn't have a ton around him this year in New York. I'm hoping that we just stick with him. But I don't know. The Jets are a garbage fire. So they're going to, mess everything up. They're probably going to trade him, and it's just going to be terrible. The Chicago says, who are the Bears going to get? So I think the Bears here are going to look for a few different things. They're an interesting team right now because they have about $20-ish million in cap space, 27-ish actually. And for me, I think that they need a bunch of things. I think they should look at linebacker a little bit. They should try and find a guy to put next to Roquan Smith on that defense, whether that's someone like Damian Wilson, who had kind of a down year with Jacksonville this past year, or maybe Kamu Grugier-Hill, who actually had a breakout year for Houston. Those guys could make sense. I think they could use a cornerback, someone like maybe you look at something like Carlton Davis. If they want to go out into the marketplace and spend some money, Carlton Davis could be a good option for them. Bryce Callahan could be an intriguing slot option as well. Safety spot, I don't necessarily know if they need to put a lot in there, but if they're going to, someone like, maybe a Rodney McLeod could make some sense out of Philadelphia, or an Anthony Harris who's been in the NFC North before. He could be an intriguing addition as well. I would like them to get a running back, but I don't necessarily know if I see that. There's some things that they could look at that, whether or not they get it done, we'll see. They need a lot of everything. I mean, not to be rude about the Bears, but right now they're just not really ready to compete. So they're just not that good. Ali Ben says, I forgot Marlon Humphrey too. Humphrey's really good. He's obviously coming off of an injury himself again, though, so I'm not exactly sure. Kuz, thank you for putting that in there. Jake Matthews, 3 years, $52 million. So the Falcons hold on to their tackle, which is huge for them. That's awesome to see. Douglas Anderson says, in other words, J.C. Jackson is or isn't considered a lockdown cornerback. I agree. I think he is. I think he should be. Lockdown is one of those things that is kind of loosely interpreted. But for me, I think that he's I think he's going to have a really great rest of his career. So Packers are also releasing offensive tackle Billy Turner. So not only does an edge get into the board, but also an offensive tackle as well. So very interesting there that we see an offensive tackle get added in. I'm going to put him in, Billy Turner. We had been talking about him being a potential outcome player who's going to find free agency. So I do need to look up Billy Turner's age real quick because I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sure he's either in his early 30s or late 20s. Yeah, he turned 30 this past year. So yeah, I was right around the right part there. But so Billy Turner heads to free agency as well now. I think the Chargers should consider Billy Turner. He'd be a pretty good pickup. Inside the Horseshoe podcast says Colts need to try to get him. Talking about, I think he might be talking about Matt Ryan. So, yeah, I think so. So Ali here says JC's not a lockdown, very opportunistic corner who I respect for improving his game, but should not be considered with the game's elite. Turn on the tape, you'll see. I mean, think about the thing here that you're not considering, Ali, and I understand what you're saying because like maybe his yards allowed isn't as good as some other guys, but he also plays in a system that is highly reliant on cornerbacks being able to win one-on-one matchups. In New England, with what Bill Belichick does is you put your cornerbacks on an island a lot and hope that they can win their matchup that week. And for the most part, over the last 20 years, the Patriots cornerbacks have been able to. Whether that's been Ty Law or Darrelle Revis for a year, or when you had Jason McCourty, you had Stephon Gilmore who consistently did it, and now this past year J.C. Jackson did it. That's the toughest thing to do in all of sports, potentially, especially defensively. In the NFL, I think the toughest thing to do is hold an NFL receiver for 3.5 seconds one-on-one. I think that there is nothing more difficult than that. The speed, the fast twitch ability, the complex routes, the double moves, everything that goes into being an NFL wide receiver makes the cornerback position extremely difficult to play, because not only are you facing the most athletic players on the field most often, because wide receivers are usually the quickest players on the field, but they're also facing really good quarterbacks who know how to look off defenses, who know how to manipulate safeties. And in New England, oftentimes you're playing one-on-one. You don't even have safety help some of the time with how aggressive that defense can be from time to time. So, I get what you're saying, but I think the fact that he played in a really difficult system to be a good, successful cornerback shows how good of a corner he really is. Here, the Chicago says Bears need a wide receiver. Yes, they do. They definitely do. I think they need to find a guy for Justin Fields. So if I didn't mention that, that's on me. I definitely should have mentioned that if I didn't off the top of my head. But they could use some wideouts. I think someone like Russell Gage could make some sense. I keep bringing up Russell Gage because I just think he's a good player. DJ Chark as well from Jacksonville could be a really nice move. And then you look at something like, Braxton Berrios, maybe, who they think could have a little bit more long-term upside. He's only 26. Douglas Anderson here says, great for the Dolphins, sign Zadarius Smith or Bobby Wagner. Either of those guys would be phenomenal pickups for Miami. Miami's the team I have the hardest time with because it's hard to exactly pin down what they're going to do. I didn't expect the Brian Flores firing. Last year, went into free agency with a ton of money. I thought they were going to make a huge move in free agency, bring in some really good players. They decided to stand pat, basically, didn't really make a lot of moves at all. I thought they would make a move for Deshaun Watson by now. They haven't. So for Miami, it's been kind of difficult to project what they're going to do. So for me, it's difficult. The Chicago says Adams looks like he's going to hold out. Definitely a possibility. I think, he's saying that he's not going to play under the franchise tag. They do have until July, though, to give him a new contract. So by July, very likely that we could see a deal in which Adams is locked up for the rest of his prime with the Green Bay Packers. Swish says trade Dak. Obviously, this is a Dallas fan here with the 77-41 in his name. The Cowboys are not going to trade Dak. Dak Prescott's a very good quarterback, and even though he maybe isn't the top-end elite quarterback that a lot of people want, having a very good quarterback is a plus, okay? Like, the realm of where a guy like Dak Prescott is in terms of NFL quarterbacks, it's hard to get better than him. So they should keep him and try and tool around him. Douglas says, he is now free to sign with any team at any time. He is a free agent. Yes, so Zadarius Smith is able to sign with teams today. Preston Smith, Zadarius' brother, was just extended about an hour ago. Yeah, they're not actually brothers, though. They just happen to both have the last name Smith, and they've called them the Smith brothers there in Green Bay, but they're not actual siblings. Inside the Horseshoe Podcast, I was talking about needing to go after Zadarius Smith, my bad. Okay, gotcha. Didn't mean to misquote you there either. Inside the Horseshoe Podcast. I think so. Zadarius Smith makes a lot of sense. He'd be a really good edge for Indy. He's been really productive in his time with Green Bay when he's been healthy. So for them to go after Zadarius, I do think makes a lot of sense. They have so much money. I mean, I would hope that they make moves today, but we'll see. They kind of play a little bit more passive. I'm mostly interested to see what they do with the QB spot, especially since they don't have a first-round pick this year. Allie says we played a lot of zone last year, but I hear what you're saying. He's a very good opportunistic man corner. I just don't think you can put him on Diggs, Tay, Tyreek, Chase, etc., and he can win. See, I feel that. The issue with that, though, too, is a lot of corners don't win one-on-one against those guys anyway. So, like, shut down, let's be honest. In the last 15, 20 years, the only guy who really consistently dominated his one-on-one matchup for more than one season was Darrelle Revis. Like, Darrelle Revis was a true shutdown island corner for 3 or 4 years. And that is just rare. I mean, corner is so tough that, you look at the games where Darrelle Revis shut down Randy Moss, shut down Chad Ochocinco, shut down Terrell Owens. I think it was his 2009 season where he gave up, I think at most 70 yards in a game. And that was in the entire season. That was the most he gave up, and most of them were under 30 yards. That just doesn't happen. So, it's tough. I see what you're saying, though, too. So, the thing for me is I think J.C. Jackson in a different system maybe becomes a little bit more steady if you're able to let him cheat a little bit underneath a little bit more and take away certain things. If you give him a little bit more safety help or inside cover help on with a pass cover linebacker across the middle or something like that, or maybe, just good safeties behind him. New England, their defense was a little bit older. Their linebackers were a little bit older, maybe a little bit less athletic. So giving him a little bit more help along the inside of a defense, I think, could help kind of empower him more as a shutdown guy. So there's a little bit of projection there too. Ian Farr brings up the Packers releasing offensive tackle Billy Turner. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting move. I think he'll have actually a pretty decent market himself. Just given what the offensive tackles look like this year, there's only really 20 guys available at offensive tackle. So if a team wants to get an offensive tackle, they're going to have to operate quick. And some of the guys out there aren't super exciting, to be honest. So Billy Turner, I think, could be a pretty good pickup. Robert Lamison, welcome to the stream. Another guy who's been an OG. He's been with us for so long. One of our jersey giveaway winners. So glad to have you in here, Robert. Absolutely awesome. Hopefully your Jaguars make some good moves today. JJ Shibkilla says Vikings free agency rumors. So for the Vikings, obviously I think the Kirk Cousins extension was really good for them because it did lower his cap hit this year, which gives them more flexibility today. Right now, with where they're at, though, they are still in a spot where they don't have a lot of money. They're actually negative right now in the salary cap department by about $750,000. They're going to have to move a little bit of stuff around yet. I know there's some rumors that Danielle Hunter could be on his way out. I don't really buy into that. I don't think that's happening. Danielle Hunter is too good of a player to trade away, especially with the new offensive management. Usually, offensive coaches want to keep the defense good so that they can, install their own offense and hopefully have a reliable defense behind that. So for me, for the Vikings, I think what they need to look at is a third wideout. They've had troubles with that position, and I'm interested to see what Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah does as the new GM there, because Rick Spielman just never addressed the wide receiver 3 spot. So, and this is a good year to have that want and desire, because you got 3 really good ones here in Russell Gage, Jamison Crowder, Adam Humphries. That could make some sense for a wide receiver 3. Even if you want to do something a little bit cheaper, maybe, and you maybe go with a Tavon Austin or a Jalen Guyton, who I think Jalen Guyton would be a phenomenal pickup for them. That could be intriguing. You could also look at a guy maybe Richie James, who has been more of a return guy in his career so far. Byron Pringle as well. He's been kind of a hybrid wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 for Kansas City in the past. So, I think there's some options there. We'll see. The one thing to watch for too with them is if they're going to go after guys who have a little bit of history with Kevin O'Connell here. Specifically, players from the Rams as of late. I'm not exactly sure who that could be. Maybe there's some guys in the cards here for them that I just don't see yet. But we'll keep monitoring it. Who says once 12:01 hits, it'll be mayhem? Yes, we are an hour and 15 minutes away from the start of NFL free agency, and I'm expecting a ton of news the moment we get into it, because there's definitely no tampering right now as somebody signs 1 minute in for a $60 million deal Obviously the terms and conditions all came together in about 30 seconds, right? No way the agent was talking to the team ahead of schedule. Jay Thack wants to know Christian McCaffrey to Miami. Christian McCaffrey is one of the hottest names right now, and I think there should be some legitimate concern about him getting traded if you're a Panthers fan, because I think the Panthers are going to try and reshape it, and McCaffrey just hasn't been healthy and available for Matt Rule. So I think they're going to shop him. A team I would love to see get him would be Tampa Bay. The only issue with Tampa Bay for McCaffrey is, first of all, he's in division. Second of all, they don't have a ton of money. So Miami makes more sense naturally because, one, they're out of division. And secondly, they have more money. They've got about $48 million, in salary cap space. So I think that McCaffrey could be a pretty good asset for them. He's a really good running back. The issue is they just need to get a better offensive line. That's really been my biggest concern with Miami. So I think they should start up front. They should put their money into the offensive line and then maybe consider exploring a trade for McCaffrey. Douglas here says maybe Miami brings back Billy Turner. He's considered a bust with Miami and went on to start like 5 years with Green Bay. Yeah, Billy Turner's been like, I don't know, at least okay with Green Bay. So maybe him going back there, new coaching, everything turns over. It's not the same Miami team it was, 6 years ago. Robert Lamison says Revis grew up 20 minutes from me. Yeah, because you're in Pennsylvania, right? So that's awesome because Revis was a Pitt kid, so he's so good, man. As a Jets fan, you guys have no idea how much I miss Darrelle Revis playing for the New York Jets in these awesome white New York Jets helmets. He's such a good player, and really, if I'm going to be honest, Darrelle Revis is the guy who really got me into football. So I'm 22 years old. So when I started watching football, it was around his rookie year. I started watching a little bit before that, but that's when I started really falling in love with it, and he was one of the main reasons why. AB007 says, look what happened to Ramsey in the Super Bowl, and he's the best corner in the last 3 to 4 years. Right. Corners are liable to get beat. And the issue is a cornerback, when you cover for 35 snaps a game, 3 catches against you that are big plays could be like, oh my gosh, he had a terrible game. And you held up in coverage 30 out of 33 times or something. That's the danger of playing corners. You're literally liable to getting beat every single play. So if you get beat twice in a game, you're like, oh my gosh, he had a terrible game. They just exposed him. And it's like, well, maybe he played really good 30 out of 33 snaps. Or, sometimes if they throw 40 times, you're bound to give up 8 catches or 6 catches or even 3 big catches. It happens. But that's the thing. Cornerback is so tough. So I don't want to cornerback to me is one of the most important positions in football. I think it's QB, and then I think it's kind of a tie between edge and corner. Edge gets a lot of the love, and for good credit. I mean, when an edge makes a play, it's usually a huge game-defining play. Corners, they're more liable to get beat, but that's what makes the great ones really important. Is when you have a great one, you're less likely to get beat. Which is huge. And a player like Darrelle Revis just doesn't come around where you literally isolate him one-on-one on a side, and then you really shade the other side, which is what made the Jets so special. Even before Antonio Cromartie came to New York, they could get away with whoever they had on the opposite side because you would just shade so hard that way and just trust Revis in those situations. So definitely an interesting spot. Ali here says, Revis, Ty Law, Talib. Us Pats fans have been blessed at the position. Then we had Gilmore, who in my eyes was a complete shutdown. Agreed. Gilmore was one of the best players in all of football for a while. JC not quite there, but I understand why you plus others rate him highly. Yeah, and JC is really good. JC is not where Gilmore was in terms of defensive player of the year. But the one thing that makes JC so attractive in free agency is he's great. I think you would agree with that he's great. And then that he's 26, and he's hitting the open market. I was shocked last year that the Patriots only put a second-round tender on him and not a first-round tender. And then I was also shocked that no team signed him with a second-round tender on him. He was one of the key players I was watching last year. I thought J.C. Jackson was going to get a huge deal last year. from a team, even with the second round tender on, because essentially you're just trading a second round pick for him on a new contract. I would have done that. No teams decided to do that though. And it's shocking to me. Like, think about it. Jacksonville Jaguars could have done that. They used pick 33 on Tyson Campbell. And instead of drafting Tyson Campbell, they could have used that pick to get J.C. Jackson as the 25-year-old. That just makes more sense to me. They could have had J.C. and Shaq Griffin in one secondary, which would have been really nice. But yeah, like reading that list of corners for New England in the last 2 decades, like as a Jets fan, it kind of makes me feel sick to my stomach how good you guys have been. At the cornerback, like that's 5 really great cornerbacks in one comment, right? That's nuts to me. I just can't believe that. Douglas Anderson says, I like Cedric Wilson at wide receiver. At the end of the season and during Cowboys playoff games, he was their top guy. Yeah, part of why he was the top guy, though, is because teams weren't worried about him. So, with Gallup injured, teams were throwing everything they had essentially at CeeDee Lamb and at Amari Cooper. So there was a lot of pressure on Cedric Wilson to perform. I think he did pretty well. He had a few really bad negative plays that kind of hurt the Cowboys immensely, like a few really key drops throughout the year, one in the playoffs that really hurt them as well. But I do think Cedric Wilson's a pretty good pickup wideout. Again, another guy that the Vikings should maybe consider as a wide receiver 3. I don't see him being anything more than a wide receiver 3 at best. I think he's kind of that hybrid wide receiver 3 or 4. But that's my thoughts right now. Jags history wants to know about Jags free agent rumors. So let's go ahead and talk about Jacksonville here. I'm going to look them up on Twitter too, just because I want to make sure I'm bringing you guys all the latest stuff with the Jaguars, see if there's any rumors. Of course, the big thing is DJ Chark. Are they going to lose him? I think so. I think that they're going to be gone. According to Jordan Schultz as well, the Jaguars are a dark horse team to land Juju Smith-Schuster. They want to put him as their number 1 guy, which is interesting. The Jaguars would have also had interest in Zach Ertz had he been able to find the market, but he did not. He ended up signing back with Arizona, so he's not out there anymore. And then, of course, Allen Robinson. The reunion just kind of makes sense. They need a wide receiver badly. His market's maybe not what it would have been a year ago. So I think the two sides could probably look at each other and say, this probably makes sense for both of us. The Jaguars can afford to pay him a little bit more than other teams would, and they badly need that position. So I think if you're looking at Jacksonville, I think it's going to start at the wide receiver spot. They're going to look first at probably trying to keep Chark. Secondly, probably going to consider Allen Robinson and Juju Smith-Schuster. For me, that's just what makes the most sense. Alan, keep an eye on Chandler Jones. Rumors to Denver. Interesting. So I think Denver's going to be in on Vaughn again. But Chandler Jones makes a lot of sense as well. Really great edge rusher. One of the best available probably ever. Edges just don't hit the market like this. So to have Von Miller and Chandler Jones in one edge class together, that's insane. So this free agency class is insane. Ali here says, any idea on what the situation with Saquon is? Is he really on the block for a day 3 pick? Potentially, to be honest. I don't have any latest news on that. Let me see if I can get that for you guys here. This is the one thing. I try my best to be as ready as always. Just like the thing here is with across 32 teams, I do my best to know everything about each one. But sometimes with specific breaking news and rumors, sometimes you miss a couple things. So Saquon, I don't exactly know if there's any legitimacy to him being shopped currently. But what I do know is that, when you get a new GM, and I know that GM's going to explore everything. So I know he's going to look at what Saquon trades really could be. And I think realistically for a guy who's torn his ACL, hasn't had as much success in the NFL as maybe you would have hoped from a former number 3 overall pick, or number 2 overall pick, excuse me. It's difficult to see a team wanting to give up more assets for him, especially on the contract he's on. New Yorker says, looking forward to drafting Sauce Gardner. I'm interested in who you're a fan of, New Yorker, because if you are a Jets or Giants fan, I think they could make some sense. Sauce Gardner's really, really good. He's a really special player. I really like Ahmad Gardner. It's very rare that a 6'3" cornerback comes into the NFL, has extremely good length as well to him. He's going to be a phenomenal press man corner. If the Patriots want to go get a guy to replace J.C. Jackson, they should try and move up in the NFL draft to get, Sauce Gardner, because Sauce Gardner is like the perfect fit into New England with what they do with their system. So interesting. Texans whoa, we got news. According to Adam Schefter, Texans QB Deshaun Watson is expected to meet in the next 48 hours with the Panthers and Saints, amongst other teams. Per league sources, Watson wants to meet with them just as they want to meet with him before trade talks ramp up. Wow. So this is huge. So he is really helping find a way out of Houston right now by going to these meetings, by meeting with teams. And these teams are trying to get a good feel of not only where his situation's at, where he's at physically a little bit, but then also trying to sell him on like, hey, we're going to trade for you. Do you want to be here long term? Kind of like what happened with Carmelo Anthony back when he got traded to the New York Knicks, of course. When you trade for a player, there's a risk that, hey, maybe they didn't want to play for you. They didn't outright sign with you, so you're doing your due diligence. You're trying to make sure he wants to be there. And New Orleans, Carolina, they're going to be competing in the NFC South with each other. Jay Thack says, you see anything happening with Michael Thomas today, trade or cut? No, I don't think so. I think he's going to be staying in New Orleans. I don't think they're going to move on from him. Ali says, agreed, Belichick has his core belief that 99% of the team is replaceable. Can't argue with the man who's won 6 Super Bowls as a head coach, but it can be so frustrating. Yeah, no kidding. That's the thing is, like, there's certain things that Bill Belichick does. You're like, this is crazy. This doesn't make any sense of why he's not doing certain things. Like, why did the Patriots didn't keep great receivers around, Brady? Like, they had Randy Moss, and he had Brady had arguably the best season of all time as a passer, and the Patriots nearly had the best season ever as a team. So it's tough because you're like, why? Some of these things that he doesn't make sense, but at the same time, he wins more than anyone else has ever won, seemingly. So you can't really knock him too much, which is. It's like a plus and a negative, because like sometimes you're just like rolling your eyes because you're like, this is not a good decision, but at the same time everyone's like, well, he keeps winning, so let him do his thing. Jacob Moore, welcome to the stream. He says, can't forget about Asante Samuel for the Patriots too. Drop pick in the Super Bowl aside, dude was legit. Yes, Asante Samuel Sr. was a great cornerback, especially in the early 2000s. Was phenomenal. I remember getting to watch him a ton with the Eagles, and he had a really nice career. And I think Asante Samuel Jr. for LA is going to have a nice career as well moving forward. Robert Lamison, I think Juju's overrated. Hasn't done much since Brown left the Steelers. Yeah, the thing with Juju is I just don't think he's built to be a number one. I think what he's built to be is a number 2 wideout next to a pretty solid number 1. The best landing spot for Juju, to me, is Kansas City. I think he can be the guy that works across the middle for them, gives them a little bit more flexibility with what route concepts they can run from one of their 2 outside receivers. You can also line him up in the slot, which gives you more flexibility if you want Tyreek Hill out wide a little bit more. I think Kansas City is just the one that makes the most sense. I would be shocked if he doesn't sign in Kansas City. And I think Jacksonville, if they do go get Juju, Juju's probably better than what they have right now. Like, he's better than Laquan Treadwell, who's also in free agency. He's good. The issue is you don't want to pay him a ton, especially not to be your number 1, in my opinion. Gary Fuller, welcome to the stream, who wants to know who the Eagles target in free agency. So looking at the Philadelphia Eagles here right now, who they could target in free agency, they do have about $17 million in cap space. So with what this team needs, I think they could use an edge, they could use a corner, they could use a safety, and they could use interior offensive line. So given that, let's look at the cornerback room here. Let's go ahead and get this pulled up on stream even. For cornerbacks here, this is where I think it should start for them. And what I would like, just given that you have Dallas in your division, you have, Washington, who just brought in Carson Wentz. You also have to deal with the Giants, who have Kenny Golladay, which some of you guys might laugh at that. I might as well. He just didn't have a good year this year. I think you need a corner probably. So to go with Darius Slade. Now the interesting thing here is Philly's in a weird spot because they have 3 first-round picks. So they might look at today and be like, maybe we just bring in some depth and we'll address some of our needs in the NFL draft, which could make a lot of sense. They are tendering. Okay, yeah. So the Bengals tender Fred Johnson. Okay, wasn't too worried about that. But like you guys might laugh at this, but Eli Apple, I think he could be a pretty decent move for them. Stephon Gilmore could make some sense. He's a little bit older though, so if you have some concerns about that, it is what it is. Desmond King, he's been extremely inconsistent through his NFL career. Had some really great years with the Chargers, and then some really down years, and then playing in Houston. Hard to gauge anyone playing in Houston, but cornerback, that's kind of what it looks like for me. And then if we move to the edge spot, I don't really think they're in play for some of these top guys here. Like I don't really see them in play for Vaughn or Chandler Jones. Dante Fowler could make some sense if they're looking for a guy who maybe has some upside. Just didn't have a good year this past year with Atlanta though, so I'm not exactly sure what his market's going to be. Maybe they just say, hey, let's just keep Ryan Kerrigan. Let's see if we can bring in someone like an Alex Okafor out of Kansas City, or maybe like an Arden Key from San Francisco. Had a pretty good year this past year, and kind of play a little bit closer to the chest, keep their assets in the NFL draft, and keep their money flexibility for the future. Here we have a question from Big Naj, the risk taker. Welcome to the stream. He wants to know where Jadeveon Clowney's going, and that's always something tough to talk about here, because Jadeveon, it's hard to guess where he's going. Cleveland was the one that made sense last year. I talked about how that made sense. I think this year Dallas makes some sense. I think the Cowboys could use him, especially with Randy Gregory heading toward free agency. You could also look at a team like, maybe the Minnesota Vikings, who is kind of clunky a little, but at the same time, Jadeveon, they badly need an edge across from Danielle Hunter. So that could make some sense. Baltimore is losing literally every single defensive lineman they have on their roster, it feels like, this year. And they lost Matthew Judon last year, so they could use him. There's a lot of different places that I think make some sense. I just don't necessarily know if there's one that's like, wow, this is the no-brainer landing spot for him. Like, I think Pittsburgh could probably use him, but, like, do they really need to do that? I don't know. Philly, we just talked about the Eagles, so I just, like, is Jadeveon Clowney moving the needle for Philly? Like, is he worth giving $10 million? I don't know. So that's my thought. Koo says, according to multiple reports, Marcus Williams and his camp is looking for a deal in the 5-year, $75 million range. Plus, I'm a Jets fan. I love Sauce at 10, not 4. Okay, yeah. See, I agree, Coos. I think 10 is like great value. The one concern I have is, like, do the Giants take him at 7? And then do you, like, miss out on Ahmad Gardner? Because I think Gardner very realistically could be the best cornerback from this class. And the Jets do need a cornerback bad. So glad to have another Jets fan in here, though, Kuz. Glad you found the channel. That's absolutely awesome. Market 5 years, 75. So that's 15 a year, I think, right? 15 a year. So, I mean, that's what I was projecting. 12 to 15 is for sure what he's going to get. He's going to get somewhere in that range. Obviously, they're going to hope for that $15 million a year mark. I see him getting it. The Jags are going to be interested. The Jets will be interested. Lions, Washington will show some interest. So, I think it's a realistic outcome. He gets that because he's going to have a pretty strong market. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, subscribe as well if you are new, all of you in here. Thank you so much for stopping in today and following us for the NFL live stream here for free agency. Absolutely huge to have this much support on the channel. Let's go back here to Sean, what he's saying. Chances Allen Robinson goes back to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think it's 50-50, honestly. I think Allen Robinson is going to have a little bit of interest around the league, but I think Jacksonville is probably going to be the biggest pursuit for a wideout. I think Detroit would show some interest in A-Rob as well. They know him from in division. I think they probably would view him as a pretty good pickup for what he's been the last 3-4 years. But I think for the most part, Allen Robinson back to Jacksonville probably makes a lot of sense. Ian Farr says the Eagles have reportedly been heavily interested in Justin Reed. Yeah, he's a safety from the Houston Texans. He's still fairly young as well, so I think it makes a lot of sense for Philly, specifically with Rodney McLeod and Anthony Harris both headed toward free agency. They need to address safety, and I think Justin Reed's a really good option for them here. If they were to go out and get him, I think that just makes a ton of sense, to be honest. Where do you see Hassan Reddick land? 23.5 sacks last 2 years. So for Hassan Reddick, I'm not going to rule out Carolina because Matt Rule was his head coach at Temple. He just had a really good year again in Carolina with him. So I think that makes some sense. I also think Denver makes a lot of sense if they don't get Von Miller or Chandler Jones. I think the Broncos are going to probably go for Hassan Reddick. And then you also look at like maybe Philly. Philly does make some sense here. The thing I'm having issues with reading here is how aggressive is Philadelphia going to be? Are they going to go big for a edge? Are they going to go out and spend a lot of money? I don't know. I'm not sure if they're going to. Dallas makes some sense for Hassan Reddick as well. Then you look at other teams, maybe Arizona, if they do lose Chandler Jones, maybe they're like, well, we would like to have Hassan Reddick on our roster again. Like, do we want to make that move? And I think they would probably target that. Koo says, now if they take Gardner at 4, which you don't see a guy at 6'3" with his speed and ball skills, I won't be mad. Depending on what they do in free agency, hampers what they do at 10. Thoughts? So that's right. That's the thing is, like, I could talk myself into Ahmad Gardner at 4. Because not only, like, he's not one of those players where it's physical profile or tape. He's literally both. His tape is great. His physical profile is great. And players like that are really rare. This kind of happened with Denzel Ward. It was a weird draft class where, the Browns felt like they needed a cornerback at pick 4. So they took one. And he was great. Denzel Ward's really good. And the Jets badly need a corner. So if we took Ahmad Gardner, I wouldn't be mad. I just don't think that, it's optimized. Depending on what they do today, the Jets need to, from this offseason, they need to come out with a wide receiver 2. They need to come out with a running back 2, probably in, day 3 of the NFL draft. They need to come back with a cornerback 1 and maybe a cornerback 2, maybe. Bryce Hall's solid, but I don't know. I'm not sure. And they need to find at least one safety. And they need to find one linebacker, one edge, which feels like I just named like an entire NFL roster because the Jets have a ton of needs still. So it's kind of funny on our mock drafts. We just get so many comments saying that the Jets are just like great. And, it's like people really don't consider the fact that the Jets are ranked 32nd in defense this year. Like, I'm a Jets fan. So it's like I'm trying not to just hate on the team, but they're just not that good. So they need to add a whole bunch of things. So, and I don't think that's, rude to say or anything like that. I just have issues with, believing all the hype around some of it. Moving on here, Eric Castro says, do the Colts go after Marcus Mariota? Yes, probably. I think the Colts should be looking around at Jameis Winston. I think they should look at Mitch Trubisky. I think they should look at Marcus Mariota. Ultimately, they're going to have to make a decision on the QBs. So let's go ahead and pull that up on the stream for you guys so you can see everything that's available here. We got Trubisky, Jameis Winston, Teddy Bridgewater, who can make some sense as a bridge guy, Marcus Mariota, Cam Newton. I'm out on Newton. Andy Dalton. I'm way out on Andy Dalton. A Jacoby Brissett reunion. I don't like that too much. Blaine Gabbert, Tyrod Taylor, Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick's probably one of the better options of these guys because he's a gamer. He's going to come in and perform. Nick Mullins, maybe okay. Flacco, no. Geno, please no. Josh Dobbs, no. Kyle Allen, definitely not. Mike Glennon, no. Mike Glennon should not get another job in the NFL. AJ McCarron, no. I just don't know. I just not a good list of guys here after that top 4. So if you're not getting Trubisky, Winston, Bridgewater, Mariota, maybe, a guy like Brissett, like Fitzpatrick. I mean, it's really the top 4 bust here if you're trying to start a quarterback. So Trubisky, Winston, Bridgewater, Mariota, starting level. Colts need to sign one of them, I think, just with where they're at. Kuz says, I'm having a hard time believing the Jets are not in on Chark. I think it would be dumb not to. Big body receiver with ball skills, our Mims 2.0. Yeah, and this guy's actually good. He's fast, and he's going to be a really nice boundary wide receiver. The thing he does really well is stretch the field. I really liked him coming out of LSU. I thought that he was going to be a really good player. I actually ranked him in the top 5 wide receivers in that class before the actual NFL draft happened that year, and I think I was probably the only person to have him that high. And he's a one-time Pro Bowler. I think what the Jets are concerned about is the injuries. I know that the Jets have dealt with a ton of injuries this past year, and I think they probably want to go for some healthier players. But I think when you have a guy who has some injury history, you just have to consider the fact that sometimes that's bad luck and isn't really indicative of him as a player. Kuz says the Jaguars, Bengals, and Jets interested in free agent guard Brandon Scherff per Connor Hughes. Okay, well, thank you for putting that news in there. That's huge. Let's go ahead. I need to go back on Twitter and see what. Okay, we've got some news here. Zadarius Smith's in the top 101 free agents. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I'm keeping everything up to date. I'm going to pull up Pelissero and see if we got anything from him. I just want to make sure I'm staying up to date on everything. So yeah, nothing lately's happened or been rumored from the other sites I'm seeing. But Jags, Bengals, Jets interested in Scherff. I mean, I think this makes a lot of sense. If I'm Scherff, I would much rather go to Cincinnati than Jacksonville or New York. If I'm considering like what the football product looks like. Now, if I'm considering where I'd want to live, I'd probably go to New York over Cincy. But Jacksonville maybe will just throw the most money at him, which is huge. And you know, Washington, they're in a spot too where they could probably just try and keep him. Washington built up a really good offensive line. This offensive line this year really outperformed what I think a lot of people thought it was going to be. So they deserve a lot of credit for that. And Scherff obviously was right in the middle of that with his guard play. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what we have going on. Again, welcome everyone to the live stream. If you guys are new, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's go ahead here on the channel. I want you guys to comment your favorite team. So please, please, please comment your favorite team right now. Comment your favorite team. Let's go ahead and put this on the stream here now for you guys. I want to see your favorite team. Comment them down below. If you guys haven't already, reminder, free agency begins at noon Eastern time. We are 48 minutes away from that lovely time here. Deshaun Watson expected to meet with the Saints and Panthers within the next 48 hours. Koo says every single free agency I laugh because the Jags throw absurd contracts at people. Yeah, literally, like it happens rather consistently. The Jaguars, I mean, if you're in Jacksonville and your team hasn't been good, you have to spend a lot of money to get guys. So, you know, I understand. And sometimes, you know, it just comes down to hires. Like if you hire the wrong coach or GM, it just kind of ruins everything. Like right now, I know Jags fans just don't like Belky, and I can't blame them. So as long as he's there, though, it's going to be kind of tough waters for Jacksonville, I think. So Robert Lamison, obviously Duval County, big fan there for Jacksonville. Kuz is a Jets fan. Jacob Moore, Pats Nation, baby. That's awesome to see. Ian Farr cheering for the Eagles. That's awesome as well. Let's keep it rolling here. Comment your favorite team if you guys haven't already. And we'll get into my predictions here in just a minute, which is going to be a fun one. We're going to talk about where I think certain players land in free agency. Michael, welcome to the stream. He says, hey, brother, I'm confused. Does free agency open today? Like, can deals be made today? Yes, it does. It starts at noon Eastern time. So we are about 47 minutes away from the start of actual NFL free agency in which teams can agree to contracts. It's a moratorium period, so they technically can't sign them yet. And sometimes deals do fall through because of that. But what we do know is that most of these will be agreed upon. The terms will be agreed upon. And then at that point, they will be later signing those contracts and agreeing to those deals moving forward. Sebastian says, Bears fan, awesome. Glad to have you in here. And Michael says he's a Broncos fan. That's awesome. Russ season, no kidding. This is a great time for you to be subscribed to the channel because I'm sure we're going to be covering the Broncos all year long this next season because Russell Wilson and his debut with the Broncos, that is going to be a sight to see. Icy Demp says, I'm a Giants fan, but what do you think the Ravens do? Glad to have you in here, Icy. I know you check out a ton of our content. So I do want to just say thank you to you for staying so consistent with the channel and watching our stuff. I always appreciate seeing your comments and everything you leave on the channel. But for the Ravens, I think that they have to look at the defensive line. Specifically, let me read you some of the defensive linemen that they're losing this year. They're losing Calais Campbell. He's in free agency. They are losing Brandon Williams. He's in free agency. They also have Justin Ellis in free agency. And that's just interior defensive line. And then you look at their edges here as well. They're losing Justin Houston. That's 4 guys that they have to replace. And last year they lost Matthew Judon. So they've got a ton of players that they have to replace along the defensive line. So for them, I think that they look at maybe trying to bring Jihad Ward back from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Ward actually had a pretty good season this past year for Jacksonville. I was fairly impressed with him. I think that maybe they look at guys like Brandon Copeland or Lorenzo Carter. Those two could make some sense. Maybe Pernell McPhee. They try and keep him. They're also losing him. I forgot to mention him. I think they'll see if they can keep him back. Around Kyle Phillips from the New York Jets, I think could make some sense for them. And that's just at the edge spot. And then we go back to the interior defensive line. One guy who I think is almost a foregone conclusion to go to Baltimore would be like Taven Bryan, who was a former first-round pick back when Jacksonville was, renamed Saxonville when they were at the peak of their powers there in Duval County. He just didn't really work out. He's a Florida prospect, never really found success in the NFL, but I think Baltimore could probably try and unlock some of that athletic profile he has. Malik Jackson could be an interesting name to watch for them as well. And then I think, interesting. The price for the Texans for Deshaun Watson has not changed. 3 first-rounders and more. Wow. That is absolutely crazy. So 3 first-round picks is their expectation for him. I mean, it makes sense. We'll see if they can get it done. Kuz, realistically, though, do you want Scherf on the Jets? Injury prone will cost a hefty tag, though. So, no. To be honest, yes and no. I mean, in a vacuum, yes, he's phenomenal. And I think, you add him and your offensive line's nearly complete. And you've got one of the best units in the NFL. But at the same time, you're going to spend a lot of money doing it. So I've got some concerns. I got some questions about what that really looks like. Mary Ortiz says, hello. Welcome to the stream, Mary Ortiz. Glad to have you in here. Mary Ortiz was so awesome. Stuck with the live stream all throughout free age or through the NBA trade deadline. So I want to issue a big thank you to Mary as well for the continued support on the channel. JJ says, I wish Vikings would go after Brandon Scherf, Kirk, and him have history. Just cap space is the issue, right? That's the issue in Minnesota is cap space is really problematic right now. And it's not simply because of Kirk Cousins. I mean, obviously Cousins' contract does put a little bit of stress on them because when you pay a quarterback, it does tighten your books. But some of it is just, they had so many good players back when you look at 2017 when they were issuing out contracts. It's like, who do you choose not to keep? Can you afford to not keep Thielen? Not really. Can you afford to not give Dalvin Cook a contract? Maybe. You've also got, the defensive line. You're paying Danielle Hunter quite a bit. They've given out good contracts to interior defensive linemen. You also look at, other situations as well where you pay Harrison Smith because he took second in Defensive Player of the Year one year. And he deserved it. He's a great player. Harrison Smith's one of the best safeties in the league. So, they ran into this situation where they have an expensive quarterback who's pretty good. They have a lot of other really good players on their team, so you have to keep them, but you run into issues with the salary cap. Who says Joe Douglas bargain hunts? You agree? Yeah. I mean, I think so. I think Joe Douglas is going to probably make 1 or 2 big moves today, and then the rest of it's going to be trying to find depth pieces. For me, I hope that the big move comes at safety with Marcus Williams. I would love J.C. Jackson. I really would. If we signed J.C. Jackson, I would be over the moon today. But I don't necessarily know if that's going to happen or not. So, I'm not sold on that being an outcome. I just don't think it's going to, but I would love it. And I think one guy I really want, and this is going to be a little bit of a take that I don't think a lot of people hear. I really want Charvarius Ward from Kansas City. I really want him because I think he's going to be a pretty good price point, probably anywhere from $9 to $11 million a year. And he's a good corner. He's, in a system where they run exclusively man, almost. They run about 60% man coverage, which is, I think, top 2 in the NFL for man cover percentage. And Charvarius Ward is one of the better man corners available in free agency, quite frankly. And I think the Jets, if you want to get better defensively, and if you want to improve your pass rush, and you want to get better on that side of the football, you have to have man cover corners. I just think having guys who can match up gives you more flexibility, gives you more versatility in defensive play calling, and Charvarius Ward, one of the better players available for that. Jacob Luna, welcome to the stream, says, hey, diehard Bears fan, glad to have you in here. I think the Bears are going to be a really interesting team to watch for. And like Sebastian here is talking about, would you re-sign James Daniels for the Bears? Yes. And specifically when you look at the guard position this year, well, not even this year. This is historically true, but most of the guards that are available are 28 years old, maybe 30, 34 years old in some cases. James Daniels is 24, close to turning 25, but he's 24 years old right now. That is extremely young for a pretty solid offensive lineman to be available in free agency. I think he could be a really good pickup for a team. So, that for me, I really would like James Daniels to go to the Jets. I think he would be a really nice pickup. So for me, the Bears, I think they should definitely really focus on bringing in James Daniels, bring him back. Sage Roberts, welcome to the stream, says, pray for my Lions today. Yeah, we'll be hoping for the best for Detroit. Let's go ahead and look at how much money they have available to them. These are all rough estimates too. Stuff changes around a little bit as they restructure some deals. But $23.6 million in cap space here for Detroit. So they have enough money where they can make some serious noise, where they could get a good wide receiver or two, bring in a safety or two. They could maybe even bring in an edge. They've got a lot of flexibility, so I think it's good. Sebastian says, I would as well. He also fits the ideals the new management has presented. Yeah. James Daniels, just what his skill set is, it's going to be something that applies to a lot of NFL teams, especially with his age. I think he's still flexible yet, and I think he's someone that I think a lot of teams should have interest in. Kuz says, what's your opinion as Jets fan on Kayvon? So talking about Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon, I know people have concerns about him. I don't really care about the concerns. For me, when you're drafting, I don't understand what the deal is with this whole sometimes he disappears in games. His end of year numbers were pretty good, even playing through an injury and dealing with injury. Yes, sure, it happens, but let's not act like, Aaron Donald wasn't silent in the first half of the Super Bowl. If you're taking a defensive lineman, if they make 2 huge plays a game, that could end up being 20 tackles for loss and 17 sacks in a season. That 2 huge plays a game is huge. Maybe they're not going to have 70 tackles on a year. Okay, it's fine. The Jets don't even need that. The Jets have pretty solid interior defensive line play. They need an edge who can win in pass rush situations, and Kayvon Thibodeau can. He's really, really talented as a pass rusher. So athletically, he's gifted, and then also you look at what his bend physical standpoint, he's really good. So for me, if we can get him 4th overall, I would take Kayvon Thibodeau. It's either him or Kyle Hamilton for me 4th. I really, really like Kyle Hamilton. If we miss out on Marcus Williams today, I want Kyle Hamilton so bad. I think we should take him 4th. That's my hope. But it's always hard to picture exactly what's going to happen, especially before free agency actually starts. Paul Hoover wants to know, what will the Bills do? I will get to that in 1 second. Mountain Dew Zero, not sponsored, by the way. But for Buffalo, let's talk about the Bills here. For Buffalo, what I have listed as needs for them, and this is a little tough because they have about $1 million in cap space. I have cornerback, linebacker, and wide receiver. Levi Wallace is headed toward free agency. So, why do I have linebacker listed? I should not have linebacker listed because they have Milano and Tremaine Edmonds. I think I meant No, I didn't mean safety. What did I mean? I think I meant interior defensive line. So that's a mistake on my part. But for them, with what I have cornerback because Levi Wallace is gone, and then Emmanuel Sanders is also headed toward free agency. So I think it's going to be about retooling some of those places of need that you're losing in free agency yourself. But for the most part, they're really well set. So the Bills probably not going to be a ton of big action today, but I think what they're going to do is make a collection of smaller moves that really help them kind of solidify what they are in the AFC. Robert Lamison, do you think the Browns trade Jarvis Landry? They're going to try. Ultimately, what I think happens is he gets released. It's going to be hard to see a team wanting to sign up for his contract. I know they're also talking about restructuring. So it's possible that he actually stays in Cleveland on a restructured deal. It seems like there's a ton of outcomes yet available for Jarvis. Either he's playing in Cleveland on a new deal, he's released and enters free agency, or he gets traded for a very low price, probably like a 7th-round pick, maybe conditional 6th-rounder. So Jarvis is going to get dealt if a team feels like either they miss out on wideout today, but for the most part, I think Jarvis maybe like a landing spot would be New York with the Jets, but wow. But the thing here with Jarvis is I just don't think that there's going to be a ton of interest in taking in his contract with where it currently sits. Sage says there's also a lot of people in Lions community real hype on taking Hamilton at 2 if Hush gets taken first overall. Are we crazy Lions fans for wanting a safety at 2? Well, Lions fans are always crazy. Let's be honest about that. No, I'm just messing with you, but sort of, but not really. So for me, taking a safety 2nd overall just doesn't feel right? Like that just doesn't seem like a thing that should happen because safety, sometimes their impact on the game is a little bit less than like an edge or a corner or a QB or even a wide receiver, honestly. But at the same time, like when I evaluate this draft class, and I've spent a ton of time doing it, we've done probably like 35 mock drafts on the channel. One of them just came out today at 10 a.m. There's a lot of value in going for a safety with Kyle Hamilton's skill set. I think realistically he could be the best player in the class. So taking the best player in the class 2nd overall, it doesn't sound crazy, but there's also a chance that he's like the 7th best player in the class, which that's again a really good floor. Don't get me wrong. That's awesome. But taking a safety who isn't the best player in the class 2nd overall doesn't feel as good. Joe V says, would love to see Bengals trade for Lyle Collins and draft maybe a Dylan Parham from Memphis on day 2, plus a Kyler Gordon to replace Eli Apple. Yeah, Kyler Gordon probably going to be available a little bit later than a lot of people expected because he did not run well at the Combine. His Combine performance definitely did hurt his draft stock a little bit. Lyle Collins would be huge. The other thing to watch for here, if I'm Cincinnati, is either Scherf or Teron Armstead. Those two guys are the best available offensive linemen. One of them, of course, Armstead as a tackle. And then you look at the other one here with Scherf being a guard. Gives you flexibility. They need to improve in both areas. They need better tackle play. They need better interior offensive lineman play. So I don't think you could really get it wrong with either, whichever way they choose to attack. And I mean, trading for Lyle Collins could make some sense as well. If you're able to get him for, a cheaper value than what he's really worth, just because Dallas is trying to open up some money, that's possible. ATG Rico says, what do you think the Giants do with Saquon and Evan Ingram? So let's start with Evan Ingram. I think that there's a chance he actually comes back, which is probably a hot take. I know Giants fans maybe aren't the most excited to hear that because, I know Evan Ingram isn't the most loved player in New York. Let's be honest about that. And I don't blame Giants fans as to why either. He's struggled with drops. He just hasn't been the player I think a lot of people hoped he would be. But what I do know is their new GM, Joe Shane, who they brought over from Buffalo, really likes athletic players. And Evan Ingram's an athletic tight end. So I think, maybe a 1-year deal, see what he is, get him in the building with Brian Dable. And I think there's a chance that he really succeeds in that new offense. I really do think that there is an outcome in which they could pull him here. Browns have interest in Zadarius Smith doing their homework. Interesting. But then with Saquon, I think ultimately he's going to be on the Giants next season. I don't think he's going to get traded, but we'll see. Paul Hoover wants to know about the edge position for the Bills, and he's asking about Chandler Jones. So for Chandler Jones, I just don't think he ends up in Buffalo. The thing, though, with Buffalo is you guys drafted 2 edges last year, and I think Gregory Rousseau is ready to take a massive step. I think the Bills are really well set at the edge position. Actually, I know that they're losing Mario Addison and Jerry Hughes in one free agency, which is tough. But at the same time, you guys planned for this. You guys were prepared and ready. And I think Russo is going to have a great season. Luza, the Redskins fan, says, remember I predicted the Curtis Samuel signing last year? Yes, you did, Luza. I do remember that, actually. That was absolutely awesome. So hopefully you can bring a little bit of that magic again this year. For those of you who don't know, I did do an NFL live stream last year for free agency. We had a ton of viewers in that, and that was absolutely awesome. It was huge for the channel, and Luza was in there the whole time and made some great predictions that ended up coming to fruition. I see Dem said, low-key, what happened with Spencer Rattler is insane. Yes, it is. I remember, for any of you that have been on the channel for a while, you probably remember our first mock of the season here before college football started. And, it's a way too early one. Never actually ends up being correct because, so much changes in the last year. These guys are playing college football and everything. But Spencer Rattler, we had him go first overall. When we started that process with Trevor Lawrence, we had him go first overall. Now, Lawrence was much more of a sure thing than Rattler, for sure. Rattler was like a little bit of a projection on, what his profile is and some of those traits and what he could become. Whereas Lawrence is a little bit more like surefire. But still, Rattler, falling out of not only the first round, but basically out of the NFL draft this year was insane. So it's not a surprise he transferred. It's not a surprise that, he's not in the NFL draft this year, but just based on how he played, but based on where we thought he could be at the start of the year, it is insane. Koo says, do you think that we see the Jets address? What do you think the Jets address first today will lead us to believe where they lean in the draft? Yes and no. I mean, if it's a corner, I still think it's possible we draft a corner anyway, because I still think we could use two, arguably. If it's a safety, I still think we could take Kyle Hamilton because we could use two, honestly. So yes and no. I think if we take an edge, it leans us away from an edge because we have Carl Lawson coming back. So if we send an edge today, I think that we're probably out on edges, at least at pick 4. But you never really know. I mean, if someone's available that they really love, they'll pull the trigger regardless of position. Robert says, Clay Harbor said, Jags fans, dust off your A-Rob jersey. I like him. Kirk. Then grab Justin Ross or the kid from South Alabama. So interesting here. So we have a little bit of news seemingly that maybe Clay Harbor saying that Allen Robinson is going to be back in Jacksonville. I will appreciate, too, if you guys can keep me updated in the chat on everything that goes down today because, of course, there's certain people on Twitter or certain people that I don't follow that maybe you guys have a little bit more insight to than I do. So make sure to put that in the chat so we can get everyone on the same page. And hopefully this becomes a really good collaborative platform for everyone to keep up to date on NFL free agency, which is really the hope for the channel today. Sage says, I wonder if Odell stays in LA. I still don't know how they can afford anything. Right. They are in such a weird money situation, right? They're negative 20 million in cap space. So I'm not sure how they're going to get everything done. It's crazy, but what I do know is they'll find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, and they'll get something done. Paul Hoover says, will Bills trade for Fletcher Cox or Danielle Hunter? For me, I think Fletcher Cox is the one that makes more sense. Add him into the interior a little bit more. Get a little bit better against the run game. I mean, their pass defense this past year was so good that I don't necessarily know if you need to super aggressively go after a guy like Danielle. Fletcher Cox is the one that makes sense. The issue is his cap number is a little weird right now, and Philly would incur a huge number of dead cap. So you'd have to give up a pretty good asset for him, probably like a second-round pick at least. So do the Bills want to do that? I don't know. Maybe. I think it's possible. Sean says, my dark horse for the Jags is at 1 is Kyle Hamilton. I think the Jags should go true best player available, and that's Kyle Hamilton. Rayshawn Jenkins is gone next year. His contract is atrocious. Yeah, his contract did not age well at all. That was one of the worst contracts given out last free agency period. I've talked about it. We've talked about it in our mock drafts and everything. Kyle Hamilton, not really a good, not really in play at 1, I think. But if they did it, it wouldn't fully shock me. I'd be like, wow, they did it. And I wouldn't even be mad about it. I think he's great. I think they'd be way better with him. But Do they have the guts to do that? Do they have the guts to take a safety first overall? I think they play it safe. I think they go edge. Probably either Kayvon Thibodeau or Aiden Hutchinson's going to be the first overall pick. Icy Dem says, you think John Ross still has potential, or he just a bust and should not have a job? So I think he's a bust, but I think he should have a job. What I think his job should be is like a wide receiver 4 for a team like Buffalo, maybe, or for the Chargers. Like, since the Chargers are going to probably lose Jalen Guyton today, I think like a John Ross replacement makes sense because he's got similar speed to Guyton and can, probably run up the seam pretty well. As long as you're not asking him to run anything other than a fly, he could probably run the route. Like John Ross, this is the example of a guy who, earlier I talked about Ahmad Gardner, where you have the tape and the profile athletically. Ross had one of those things. Ross had the profile. He didn't have the tape. Ross was not a polished receiver when he came in. Think about Kevin White with the Chicago Bears as well. Combine warriors sometimes work out, sometimes they become the worst picks ever. And I think John Ross is an example of not being a good selection. Robert Lamison here says Hamilton and Cisco. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Hamilton with Cisco, that's a really good combination together. Those two complement each other really well. Hamilton, really good size. He can play up in the box. He's very athletic and quick. And Cisco, a good playmaker in the back half. So, I think it makes sense. Kuz says, I can't believe we're in a society where there are talks about a safety going even top 3, even top 5. It's insane, but he can have the impact of a weapon, a.k.a. Brian Dawkins. Right, that's the thing. So, look at the Jamal Adams thing. It's weird because now the Seahawks definitely lost that trade. They give up 2 first-round picks for a safety, which is, I don't know, a little strange, but I understand why, because he was 24 and was playing great football. So it's one of those things where you take Hamilton, maybe he holds his value, maybe he doesn't. So I don't know. Sage says, Swiss Army knife on the field. I'm from Michigan and even a Wolverines fan. I want Hamilton over Hutch. Interesting. So, that's the thing is, Hamilton, like I said, I think he's the best player in the class. I am very high on him. But at the same time, even being the best overall player, how much does he impact winning? You put him on your team, do you get 3 games better? Maybe, maybe not. You add an elite edge, usually there's some good byproducts from that. And for me, for Jacksonville, I think I would probably just take an edge and play it safe. With the idea that either Thibodeau or Hutchinson is going to be really productive for me. And I put a guy across from Josh Allen and try and build a duo that's hard to block. ATG Rico says, what free agents do you see the Giants getting? So again, a question here about New York. So the Giants here going into free agency don't have a ton of money. In fact, they're negative right now. What I see them targeting, first of all, is Mitch Trubisky. I think they're going to aggressively target Mitchell Trubisky, to be honest. I think there's a chance he's their starter next season. And then I think that wide receiver, they'll look at, some slot guys, maybe someone like Russell Gage. Tight end, I think they'll consider a couple players out here. Chris Herndon could make some sense. Ricky Seals-Jones, maybe, from Washington. And then I think they're going to look at some offensive linemen as well. So, maybe something like Trey Turner, who's had a couple down years now. You bring him in, maybe AJ Cann from Jacksonville. You're looking for some size, probably along the interior offensive line specifically. They have Billy Price, who's in free agency right now as well. So maybe they try and bring him back. Matt Paradis could make some sense from Carolina. There's some options out here for them, for sure. So I think they're going to be one of the more interesting teams to watch. Sean says, have you heard any trade rumors centered around the Jags at 1? A trade back is a trade back is what I would like the most. So yeah, I think, me and my co-creator on the channel here, we talk about that a lot, about the Jaguars trading down. And the issue is there's not a player that a team's going to for sure want to move up for. This is what I had in mind. If the Jets really love one of the edges, why would the Jaguars say no to this? The Jets have 4 picks in the top 40. So the Jets offer pick 4 and pick 38 for 1 and Jacksonville's 3rd. So Jacksonville moves down 3 spots in round 1. And what they get to do is move up from, pick 65 essentially to pick 38. That's a pretty massive jump from round 3 into round 2. So they'll have themselves 3 picks in the top 40, which I think is pretty valuable to Jacksonville to be able to add another early round 2 pick. Now, I know the value is not great for what the first overall pick's usually worth, but the reality right now is there's not great assets there that they're going to be like, oh, we need to take this guy because there's a franchise quarterback or anything like that. I feel like it's a good way to move up a pick, and you probably get a player you probably would have been content with taking at 1 anyway at pick 4. I think that makes some sense, but again, I don't know if the value is that good, so I don't know if the Jaguars are going to be willing to do that. Sage says, I watch every Lions game, and our safeties took us out of every game. We couldn't defend over the top. Hamilton makes us 3 games better, which is insane to say, actually. I understand that, but at the same time, like your guys' safeties were terrible, but so Kyle Hamilton makes you 3 games better than them. But say you sign Anthony Harris in free agency for $6 million a year, and you sign Daniel Sorensen, who maybe isn't that good, but he's at least safe and solid. Then does Kyle Hamilton make you 3 games better than average safety play? Maybe, maybe not. That's really where the question is. Icy Dem says, I agree. I'm not high on Daniel Jones at all. I don't have a clue why they took him, but maybe the new front office will have some sense. Yeah, see, Daniel Jones is not good. I think he's terrible. So, he's a turnover machine. I don't think he really elevates his wide receivers. What he is somewhat athletic. That's his upside. So, for me, the Daniel Jones selection never made any sense either to me. Who says, huge news according to multiple reports. J.C. Jackson and his camp looking for a 3 to 4 year deal, around $19 million. Yeah, I mean, they should be. They should be looking for up to 5 even. They should. Well, their initial asking price to me should be 5 years, $100 million, which is a lot. That's what they should be asking for, though, and then maybe negotiate downward a little bit from there. But that's the thing to me is I just don't really know what I for sure see going on for them at this point. I'm gonna real quickly. I'm gonna check on the stream real quick. I do have one question about one thing real quick, so I will be back in just 30 seconds. All right, and we're back here now. Moving on to Sage's comment. What's your thoughts on Marcus Williams? He's a really good safety, and I think he deserves a lot of credit, too, for his mental fortitude. One of the toughest things to do in all of pro sports. He is really, really talented, and to have overcome what happened back in 2017 with the Minneapolis Miracle, I mean, that's miraculous in its own right that that play didn't essentially end his career, because to have had such a monumental mistake on a huge stage, the playoffs to get to the NFC Conference Championship, to have the mental fortitude to withstand that and to continue going forward and being a good player, that is really tough. The line between being great and being bad is this thin. It's a tiny line. And for him to stay on the top half of that line shows how smart and how good of a player he really is. So I'm hoping he gets a good payday today. I really do hope for his own sake. KP Underdog says at 1, you take a quarterback, someone that can chase the QB or someone that can block for the QB, not a safety. So it's interesting you say can block for the QB, because offensive tackle doesn't generically have a good track record picked 1. Look at Eric Fisher. There's some other cases where, pick 1 offensive tackles don't work super well. So it's interesting you say that. Historically, yes, that's usually how it goes, KP. So I see what you're saying. But it's interesting. Safety, I know it seems out of left field, but sometimes I feel like we just overthink things, and we're all sitting here saying that we think Kyle Hamilton's arguably the best player in the class, or one of the better players in the class, and he might fall 8 to Atlanta. That just doesn't make sense to me. Koo says, I see Demp. I agree. Giants should have moved on from Jones. The ceiling is Kirk Cousins. That was my evaluation. That's a pretty high ceiling. Kirk Cousins is good. Daniel Jones is not good. So that's a high ceiling comparison for him. I think if he got up to Kirk Cousins level, the Giants would be really happy with that. I just don't think he'll ever get there. Jacob says if it's a shorter deal, JC could hit free agency again at 29, 30 years old and cash in again. That's fair. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe like 2 or 3 years does make more sense than 5. The thing, though, is with cornerback, how volatile of a position it is. Sometimes getting that payday on guaranteed money could just be really good to begin with. So, like what, if he signs a 3-year, then he goes back and gets another 3-year deal until he's 32. And probably that second 3-year is probably cheaper than this first 5-year would be. So, I see your point, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Robert says, I feel Daniel Jones needs to change. The Giants haven't put him in position to succeed. Yeah, partially true, but at the same time, I just don't think he's going to succeed. I think this is like a Sam Darnold situation here where he's just on a bad team, but also isn't a good quarterback. So, it's hard to fully evaluate that because you're like, well, if he had this around him, he'd do this. But, the same was true about Darnold until it wasn't, right? Everyone's like, well, the Jets just didn't surround him with anything, but then he gets somewhere and he just is terrible. Think about what Aaron Rodgers has done with Marquez Valdes-Scantling and, Equanimeous St. Brown. Sure, he has Devontae Adams, but he elevates his other guys. Tom Brady elevated his other guys. Now, it's not fair to hold that, comparison to these other younger quarterbacks, but at some point, if you're a really good quarterback, you're going to make the receivers around you pretty good as well, and he just hasn't done that. Sean says, I've heard the Lions are in love with hometown boy Hutch. Jags need to play it off that they're 100% taking Hutch at 1 and force the Lions to pay up. That's an interesting point as well. The issue is, maybe they just call your bluff, or maybe they like someone else as well. The Lions could love him, but they could also really like someone else too and just be content. If the Lions trade up one spot for an edge, that's a mistake to me, especially if they give up actual assets. Braden here says, sounds like JC is going to the Chargers. That's what I think. I tweeted that last night. I think that's basically a done deal. I would just be shocked if he's not actually in LA by the end of the day. We are 13 minutes away, by the way, from the start of actual NFL free agency, so hopefully you guys are excited. Kuz says, hot take Malik Willis to Seattle. Funny, we actually had an NFL mock draft come out 47 minutes ago on the channel, and you'll have to check that out because Malik Willis maybe lands with a certain team named the Seahawks. Kuz says Chargers are going to overpay like they did for Mike Williams. Yeah, they definitely paid top-end price for Mike Williams, but, it's hard not to when your quarterback wants him. So, Diego says Zadarius Smith with Matt Judon would be amazing. Greetings from Mexico. Bienvenidos. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream today. Awesome having you in here, Diego. Hopefully you're enjoying. I think the Patriots to get Judon, or to have Judon and add Zadarius Smith would be perfect. Zadarius Smith's the perfect type of Patriot, honestly. When you look at his physical frame, what he is as a talented pass rusher, it makes sense. Icy Dem says, to be honest, I love the NFL, but I definitely don't get excited like I do for the NBA free agency. Yeah, I feel that too. I really love sports in general, but NBA gets me a certain kind of hype. But NFL free agency, it's huge. There's a lot of really good players this year, so I think this year's free agent class is going to be really, really awesome, honestly. Sage Roberts says, I think Watson goes to the Seahawks. Interesting. That's an interesting move. We'll see if they get a deal done. There's a lot of moving pieces there. They did just pick up 2 first-round picks in the deal from Russell Wilson, though, so, maybe. I do think there's a little bit of legitimacy to that, so I couldn't, blame you for that right now. For thinking that. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream today. Make sure you guys are in here. And we do actually have a special guest joining us here today as well. He is the owner of Charged Up Sports YouTube channel. And I'm getting joined by him right now, joined by special guest Trevon Chris Robertson. Trevon, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Glad to have you in here. Last year, Trevon was part of the NFL free agency live stream. So it's awesome having him back in here again today. And we've just been going through some comments here, Trey, about a whole bunch of different things, talking about the Jets, talking a lot about the Chargers today as well, a team with nearly, let's go ahead and pull up their salary cap space numbers. They've got about $22 million in cap space, but there's a little bit more wiggle room for them if they restructure a couple things. Do you think J.C. Jackson's going to end up in L.A.?
There's tons of smoke behind it. I think that it makes all the sense. Brandon Staley really wants to go and get himself his own number one corner, and I think that would be a great move for them. I think that obviously there are other options such as like a Stephon Gilmore or Tre'Davious Ward. I know a lot of Charger fans have talked about just because he's from the Chiefs and he's younger and he'll be like a lot cheaper than JC is. He's like an ascending corners, but there are options. I expect the Chargers to be very aggressive for sure.
Yeah, I think they will be as well. I really – oh, wow, Dolphins and Agba agreed to an extension. So 4 years, 65 for Emmanuel Agba. He is staying put in Miami right before the buzzer here, essentially. So he is staying
I have a
with
question.
Miami. Yep.
Is that music from the stream?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I
was like hearing it and I couldn't really figure out where it was.
Yeah, no, it's just a little bit of a background track for the stream. But so Emmanuel Agba staying put in Miami, that makes sense right before the buzzer here. They're worried about losing their guy. Keep him in town there in Miami. I think that's a pretty good move for them. And talking about the Chargers, I'm glad you brought up Tre'Davious Ward because he is a really nice young cornerback. They've asked him to do a lot there in Kansas City. He's pretty much been the main guy for them defensively.
Basically, he gets put on an island for a lot of the time,
right.
To be honest.
They run so much man coverage there that I think, a player like him, it's so tough to cover one-on-one in man. So the fact that he's been able to hold up as well as he has early in his career, I think shows a lot of good potential for him. And I think he would be a really good fit in Staley's defense if they don't get J.C. Jackson. But last night I did tweet that I think J.C. Jackson is going to end up in L.A. It just seems like a foregone conclusion to me, just with all the smoke behind it, like you're saying. So I don't want to jinx it. Try not to, but
I mean, the only thing that is very uncharacteristic, to be honest, is that there is smoke because the Chargers never really let anything leak. Like, you never know what the Chargers are going to do until it happens. For example, like nobody saw the Khalil Mack trade until the Khalil Mack trade happened. And it's not like they were working on it like for weeks. They literally started and called the Bears, I'm going to assume pretty much after Russell Wilson decided to come to the Broncos. And that was like, okay, well, now we just have to do something. And that was able to materialize within a couple hours or a day or two or whatever the case may be. So they really never let things like get out into the public and things like that. They would do a really good job with that. But right now, it just seems it's so much is happening. You know what I mean?
Right.
It could be his agent, just trying to ramp up the market and trying to like make his bidding price go up and up and up and up and up. But I mean, I think when you get a guy like Khalil Mack, and already the pieces that you have on defense with Joey, with Derwin, with Drew Tranquill, like JC is gonna see that and want to play alongside that. You know what I mean? That's an amazing defense. If you add him, so he's that missing piece. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can look at it and say, we can go win a Super Bowl with me as a number one corner, and as well as I can get my bag to that. So aggressively has wanted, especially being an undrafted guy. So he's gonna want his money for sure.
Right, that's JC's deserving of the bag. He really is. And then the thing is, you look at what they were able to add in the draft last year. They did a phenomenal job, and that's what Tom Telesco's best at is honestly drafting. He hit so often on his draft picks. You specifically look at Rashawn Slater. I mean, that's a home run pick in round one. And then Asante Samuel Jr. too. I mean, he's like the perfect cornerback too for the future if JC Jackson's your one, because you can play physical, you can play press coverage. And it gives you a lot of flexibility with what you want to do with this defense, which is nice.
I think the thing is as well to note that, like, Brandon Staley has gotten Telesco really out of his comfort zone, right? Like, I think that Telesco knows, to be honest, this is Telesco's third coach. So it's probably this. And if this coach does not work out, you're probably gone. Like, and I don't know if that changes his way, but like, I know for a fact, like, Tom Telesco a few years ago would not have made a move like Khalil Mack, and the fact that he was able to convince him to do so is probably Brandon Staley pounding the table like, let's get this guy. I know many a times Staley has talked about Mack, not even like when asked. He just says, "Oh, he's this perfect guy. I got to coach him, and that was his best year." Like they have a great connection with each other, and it seems wherever Staley goes, like the star players really gravitate towards him and really buy in to what he has to do, especially with like Jalen Ramsey. I know like everybody knows that connection there, and everybody knows like Ramsey loves him, and that's why Derwin is so close with him now because he saw how Ramsey was, and they're best friends. So he saw how close he was with him, and he will reciprocate those feelings as well.
Yeah, most definitely there. I think you hit the nail on the head there with some of your analysis on the Chargers. Let's go ahead here, Trey, to some predictions here for Utility Sports, what's going to happen in free agency. Let's start actually here at the quarterback position. So I'm not sure if you can see that on the stream, Trey. You got that there?
Yes, I just got it.
Okay. Yeah, so we got Mitchell Trubisky here from the Buffalo Bills. My thoughts on where, if I had to guess where he goes, I would say the New York Giants because of the connection to Brian Dable and GM Joe Shane there. But I know there's also some interest from Pittsburgh and a few other QB needy teams. Is there a different outcome you see for Trubisky right ahead of free agency?
I would probably agree with the New York just because Brian Dable is there. But to be honest, we haven't seen Brian Dable with anybody other than obviously Josh Allen, and he might want that prototypical 6'6" big arm type move around type of frame. And Trubisky does have a good athleticism. He's kind of underrated in that aspect, but he's not 6'6". I don't know if he has the best arm, but just when you're a rookie head coach, you might want somebody with the familiarity of your offense instead of a guy like Daniel Jones who has to relearn everything like that. So that can be an option. I see you have Jameis there as well. I mean, I don't see why the Steelers wouldn't be interested in him personally. He kind of almost reminds me a lot of a Big Ben. You know what I mean? I'm gonna sling it down the field. I'm not really gonna care what happens, and hopefully somebody can make a play kind of thing. You know what I mean? And he was playing solid in New Orleans before he got hurt. He wasn't the best, but he was definitely serviceable. And that's an option instead of going out and trading away assets to go get a guy like Jimmy G. I think that could be a big signing for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think Jameis is the best available quarterback right now at this point, just given, outside of his injury, you look at what that year sitting in New Orleans behind Drew Brees, I think was massive for him in his development. He looked just a lot more of a pro-ready quarterback, a guy who was a little bit more, safe and secure in the pocket, felt a little bit more comfortable. His footwork was cleaned up a little bit, and his decision-making was much, much better. Obviously part of that was he wasn't throwing the ball down the field as frequently. That's what Sean Payton was asking him to do. But in Pittsburgh there, like you said, he has the arm talent to be able to air the ball out if you want him to, but he's also developed in terms of reading the field and also playing a little bit safer with it. So I think he's an interesting guy. Let's skip over Teddy Bridgewater. I think, maybe Indianapolis makes sense for him, but I want to get to a player that I think is pretty interesting that I know you know quite a bit about there in the AFC West. That's Marcus Mariota for the Raiders.
I think he definitely should get a shot somewhere, at least to compete for a starting job. It doesn't make sense for him to stay there, in my opinion. I think when you look at teams that might need quarterbacks, I would have suggested the Commanders, but they went out and got Carson Wentz as their guy. So we're looking around the league. I mean, I know there is, obviously Pittsburgh. I just threw them out as an option. I think. What are some other quarterback needy teams?
I mean, you could consider, Detroit maybe. I know they have Goff there, but I mean, I don't think they're looking at Goff too seriously as their long-term guy.
I agree. And we have one more minute before everything's about to just start going crazy. So.
Everything about to kick off soon here. Hopefully you guys are excited for this live stream. I'm extremely hyped for what this is going to be. Lions have re-signed linebacker Alex Anzalone as well. So Alex Anzalone is staying put in Detroit. Let's go ahead
and the Rams are keeping tackle Nate Boom. No
Boom. Yep. Okay. Yes. So No Boom is staying as well. So Anzalone staying with the Lions. No Boom staying with the Los Angeles Rams. Pretty awesome here to start off free agency. We've already had some re-signs that matter. Panthers are cutting pass rusher Morgan Fox. That's interesting. So he is going to join the edge rushing group here. Morgan Fox, that's interesting, to say the least. I don't have his age off the top of my head, but we'll get him thrown in there. And it is now officially noon Eastern time. So free agency is technically underway now. At this point, teams can start contacting players. Trevon, let's talk about some of the big fish here. Edge position, Von Miller. Where do you think he lands?
I think Von Miller will end up probably, I think, ultimately back with the Rams. I think that the Broncos are an option for him, but I see Chandler Jones going there as well. I mean, maybe they go get both. I'm not really, sure. I wouldn't surprise me, especially with how things have been going in our division for sure. I'd look at a guy like Hassan Reddick, who I really liked a lot for the Chargers as well. But obviously that's probably not going to happen. Another guy, a former Charger, and Chinnan Nwosu, is also on the market as well. And I think that he showed a lot of promise towards the end of the year when it comes to like getting his hands up in the air. And he didn't create a lot of turnovers, but he was able to wreck opposing tackles when people were just so focused on Bosa. He's able to have that he's a good, solid number 2 pass rusher. In my opinion, I think that we're going to see some big names. I think today we can expect Von Miller and definitely Chandler Jones to probably be off the board for those for day one.
And we have our first signing here. 4 years, $40 million for Alex Kappa. He is leaving Tampa Bay for the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Bengals already addressing their offensive line here. That's interesting here. Alex Kappa gets $40 million a year for the Bengals. And that's going to be the person who I think smiling a little bit more than even Joe Burrow and Alex Kappa right now is probably Brandon Scherff, because if Alex Kappa is getting $10 million on the market, I'm sure Brandon Scherff is going to get a hefty amount, probably closer to $15 million. I would have to guess, just based off of comparison here between Alex Kappa. Holly, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Jacob Moore says insert Joker. Here we go, GIF. Yes, no kidding. Yes, Sage, very excited, saying Anzalone staying in Detroit. Sage Roberts also said, I guarantee after Trey Flowers is released, Patriots pick him back up. I feel that's very much a safe bet. I would be shocked if that doesn't happen, to be honest. And then Robert Lamison wants to know, Allen Robinson or Christian Kirk to the Jaguars. Trey, what do you see for that?
Christian Kirk to the Jaguars. It could be an option. I think that they definitely need some help outside. I'm pretty sure Chark is a free agent, is he not, as well?
Yep. Chark's a free agent as well, so they have an opening.
Apparently, Marquez Valdes-Scantling has interest from the Raiders, Bears, Niners, Colts, and Texans per league source right now. So I think immediately as soon as that clock hit 12, there's just they definitely had that in place with Cap, but they were just.
All of a sudden, we agree.
Within 1 second, this starts to happen.
Bengals GM sitting there, got the number dialed and everything, just waiting to hit call at noon. By the way, we're offering you 4 years, 40. You want to sign? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Send the tweet.
That's so ridiculous, but
we already know tampering is all year.
Oh yeah, they're always tampering. Let's be honest. Curtis says Alex Kappa to Bengals, 4 years, $40 million. Yep, huge. Thank you guys so much for bringing in the news just to make sure we don't miss anything. Absolutely huge here. Let's try and grade this here for Cincinnati, Trey. The Bengals get 4 years, $40 million to Alex Kappa. To me, this is like a B+ move. What's your thoughts?
I think that it's probably around there. I mean, I think they noticed that they obviously need some help along the offensive line, and they really just wanted their guy. I know they've been in the Lionel Collins interest as well to trade for him, and I would if I was them and try to go all in. You just made a Super Bowl with a pretty poor offensive line. To help yourself get some more, I could definitely see that in play as well.
Right. The one thing Alex Kappa does really well as a guard is hold up in pass protection, which I think is really, the goal here with Cincinnati is keep Joe Burrow upright a little bit longer and let Jamar Chase be Jamar Chase by letting him attack down the field. I don't think that, Alex Kappa in a vacuum is probably not worth $10 million a year. But this is what happens in free agency. You end up paying more money for a guy like Alex Kappa because there's other teams you're going to be competing with a little bit and fighting positioning for. So Alex Kappa to the Cincinnati Bengals, it's a good move because they needed to address the guard position. They got a pretty good one here in him. Braden here wants to know now, does this mean that the Bengals are not going to go after Trevon Armstead? Now, that's an interesting question. The Bengals, I had them at around, with the money that they had, I had them around $35 million. So now they're down to around 25-ish, assuming that this is all cap hit, $10 million. It could be a little bit more, it could be a little bit less. Do you think the Bengals, Trevon, should still pursue Trevon Armstead?
I think it's definitely an option, like I said before. Like, you can never be, you can never have too much on the line. So, I mean, definitely getting the right tackle like that. He's the best on the market right now. I don't see why that wouldn't be an option. They have the cap space to do it. I would imagine that it's not all 10 mil. I know at least with the Chargers, they try to backload the contract a lot more, so it gives them more flexibility to be able to spend. Like they pose like if we sign JC, and he wants 20 mil, his cap hit might only be 15 for this year, and then it just financially goes up from there. Just to allow him, go to him and say, we want to sign some more people. We don't just want you, but let's go. We're gonna give you your bag. We're gonna give you either more guaranteed and then more a bigger cap hit down the line. So then we'll worry about it then.
Right
now, Mo. But I definitely see them going after Armstead. That doesn't mean that he should be off their board by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think they should still pursue Armstead. I think one thing too is the Bengals haven't been talked about as a cornerback landing spot as much as I think they should be. So we'll see if they pursue any corners as well. Ian Farr says now the Bengals need 4 more offensive linemen. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I'm going to leave a star on that so we can come back to that one later because I think they're going to be aggressive looking for more offensive line help as well. I think that they're still going to pursue that. Curtis, thank you for putting this in here as well. Dolphins and Emmanuel Ogbah, 4 years, $65 million, $32 million guaranteed there with that. So again, pretty interesting to watch Emmanuel Ogbah get a good payday as well. Sage Roberts says Wagner, Za'Darius, and Chandler. The linebacker movement is what I'm most interested in. Yeah, that's what we're going to have to watch for. There's Darius Smith, of course, just got released by the Green Bay Packers this morning. And then Koo's here now saying, Philly Sports just reported Raiders and J.C. Jackson are in talks of a contract that exceeds $20 million. Who reported that, Koo's? If you could share that with me, I would love to know because I am trying to keep up on everything. J.C. Jackson, Trey, would you say he's the best free agent available?
I'd say he's the best free agent corner. He's probably the best free agent, overall. I mean, the fact that he's had so many takeaways over the past 2 years is just kind of just absurd as well. I haven't seen that source at all, so I'll keep looking. I haven't seen any talk of JC at all.
Yeah, I have not either yet up to this point. Nothing exactly. There's a lot of reports tying him to LA, so I don't see that quite yet. If you could share, Kuz, who you're seeing. Sit-ins, welcome to the stream. I remember you coming in here last year. Awesome to have you in the stream. I know you're probably a little sad with some of the news around the Seattle Seahawks releasing Bobby Wagner, trading Russell Wilson, but don't worry, you guys got some decent assets for us. And it's going to be a new era there in Seattle. I think they should be active as well. We'll see if they can go out and bring in a couple key contributors.
We have Giraffe Swaby, right? That's how you say it. The extension with the Titans for 1 year.
Oh, Jeff Swaim.
Just Swaim. My apologies.
Jeff Swaim with 1 year.
Yep, 1 year.
Do you have money on that?
No money yet.
Okay, no money yet on him, but he is staying in.
First reported by Jeremy Fowler.
Okay, sweet. So Tennessee Titans holding on to one of their tight ends. It's interesting because they do have also Anthony Ferkser is out in free agency as well. So it looks like they opted to go with Swaim over Ferkser for now. We'll see if that sticks with them. And Kuz says he's been following him for years. Okay, so not exactly sure who reported it. I want to hear your guys' predictions on who you think goes where, though. Leave them in the comment section right now for me, please. And again, if you guys are new, all of you lovely people in here, make sure to hit that subscribe button to Utility Sports. We're also going to go ahead and put Charged Up Sports in the in the description here as well. Give me 1 second to do that. Trevon, is there any free agent that you are really excited about that, maybe less of a mainstream guy, like not J.C. Jackson or Von Miller, like maybe a tight end out there, or, the wide receivers like Allen Robinson, Christian Kirk, anyone like that?
I know for me, as a Chargers fan, I really would be happy if we got Tyrann Mathieu as well. I think that he would be a great addition to our defense, and playing more like a free safety slot cornerback type of role. I think I'd be great for that. He's underrated. I think another guy that I know is Sebastian Joseph Day of the Rams. I think that he's a great guy that just got an injury in his pectoral that shortened his season. But other than that, he was putting up a monstrous season, almost like an all-pro, to be honest, in the 6 games that he was able to play this following year. There's a couple guys, like I said, Tre'Davious Ward obviously is pretty big. I think as well, I mentioned earlier, Hassan Reddick. I'm really interested to see how the halfback market is going to go. I want the Chargers to pick up Cordell Patterson, who's more of a hybrid, I would say, more of an offensive threat than anything else. There are definitely some really good guys that we
got. I think this free agency class is not only talented, but I think it's also fairly deep. So I think there's some pretty good options out there. Koo says the Twitter handle that reported is NFL Rum. So let's go ahead.
That it's pretty bad. That's not real. Like that's okay. That's one of the things that people always say. That's literally that account.
Okay, gotcha.
People to watch out for.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that a little bit more. It seems like they do a pretty good job reporting what other people are reporting, and but for the most part, it doesn't seem like they add too much of their own stuff. So
apparently, the Cardinals and James Conner are closing in on an extension just as soon as I say something about a halfback. So
nice. Well, okay. So James Conner staying in Arizona. He had a really good year this past year for the Cardinals. So he is staying with the Arizona Cardinals now. Do we have any idea? Okay. Oh, wow. We have another deal. Yep. Chase Edmonds, running back from Arizona. Both running backs from Arizona get new contracts, but this one is with Miami. So Chase Edmonds signs with the Dolphins.
You're okay, Kuz. Like they get a lot of people. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's just one of the things that like people always say, especially around this time of year, to just make sure that you look at the Twitter handle and things like that, because there was just a fake Adam Schefter account that said the Titans were signing Juju. Like there's just I just gotta make sure.
I don't know why people do that. I just don't understand.
But people just like want attention, no matter what. They don't really care.
It's insane. The clout that people get is nuts. Yeah, it's all right, Kuz. No worries. They always do look like legit. Yep. So, Justin, thank you for bringing that in here as well. The news on Agba. Let's go ahead here back and let's get this back up here. So, Chase Edmonds signs with the Dolphins on a 2-year, $12.6 million deal. For me, this is probably a B-level grade here. I think Chase Edmonds is a solid running back. I think he's best used as like a spell third down running back. So, I don't know what Miami's plans are with him. If they're based on what they gave him, it seems like they're planning on using him at more sparingly, probably 50% of the snaps, I would guess. I still think that Miami probably needs a running back in addition to Edmonds, but I think this definitely does improve their running back room. Trey, do you have any additional thoughts?
I think that it's good for them. I mean, I think they really struggled at running back, and this is a guy who, I think he's shown though last year, especially like he needs more of a sidekick, or like he needs to be with another guy. Like he can't be your number one, in my opinion. I think that, having James Conner ease some of the pressure off him, and when they had him and I believe who was the other halfback before James Conner, they had
David Johnson with him for a while.
Yeah, and like he plays some of his best work then, when he doesn't have to have a complete back, because he's also a guy you can put in the slot and, run some routes as well. He's not bad at it when it comes to that.
Yeah, he's a pretty solid pass catcher. I do think he's going to help out Tua a bit here, take a little pressure off of him, but I still think Miami has to be a little bit more aggressive today, even outside of just bringing in Chase Edmonds here. So we'll have our eyes on them, see if they make any other moves in the near future. Here, Braden wants to know about his Packers, asking, do you think they keep Devondre Campbell? He had a phenomenal year this past year, nearly 150 tackles on the season, an all-pro level type of season. Trey, do you think Devondre Campbell's going to have a huge market elsewhere, or do you think Green Bay holds on to him after moving on from Darius Smith?
I think they might look to keep him. It's really hard with the Packers, just specifically because they kind of tend to just not really care too much about keeping their guys. It's kind of wild, like how many people they cut or they let go, or they just don't resign. You know what I mean? Like if the news came out today about Devontae Adams potentially not wanting to play on his franchise tag. Like they're just so odd when it comes to free agents. Like they let some guys walk that maybe they shouldn't have. But I think maybe like the fact that they did because of Darius Smith is a good sign that maybe they want to keep him and give him some of that money that was supposed to go to him. So it's definitely an option.
Yeah, I think. All right. Yeah, I think Devondre Campbell is going to have a ton of interest for sure in the NFL this year. Just in free agency, I mean, a linebacker like him who gets around the football, it's huge for a team. So I think that there's going to be a lot of interest keeping him around if possible. Moving on here to Sident, he says Seahawks having heavy unrest in a pass rusher, maybe interest. I think he might have meant on there. So yeah, they need to get better in the pass rush area, and I think their secondary needs a little bit of improvement too. They badly missed Shaq Griffin this past year after the Jaguars poached him away in free agency last offseason. Braden, how many running backs do the Dolphins have now? I think they've got 3. They've got Gaskin, they've got Edmonds, and they've got Malcolm Brown actually headed toward free agency, so he's in free agency right now. So is Lindsey. So I think maybe they only have 2 as of right now, and I'm sure they'll look to maybe add another one yet. Trent P says, "What do you think the Colts do today?" And we'll talk about Indianapolis here. What could the Colts look to add? Well, first of all, I think that the Colts are going to be interested in trying to add a few different things. I think that if you're Indianapolis, you're going to be looking for a wideout. T.Y. Hilton's in free agency, so you have to find a guy like a replacement that you can put next to Michael Pittman. Tight end also makes some sense given what they've lost in recent years. I think they could also use an offensive tackle with Eric Fisher headed toward free agency, and then it's about the secondary on the defensive side. Cornerback with Xavier Rhodes in free agency, and then also can you find a safety? Safety I think is one of the hottest markets right now. I think a lot of teams are going to have interest in safety. And I specifically think that so Raiders, Bears, 49ers, Colts, and Texans all have interest in Packers free agent, according to Josina Anderson. So I should get her up on Twitter as well. Let's make sure I'm following all the people I need to be following today to make sure I'm up to date on the latest news. And then that way we are all covered here. So for me with Indy, I think that they just have to find, 1 or 2 difference makers to really improve this team. And then quarterback, I mean, it's a need. Do they address it? I just don't know. Maybe Jameis Winston could be an option for them. Maybe they go after Trubisky, but I don't know if I love Trubisky there. Braden says, if we don't keep Campbell, I could see us signing Corey Littleton. Yeah, Littleton makes a lot of sense as we get Trevon back.
James Conner to the Cardinals for 3 years.
3 years. Okay, so they tied themselves to him, which is interesting. I wasn't sure exactly how they were going to look at that. He did have a good year, so hopefully he cashed out for himself. So 3 years there in Arizona. So James Conner, after coming over from Pittsburgh, finds himself a home with the Cardinals. Browns are releasing Jarvis Landry.
Yep.
Wow.
Big name.
So let's go wide receiver. We have a new wide receiver now into the mix here. That is, of course, wide receiver Jarvis Landry, who is a multi-time Pro Bowler and has had a really successful career up to this point. Cleveland, interesting that they're moving on from him. I don't think Cleveland's done at wideout either. I think Cleveland's going to be looking for some wide receivers. I think there's going to be a real opportunity here for Jarvis Landry to land with a nice team. Thank you, Curtis, for putting that in here. Jarvis Landry released. Kuz reporting here as well. One more free agent wide receiver now available. Browns are releasing wide receiver. Jarvis Landry per source. Amari Cooper arriving. Landry departing. And then Shoot the Messenger says, Gilmore going to ring chase with Brady or get paid? I would have to guess he opts for the money, right, Trey? You would think he's going to go try and get a payday at age 31?
I would think so. I mean, I think that, he realizes that like this is probably his last like lucrative chance to really get a good amount of money. So I don't see that ring chasing yet. Maybe on his next deal, I would expect maybe him to get like a 2-year deal, substantial amount of money, and then maybe after that he might go around and start ring chasing. But right now, this is probably around his last chance to really get his to get paid.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think he could probably land anywhere between that, 13 to 17 million dollar a year mark, which is pretty good for him on a shorter term deal. Dylan, welcome to the stream. He wants to know anything on the Vikings besides Kirk Cousins. As of right now, no. My thought is they're trying to move a little bit around, trying to open up their cash a little bit. They are a little bit strapped in the money department right now. They just don't have a ton of money available as we currently speak. So they're going to have to move some numbers around, try and crunch some numbers. That's going to be a tough challenge for their new GM, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, trying to get everything established and underway there for that franchise moving forward. I know there was a little bit of rumors around Danielle Hunter. I just don't think anything's going to essentially go down with Danielle. I would be shocked if they trade it. Holly here with some kind words says, breaking news, Utility Sports is the most underrated YouTube channel. Well, thank you for that. Make sure you guys leave a like on the stream today if you are enjoying NFL free agency. Also, subscribe to the channel if you are new. It would mean a lot to have your guys' support moving forward. For the channel here, I want to hear your guys' favorite team. So make sure to leave a comment on what your favorite team is so I can know exactly who you all cheer for and we can keep you up to date as best as possible. I myself am a New York Jets fan. I'm repping my Jets. We lose a ton of games every year, but it's always awesome. Justin Anderson is a big Lions fan. That's awesome to see. Sage Roberts says Rams re-signed tackle $40 million over 3 years. So they're staying in LA with the Rams. Slow start so far. Everyone doing their due diligence. Yep. Braden's Packers fan. That's awesome to see. If you haven't commented it already, make sure to leave it in the comment section right now. Trevon himself is a Chargers fan. So, Trey, looking at the Chargers, I know we had a comment earlier. I didn't actually click on it, but it was about Jordan Davis potentially landing with the Chargers in the draft. Do you think that should be the pick?
I think that it depends on how free agency goes. I think that when and if we do get J.C. Jackson, I think that allows for a tremendous amount. So now you don't have to go get a corner in the first round. But I also think that if we go and still be able to sign a guy like Sebastian Joseph Day, that you'll be able to have more flexibility, and that's all you want. You know what I mean? You don't want to have to be forced into reaching for any position. Jordan Davis might not even be there at 17, to be honest, especially with how he just showed out during the combine. So it's definitely an option. I would love that as well, because having those two guys, having him and Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack on the same defensive line that's really scary. It really is.
That would be a problem. That would just be insane to me. Thank you, Icy Dem. That is very much appreciated. Trent P says Colts need a wide receiver, but I do not feel like Jarvis Landry would be the guy next to Pittman to really elevate the wide out core. I'd rather go for Robinson or maybe Kirk. Kirk would be a really good fit in terms of where he's at with his age, a little bit younger, kind of better fits the timeline, in my opinion. Allen Robinson, I think, is a pretty solid receiver as well, though, and could fit pretty well. Curtis, welcome again. Thank you so much. Says Cowboys fan, know that Jones are cheap, but I hope we get Bobby Wagner and re-sign Randy Gregory and J-Ron Curse. I think that's actually a realistic outcome. Holding on to a couple of your key players and then bringing back Bobby Wagner. I mean, we're not bringing him back, but bringing him back to Dan Quinn. I do think that is an actually likely outcome at this point, just looking at what we're considering. B. Tucker says he's a Jaguars fan. So is my co-creator on the channel, Austin. He gets to suffer through the Jaguars games with you, so that's awesome. Bobolito's a Pats fan. That's awesome to see. Coos, Bills, and Chiefs are two teams to watch for Landry. True, that's a good point. Both of them do have openings at the wide receiver position. Enrico Preston here is a big-time Bears fan, so that's awesome to see as well. Shoot the Messenger says, I'm a Bucks fan, but like a real one, not a Pats fan in disguise. That's awesome. So you've been sticking with the Buccaneers for a while. And now it's interesting. I hope we get to see Tom Brady in those creamsicle jerseys. That'll look pretty nice. Justin Anderson says Jordan Davis is top 10 at best. I think he's going to have a pretty good role early in his career. And then moving on, Steve says Jets have heavy interest in Allen Robinson. I think he's a player we should talk about more a little bit here. Let's go ahead and pull up his numbers. We'll talk about them on stream here. Of course, dealing with a new rookie QB this past year in Chicago was definitely not the best season for Allen Robinson. Only 38 catches, 410 yards, whereas the year before, 102 catches, 1,250 yards. Trey, are you concerned about giving Allen Robinson a bigger deal?
It depends on who's your quarterback. But he's also can also say, well, the quarterback doesn't matter because last year was the really first year that he started to decline. To be honest, because the past couple years, even when he was in the Bears, it really didn't matter who was throwing to him. He was 1,000-yard receiver, but he's getting up there in age, and he's somebody that did rely a lot on deep vertical threat, and maybe he's slowing down a little bit in that regard. I think that if he's able to go to a team that already has some established receivers to where he can complement them, that's where he might be really good. I know a lot of people have him maybe going back to the Jags, but it's an option. But yeah, I think that if he was to go somewhere where they have a number one already and he can just kind of be a number two kind of guy, that would be good for them.
Yeah, looking at him, you kind of can compare him to Amari Cooper. They've been in the league about the same amount of time, has similar numbers to Amari Cooper. This past year, I think, was the outlier for him. Now, to be honest, I don't want to give him $14, $15 million a year. But I think if you can give him 12, that's a pretty good outcome for a team. So we'll see where he goes. Braden wants to know where I think Zadarius Smith goes. For me, just given who has salary cap space right now, I think teams that should be interested, probably Seattle, they could use a pass rusher. I think the Indianapolis Colts could really use a pass rusher, and that makes a lot of sense. And I also think a team right now that, doesn't necessarily have the most money available, but they could probably make something happen, is the New England Patriots. They've got about $10 million in cap space, but if they, move a little bit of stuff around, Zadarius Smith across from what they've got already there in Matthew Judon could be a really good outcome for them as well. Moving on now to the next one. Icy Dump says, Jags ain't the only one suffering LOL Giants going through it since 2018. True. Yeah, Giants have been struggling the last, 3-4 years for sure. Shoot the Messenger has a question here for Trey. He says, do you really think Mike Williams is worth $20 million? Feels like an overpay. I would have liked to see more Guyton and Chargers to add wide receiver in the first.
First of all, it's not 20 mil off rip. I think that's what I was trying to say earlier as far as how the Chargers structure deals. I think it's the cap hit is 14 million this year, and then it goes up from there. I think when, to be honest, you kind of had to pay Mike Williams. I think that there wasn't a better option in free agency other than if maybe Devontae Adams had hit the open market, which he did not. So then based upon that, you have Mike Williams, who's basically going to be your number one going forward, and they got him on 3 years, and it's right in the window. So his contract will end right around the time Keenan ends, and right around the time Herbert's up for a big deal. So you can reevaluate the situation then. I don't think it's an overpay at all. I personally don't like Jalen Guyton. I think that we need a different speedster wide receiver, but that's just me. I think that it matters with free agency. If we go out and get J.C. Jackson and we're able to get us a Sebastian Joseph Day and maybe Akeem Hicks as well, I think that maybe wide receivers on the table for the draft, like a Chris Olave type of player, comes pick 17. You never know. That's why it's important to get these things done. So you have more flexibility going to draft. So it's I have to go get a tackle, or I have to go get a corner, or I have to get a defender. You don't want to have to. You want to have the luxury of being able to pick the best player available where you feel is the best fit.
Free agent cornerback from the Los Angeles Rams, Darius Williams, receiving significant interest from the Jacksonville Jaguars, Las Vegas Raiders, and Los Angeles Chargers, according to Jordan Schultz. That's per sources. So interesting there. Swaggy says Chargers taking a pretty long time to make their announcement. Yeah, I know we're waiting for the J.C. Jackson news. That's the one to watch for. We're half an hour in. Hopefully you guys are enjoying up to this point. Dre says, 49ers fan here. You guys think they make a move for a secondary player? So For the second, they have to find a way to address cornerback specifically. Jaquiski Tartt's also a free agent this year, so they've got some work to do there in San Francisco. They have to find a cornerback, in my estimation. Someone like Charvarius Ward, again, I keep bringing his name up. I really like what he is as a player, and I think he could be a really nice fit there in San Fran. Ian Farr says A-Rob has never really had a decent quarterback. That's true. So the hope is you get him and hope he can be really, really productive and successful with a good quarterback. B. Tucker says, as a Jags fan, it hurt so bad that A-Rob became so good and we weren't able to re-sign him. But we brought back Marquise Lee, who just got hurt for every season we had him. Yeah, that's a crazy offseason so long ago. Marquise Lee and Allen Robinson when they were both Jaguars, and how that all played out. Probably not the best case scenario for Jacksonville. Shoot the Messenger says, if you played for the Bears the last few years, you don't try your hardest because you're pretty sad. A-Rob is very capable of being a wideout one. Yeah, I think so. But like, if you're trying to win a championship or you're trying to, go deep in the playoffs, he's probably like a Robert Woods type of receiver, maybe a little bit better, but that kind of level of production. Aiden Latour says, what do you think about Aaron Rodgers signing with the Packers? Trey, I'll open that one up to you. What's your thoughts on Rodgers sticking in Green Bay?
Well, I think that maybe he kind of felt like the grass is not always green on the other side. Maybe he just felt like staying in the NFC, where, especially, I think that what played a big factor as well is maybe Brady retiring, but then unretiring. So, I mean, I think that was maybe he felt like, man, I could really run the NFC if I come back and give him this chance. He has a lot left in the tank, obviously, so it's definitely pretty significant. And it's interesting that Devontae Adams doesn't want to stay. Maybe he just wants money. He doesn't really care about who's there, but that's very interesting for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the biggest thing for him is getting that bag. I think he's probably looking at what happened with Allen Robinson, where Robinson was probably going to get a nice $18 million a year type contract last offseason, got franchise tagged, and now is at a point where he might lose significant money because of it. Sage Roberts says, Lions been struggling since the 60s. Yes, they have been. They definitely do. And then Shoot the Messenger here saying J.C. Jackson's got to have a ton of offers to sift through. My guess is he's probably got at least 3 or 4 teams extremely interested, like ready to offer contracts, whether that's the Chargers, Raiders, could maybe even be Washington. I think they're a sleeper team here. I think there's a few teams that are really interested in J.C. Jackson, so we'll see exactly where he lands. Icy Dem says the Giants cap situation is so disgusting for how bad we are. Yeah, looking at the money here, the Giants have negative $3 million in cap despite a really down season again. So that's a tough situation. Normal Guy says, hello, welcome to the stream, Normal Guy. Glad to have you in here. And welcome everyone else that's in here as well. If you haven't commented already, make sure you do so I can give you a quick shout out, let everyone know that you're in here. Packers Goat, welcome to the stream. He says, what's up? We'll see if the Packers make any big moves today. Already been pretty significant for them. Shoot the Messenger, Devontae and Rodgers are going to end up costing like 40% of Packers cap. Yeah, those two guys are going to be expensive for sure. At this point, Trevon, let's go over here to what Sage is saying. If Mariota doesn't get a starting job, he should back up Herbert. Would you like Mariota in LA?
I think it'd be fun, but I don't really want to pay a big backup like that because I think he does command a lot of money because he's pretty serviceable. Like if your starter does go down and you're like, oh well, we have Mariota in the back, especially with how he's played like recently, like when he has got an opportunity, I don't think you're that upset about it.
Right. He's going to be a nice piece for whatever team goes out and gets him. It's going to be interesting to see really what his market shapes up to be. Packers Goat says, I think we re-signed Adams and signed Robinson today. Interesting. So Allen Robinson, the Packers do have a little bit of work to do in terms of opening up money. They're about $44 million in cap purgatory right now. So they need to really restructure some deals. I know Aaron Rodgers' contract definitely does help with that. Probably moves the needle quite a bit, but at the same time, they still have more money to open up. Packers are also expected to be in the mix for Jarvis Landry, sounds like. So Jarvis Landry could be a nice outcome for the Packers. Icy Dem says, Loki, I hope the Saints figure something out. I'm moving to Louisiana, and I want to watch my NFL games in person. Yeah, I mean, that would be huge if the Saints could right some of the wrongs there in terms of the way they've managed the salary cap up to this point. But they are in a little bit of trouble here because they have a ton of guys out in free agency. They're still about $6 million over the cap right now. So, with where they're currently at, they don't have any money to bring anyone back, including Teron Armstead, who's, I think, the best offensive lineman we have to watch for this offseason. Braden here says, I would love to see the Packers sign A-Rob, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think A-Rob's going to happen. I think Landry's more likely. And I think Landry would actually be a really good pickup for that team. Gives them another consistent option. Trevon, for my New York Jets, let's talk about the Jets here for a little bit. They have about $48 million, $49-ish million in cap space. For this team, do you think, like, let's say they have like 2 or 3 really good signings. How many wins do they get next year, and what's your thoughts on them?
I think it's tough because you have a team like the Patriots, the Bills, who are obviously always Bill Belichick will always be relevant no matter what. So I think that it's really hard to really think that, like, you know, like you guys can come out of that like so deep of a hole, but anything's possible. You know what I mean? I think that, like, we've seen crazier things happen. You know, maybe they go from what they won 4 games last year to maybe, like, you know, 6, 7. You know, if you have some good stuff, like, I wouldn't expect like the time frame, like when the Chargers were like down at the top of the draft and stuff like that. This is the year that I wanted them to take that jump. Like, this is the year where I no longer want to hear about, like, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Like, we're so, like, this is that year. You know what I mean? I think that you guys are maybe, like, you know, depending on I think you really have to wait and see how your development goes with your quarterback, and then judge based upon that.
Right. That's what we're going to have to keep our eyes on, specifically is Zach Wilson, I think. You know, if he takes the jump, that's really what opens up our window. Also, we have a new cornerback as well out in the market. Panthers have released A.J. Boye. So A.J. Boye is now available as well. It seems like the Panthers are trying to open up a little bit of money here. They've released Morgan Fox. They've also released A.J. Boye. What is that?
Deshaun Watson, question mark?
Potentially, very well could be. Here, Aiden wants to know, Trevon, what do you think about Tom Brady coming back?
It just seemed like almost like it was gonna happen. Like, the fact that, like, I've never been alive as many like I've never been alive as without Tom Brady playing football. Like, it's just that's just the case, you know what I mean? Because, like, it just seemed like so abrupt and so sudden. And, like, I think if Tom was to leave, I would have thought Tom would have wanted to leave, you know, on top with a ring or anything like that. But to see him go down, you know, and was tough for him. And I think that, you know, he realized that, like, he should come back. You know what I mean? I don't think he's ready for that yet. I thought he was gonna play another, like, 2 years, to be honest, and then retire. But you never know, like, especially with him retiring this year, maybe, like, this is his last go around. But you never know. You know, he might go win a ring and, like, I just want another one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right. That's the thing. I saw a funny thing yesterday where for every other year that he's either lost in the playoffs, and then the next year he won the Super Bowl. So, of course, this past season lost in the playoffs. We'll see if he opens up to the actual Super Bowl again, if he can actually go in and get the job done one more time. Trevon, we'll talk about the potential favorites to win the Super Bowl. Who would you put in that group right now?
I think the Rams are obviously poised to repeat. Obviously, Chiefs are always going to be in that realm of possibility. I think the Packers, obviously, because of Aaron Rodgers, are always in that discussion. The Bucs now, obviously. It's really tough, you know what I mean? Because you got so many. I think the Bills could be easily in that time frame. I mean, like, to me, like, they were, you know, 13 seconds from going to a Super Bowl, to be honest, you know. So, but it's you have the obvious people, you know what I mean. But, like, obviously the Bucs are immediately back in Super Bowl contention. Tom Brady just is that good. It doesn't matter that they lost a guard. It doesn't matter they might lose Carlton Davis. They'll figure it out, and they'll be competing.
Yeah,
Tom Brady came back for a reason. He didn't come back to lose.
Yeah, right. They're going to be competitive for sure. The question for me is, are they good enough to come out of the NFC? This year, like even with some of the issues that you could see with this team, like they were still, a play or two away against Los Angeles, against the Rams, where the team that ultimately, won the Super Bowl, they took them toe to toe up until the end of that game. So they definitely have the talent for sure. King says, hey, thanks for the updates. My boys at work listening live from Seattle. Keep it up. Thank you so much, King. Glad you are enjoying. Hopefully you guys all are enjoying. Shoot the Messenger says, I want the Bucs to sign Dan Feeney. I think he got a raw deal with the Chargers shifting him around. Last year in the Jets-Bucs barn burner, Feeney held up really well against Vita Vea. Yeah, I think Dan Feeney would be a solid pickup for them. Helps them in the interior for sure. And he also says, longest 39 days of my life was getting hyped on Kyle Trask was a bit of a struggle. Yeah, I mean, going from the best player in NFL history, arguably, in Tom Brady to Kyle Trask is probably a significant drop-off. But, Tom Brady being back kind of, saves the day a little bit there. Kyler says, what moves do you see Vegas making today? Trayvon, I'll let you talk about the Raiders there in the AFC West. I know you have a close eye on them at all times.
I think you look at, like, the cornerback market. I think they're an option for JC as well. I think that Tre'Davious Ward is in that camp. I think that really, like, they're going to have to do something. You know what I mean? It's very clear and obvious that, like, not to be rude, but they're the weakest team in this division right now. And it's just unfortunate because it basically happened overnight in the past couple of days, you know what I mean? But they're going to have to do something, you know what I mean? They can't stay still and just think, oh, we're going to run it back and everything should be fine. I don't think that should be the case at all.
Yeah, I think all the pressure kind of shifted to them, especially once, the whole Von Miller trade and Russell Wilson trade happened. Those are obviously the two things you're alluding to there where the division shifted and it became very tough to see a way in which they can compete with where they're currently at. They definitely need to add a number one wide receiver. And I think the hope for them there is that they can bring in a really big time guy, whether that's Allen Robinson, or, maybe if you can get a combination of like DJ Chark and Juju, or Jarvis Landry and Will Fuller, some combination of wideouts that at least make you a little bit more competitive around Hunter Renfrow and Darren Waller. That's their way of becoming a little bit better of a team, in my opinion. Stewart says NFC is also really weak. Shouldn't be that hard for Brady to have a good shot at another ring, especially in that division right now, with where the Saints are at, with where the Falcons are at, and the Panthers. I mean, unless they get Deshaun Watson, I don't really see a way in which any of those three teams can compete with Tampa. Tampa is definitely in a tougher situation than they were last year. But, at the same time, I think it's going to be tough for any of those teams to upset Tampa Bay. Braden wants to know, do you think Valdes-Scantling stays with the Packers? Ultimately, no, I don't. I think Valdes-Scantling probably signs with the Chicago Bears or maybe the Las Vegas Raiders. I think some of those teams are going to be really interested in making a move for him, and we'll see if they can get it done. Shoot the Messenger says, Carlton Davis, skilled corner, but the man is too slow and he loves dropping picks. Yeah, the thing that Carlton Davis, the thing that makes him really good, though, is if you're going to put him in a system where you have good safety help over the top, you can get away with that because what he does is he shuts down short to intermediate routes fairly well. Carlton Davis, to me, is going to be a pretty solid cornerback pickup for a team. I don't think he's going to be the top. I don't think his ceiling's as high as a guy like J.C. Jackson or Tre'Davious Ward or Stephon Gilmore. But what I do think is I think he can be like a fairly reliable corner that I think is going to have a pretty solid tenure with wherever he signs. We're now just.
I think he's a very underrated.
Yeah.
If the Chargers miss out on JC, I wouldn't mind him at all. I'd be pretty happy with it, to be honest. I'm happy with any addition and cornerback help, because there's also always the draft too. There's tons of corners. Maybe the perfect scenario happens where I think his name's Derek Stingley Jr. just so happens to fall.
Yeah, if Derek Stingley falls to you guys, I am going to lose my mind.
It wouldn't be the first time that a player fell to us that should.
Yeah, no, Derwin James, anyone? Oh my,
Rashawn Slater.
That's always how it works out for Tom Telesco and the Chargers. I just can't. No, we need to stop talking about this because you're going to make it happen. You're going to manifest it. So Derek Stingley is not falling to 17. Kyler here says, how do you guys view Darius Williams? So for Darius Williams, I think what he is a really good number 2 corner. I just don't see him ever being a number 1 guy. A team that I think makes a lot of sense for him is actually New England, just given the fact that they're losing J.C. Jackson. Now, traditionally, they don't spend a ton on corner in free agency. They did it 1 year with Revis and Browner, but outside of that, for the most part, they just aren't as aggressive in free agency with the cornerback spot as maybe they should be. They are very much a draft and develop type of team with that position, so we'll see if they do look at that actually as a possibility. Jacob Moore here says that's why Carlton Davis would be a solid pickup for the Pats. Their safeties are fabulous, especially with McCourty back in the fold for next year. That's a good point, too. The one issue I do have concerns about is when they go to their zero blitz, which they do a little bit more frequently than other teams. They didn't do it as much this past year, but they have historically done that a little bit more. So Carlton Davis, I don't know how well he thrives in that type of situation, but with the safety plays that they do have, it could make some sense. Stuart says Valdez-Scantling unlocked the extra money for drops glitch. That's pretty funny. He does have a pretty good tendency of dropping the football sometimes. He that endureth says Browns need a new quarterback. The receivers they bring in don't matter. I don't think so. I think Mayfield's solid. The issue is last year he played through a ton of injuries. So, sure, he struggled, but he was also playing through serious shoulder injuries that he just shouldn't have been playing through. And for the most part, it's just kind of a thrown away year because of that. Burger Does Sports, a big-time Denver fan, says, what's up, boys? Really hoping Broncos sign Chandler Jones, but I'm scared we're going to settle for Gregory. I mean, even Randy Gregory is a huge improvement over what you had across from Bradley Chubb last year. You need another edge, and Randy Gregory, not as good as Chandler Jones, don't get me wrong, but he could still be a nice impact player for you. And now saying he was upset when Derwin fell to the Chargers. Obviously, that AFC West just seems like they get better and better each year, so it's pretty tough. Zane, welcome to the stream. Where do you think JC's going? Trevon, I'm going to let you handle that one. Where's JC Jackson landing?
I don't have my hat handy. I'm going to go get my hat.
He's going to go get his hat. I know exactly what he's doing. So in the meantime, I'll tackle the next comment from Zane. He says, I'm a Seattle fan. Who are we selecting at 9? So we have a mock draft up on the channel. I recommend you go check it out, but I think quarterback definitely is in play. And Trevon, here it is. Where's J.C. Jackson going? Got him going to the Los Angeles Chargers. Bolt up, right? Hashtag bolt up. Can I get a hashtag bolt up in the chat from everyone, including Burger Does Sports, the Broncos fan? Let's see if you can throw one in there as well. Shoot the Messenger says Carlton has had good ball skills, but he gets burned so easily and doesn't travel. Just put your fastest guy on him all the time and you'll have success. See, that's the issue. That's the concern I have with him. Kyler, what trades could you guys see happening with landing spots outside of Deshaun Watson? Because it's a given that he'll be traded. So trades that we could see happening. I mean, one that isn't getting talked about a ton right now, but is Devontae Adams potentially to Vegas. That's one that makes sense if he refuses to play on his franchise tag and they can't get a deal worked out. You reunite your Fresno State players together between Carr and Adams. That could make some sense. You also look at, maybe, Jarvis Landry was a trade candidate. Now he's not anymore. And Trevon, anyone else that makes some sense to get traded?
James Bradbury.
Bradbury, yeah.
Him, where he's going to go.
I think Seattle's an interesting spot for him because of how bad their cornerbacks were this past year, but and they have some assets now, so we'll see what they look to do. Joker Hope here throwing in the bolts. That's awesome to see. Justin Anderson says, I love how A-Rob doesn't get any attention. He does. Wow, Alex Kappa tried playing on a broken leg. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's pretty crazy. But the thing here with Allen Robinson, he just had a serious down year, so I do have some concerns for him as well. Joker Hope says, I just saw JC to LA Chargers for $100 million. I haven't seen that yet, but that was my guess. My guess was 5 years, $100 million. That's where where his negotiation point's going to want to meet. Baker, shoot the messenger, doesn't like Baker. Browns have great O-line. I really think if you put Matt Ryan back there, Browns would add a couple W's minimum. I don't know.
That's debatable. I mean, I feel like that's just the Falcons all over again, to be honest. Like, I don't really feel like that's, if anything, the Falcons are better. You know what I mean? Because you have Kyle Pitts, and at least like, Amari Cooper's there now, but like, and they don't have Calvin Ridley anymore. I don't know. That's
right. The thing here with the Browns is like Matt Ryan is a statue back there essentially now at this point. Like Mayfield can at least move a little bit, and like the Browns are a run first team. You don't have to make a huge move at QB. Like they were, a win away from making the Super Bowl. So I think that they just don't need to panic. They were just injury ridden last year. Burger to Sports says, seeing the contracts these running backs are getting, I think Gordon is as good as gone. Yeah, the nice thing, though, is if you're a Broncos fan, you don't have to worry about that because you have Javonte Williams, who he's ready to be the guy. Quite frankly, Javonte Williams is a beast, and he's going to be huge next year for the Broncos. So I wouldn't be too worried, Burger. Zane here says, how about Juju? Trey, I've been saying it all day, and I think this is probably how a lot of people feel. I think he's going to Kansas City to play with the Chiefs. Do you see any other outcomes or landing spots for Juju?
I mean, that's an option. I'm pretty sure he was heavily interested in going there last year. But I don't know. I mean, maybe the Jags.
The Jags have interest. Yep.
Maybe the Packers, but like, I think he needs to go somewhere with a number 2. And I mean, the Chiefs would be the best because I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not worried about Juju in that regard. I'd be more worried about Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, so that frees him up a lot. And the last time we had that with him, we saw what he did. He was one of the best receivers in the NFL. So.
Definitely agree with you there. Burger to Sports says Lyle Collins to Denver. He's one of the names we're trying to watch. Forgot to mention him when we had the question about the trades with destinations. Lyle Collins to Denver does make a ton of sense. You could also consider Lyle Collins to the Bengals yet, even though they brought in, Kappa. I think that they would still get better with a Lyle Collins there as well. Let's see here. Gabriel says, okay, so here's a report on Colts free agent approach. Won't change drastically despite some pressing needs this year. Doesn't mean they won't take a big swing at some point, but I get the sense they're going to be patient and feel out the market before they do. So probably not going to be anything within the next half hour, at least for Indianapolis, it seems like. Braden here says, do you think Von Miller comes back to the Broncos? Definitely a real likelihood there. I think it's either the Broncos or the Rams. He's going to be between those two destinations. And wherever he decides, I think it's going to be a good decision for him. Both teams are going to be highly competitive, and he makes both teams better. Twisted Chameleon says, do you see the Rams making any moves today? And it's going to be hinging on the guy we just talked about, Von Miller. Trevon, I know we talked about him a little bit earlier, but again, give us your 2 cents. Von Miller, does he go to Denver or does he stay with the Rams?
My prediction is that he'll stay with the Rams. I think that, you just won the Super Bowl, so, why not try and run it back there with Aaron Donald? But he could also go back to the Broncos. I think it also depends on what Chandler Jones does. Maybe if Chandler Jones does go to the Broncos, maybe he's like, all right, I'm gonna go back and we're gonna have a scary pass rush duo. But I would say the Rams if I was a betting person.
Yeah, see, I think the Rams are very likely, and I think they're probably the safer option there. Just because the fact that they just traded for him, they just won a Super Bowl. They probably want him around really bad. So, like, I couldn't blame him for sticking there. So we'll have to see exactly what goes on for him. But I think he's going to be one of the key guys to watch for sure. Kyler says Alex Kappa is one of those old school players that just play so tough. Bengals got a nice pickup. Yeah, for sure. I think, any improvement to that interior offensive line was going to be huge for them. And they got a pretty solid one here who holds up well in pass pro. So that's going to be nice for them for sure. Zane here says, if Chargers get JC, that defense dangerous. Then if they can get Jordan Davis, I mean, my goodness, imagine if they got Tranquil, maybe they'll be able to keep White as well defensively. Yeah, Jordan Davis in. Yeah, J.C. Jackson in. Trey, does that become an instant top 5 defense?
I would say so. I think I would say so at that point. Like, that's just that's a lot to deal with, personally. Like that is like that the fact that I just think even if like let's take away and just think about the fact that they have Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa on the same team is like offenses specifically scheme their whole blocking around each of them. Like if they were on a respective team, when you add those two together, like I really can't think of a time where we saw two top edge rushers on the same team. Like to be honest,
Right.
like that, and they're in their prime of their careers. I mean, you could maybe argue that Mac is a little out of his prime, but I don't even think that. I think that we're gonna see a resurgence of him because people aren't just worried about him; they're worried about Joey, and then maybe they're worried about Sebastian Joseph today. Maybe they're worried about Jordan Davis. Like, there's just it's scary, It's wild.
That is indeed scary. We do have news here though. On Mitchell Trubisky, he is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ooh.
So Mitchell Trubisky to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. So they're tying themselves to Trubisky for 2 seasons. This is the big move. We had talked about him potentially landing in Pittsburgh. I thought New York made a lot of sense because of the tie to Dable and the tie to GM Joe Shane. But it seems like Pittsburgh aggressively attacked and went after Mitchell Trubisky, a former number 2 overall pick from the Chicago Bears. Spent a year with the Buffalo Bills, learning under Brian Dable, learning behind Josh Allen. Trey, what's your thoughts on Trubisky in Pittsburgh? Is he going to find a lot of success?
I think he'll be solid. I guess we're really going to see like what that time away from the field, what he was able to learn, how that really is going to translate, to be honest, So it's very interesting. I would have suggested them maybe they go after like Jameis, because I think Jameis fits more of a Big Ben type of play style. You're not losing too much. But it'll definitely be interesting to see for sure. I think Trubisky has a pretty good arm, so he can sling it around, but we'll see about how his decision making goes and reading coverages and how that comes into effect.
Yeah, I think there's a lot here that's going to be difficult to analyze because, quite frankly, we haven't seen Trubisky throw a ball really for 12 months. We don't really essentially know what he looks like on a game-to-game basis. There's a little bit of risk here for Pittsburgh making a move like this because you're kind of putting your season into the hands of Mitchell Trubisky here. And, maybe they're hopeful that he's really progressed and, they've heard good things about him. But essentially, too, there's a risk here that, this is a lost season if Mitchell Trubisky hasn't progressed from where he was with Chicago before they moved on from him. I know Chicago hasn't been the, best landing spot in recent years for quarterbacks, so maybe it's not all on Mitchell Trubisky. I think this is going to be a huge year for him, though, and really one that decides and dictates where his career ends up being. So hopefully he comes out and plays his best football. Shoot the Messenger says, not trying to be a hater. I like the Bengals, but listen, Kappa was the weakest link in the Bucs O-line for years. Then you got to consider that Brady makes all those guys look great because he rips it fast. Yeah, that's the thing here. Like, Kappa's good. I still think they're better with Kappa for sure. It's not like Kappa is going to be an all-pro guard for them. But what Kappa is he's going to hold up pretty well in pass protection, and he's going to be solid. And I think that's a huge improvement for Cincinnati, something they just haven't had so far. Burger Sports says, my main problem with Gregory is he's very inconsistent with character issues that might flare up with the big payday. Also, don't know how he fits in a 3-4 when he's always played in a 4-3. Right, that's a good point there. The thing with that, though, is edge rushers are edge rushers. So, for the most part, if a guy's going to be pass rushing, it comes down to winning the one-on-one anyway for him. Colts still have interest in Jimmy Garoppolo. So, Steelers are out on Jimmy. The Colts probably going to land him, I'm guessing. And Burger Sports says, give me the proven top 5 outside linebacker and Chandler Jones instead. See, and that makes sense. Like, I'm not trying to say Gregory's better than Chandler Jones by any stretch. He's just not. But, like, if that's your worst case outcome is Gregory, that's not terrible, is more so my perspective. Twisted wants to know, do you think the Rams will have the cap to sign Bobby Wagner as he wants to play for Rams or Chargers? So
he wants to play in LA because he's an LA native. I know that's been going around. I mean, I'd be shocked if he's at the Chargers because I don't think we value linebacker as much as other teams. That's why Staley's going more towards like more DBs than linebackers. To be honest, like he plays like nickel a lot. and a lot of man coverage, so I'd be shocked. I could see the Rams though.
Yeah, the Rams currently have about negative. They're a little bit 20 million over the salary cap, so they're going to have to do a little bit of negotiating to get some stuff done. But we'll see. Funny here, Berger says Trubisky's going to die behind that O-line. Yeah, that O-line is horrendous. But the nice thing about them signing a quarterback is that means they can probably use pick 20 to draft an offensive lineman. I would be surprised if they don't use some of their money that they have left over yet at this point to address that. They did come into free agency here with about 27 million in cap space, so they could definitely still find ways to improve that O-line and get better. And Shoot the Messenger says for sure better, just don't expect Quentin Nelson. Right, and that's the thing. There's only one Quentin Nelson in the NFL, and it's definitely not Alex Kappa. So that's my thought. Interesting here, Steelers signing Trubisky post Roethlisberger era. We'll see how that goes. Curtis Rancour says, what does trade compensation look like for Jimmy G, you think? So Trey, this one is interesting to me. I want to know your thoughts on this. Jimmy Garoppolo, trade market always is a little bit harder to figure out in the NFL, I feel, because sometimes like the cap hit plays such a huge role into everything.
Yeah.
Is Jimmy G like worth a second round pick, you say?
Well, we have to take into account he's a quarterback, so that immediately makes your trade capital go up, no matter how. Like, and he's solid. Like, let's be honest about it. Like, he's not the best quarterback, but like, he wins. You know what I mean? I think that a lot of people, that's very important stat to a lot of people. So I would say maybe I could see a third or a second, and then maybe like the following year is like 6 kind of deal. But it's hard to really suggest, you know.
Right.
And especially like it does matter about cap because like, you know, when you trade, like you can get so intricate so where like they are paying most of the cap or you're paying most of the cap hit or they're taking on the dead money, you know, so you have the cap hit. Like it really just depends. I mean, he could also get traded and then, you know, restructure. That's an option as well.
Yeah, that always is. And the thing is, Indianapolis has money open right now, so it comes down to, you know, part of this too is how ready does San Francisco feel like Trey Lance is? Because if they feel like he's ready, you know, they can pull the trigger now and go to him. Otherwise, if they feel, hey, maybe we just want to wait with him a little bit, they don't need to have an urgency necessarily to move him either. You know, they just got pretty deep into the playoffs. They could say, hey, let's just roll another year, give Lance a little bit more time, and then we roll forward with him. Here we go. We're going on to the next comment here. Zane says, is Lockett getting moved? So talking about Tyler Lockett here. I think he's going to get traded for sure. I keep forgetting to bring up certain guys that are going to be trade eligible players. For Tyler Lockett, places that make sense, I think Jacksonville is probably on that list. I also think that if you're looking for other teams, maybe Chicago Bears would be interested in Tyler Lockett. You could also consider, you know, a landing spot like Detroit, who's really interested in bringing in another wide receiver. Trayvon, any other teams I'm missing there with Tyler Lockett?
No teams particularly, but I think he's going to stay because it was reported that the Seahawks are interested in Deshaun Watson. So if you can keep Deshaun and DK, you can add Deshaun with DK and Tyler Lockett, like, are you a little like? I basically think they're back in the same spot that they were with Russell Wilson personally, but I don't know. You know, it's hard. It's really.
I guess the hope there is you're at least younger at QB. Moving forward, which gives you a little bit more time to figure stuff out behind that.
Which I mean, he does have a similar style to Wilson, right. You know what I mean? But that's also because he was kind of forced to run for his goddamn life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I mean, like it really, I don't know. Like, is Watson better than Russ? Like, I would say they're probably like on the same like level.
Yeah.
Of quarterback, you know. So it's like, what did you? In my opinion, yeah, it's like you got younger, but what did you really gain?
Right.
Those trade assets that you just got for Russ are presumably going to the Houston Texans, you know. So.
Right, which is interesting. We'll have to monitor that. Kyler here says, do you think there's a possibility Derek Carr gets traded to the Colts? I don't think so. I think Derek Carr is going to be staying in Vegas. I feel like
I think he's going to stay in Vegas. I think that, you know, like a lot of people give him flack. Like, yes, he's the worst quarterback in that division, but he is. Like, if David Carr was my quarterback, like I wouldn't be sad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not like somebody where like you're like, wow, this guy's going to really like he's gonna take over this game and like put the team on his back kind of guy, but like he's a really serviceable guy.
He's like probably like the 16th best quarterback in football. Maybe like high end 13th and probably low end like 18th. And that's a good place to be. If you have a QB in there, as long as the rest of your team is competitive and talented, you can win a ton of games and maybe even win a Super Bowl at some point. If you like, if your luck breaks right and you have a great defense. So, he's the type of guy you can win with. So, Shoot the Messenger says there was another Quentin Nelson. His name was Ali Marpet, and he better unretire. Brady's going to delete all his NFTs. Yeah, I mean, Ali Marpet was really good. His retirement shocked me, but I think he's going to stay retired. Stuart says I would say it's probably just a little bit less than Wentz. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Braden here, talking about Jimmy G. Braden here says I think the Steelers drafted QB still, even though they signed Trubisky. Interesting. So that is a possibility. Maybe they go with the bridge QB route with that, and it could make some sense given how long his contract was. I just think that
I could see them like drafting like Pickett.
Yeah, I just think they need to get an offensive lineman in the draft. So
that's very accurate.
Like if they go to 20 and take a QB, like I would have questions for them using cap space to sign a quarterback and then a draft pick to draft a quarterback rather than addressing O-line one way or another. Here we have Twisted say, who do you see playing QB for the Colts? That's where the question is right now. So, I mean, out there right now, we have Jameis Winston. We also have Teddy Bridgewater, Marcus Mariota, maybe Jacoby Brissett as the starting level players. Any of those, you like any of those trades? The Colts don't have their first rounders, so it's hard to see a rookie.
I mean, like I like Marcus personally. That like if I have my pick out of those guys, I might pick him just because you're able to like. I think about like him and if you're able to run him and Jonathan Taylor with a lot of like RPOs and read options and things like that, like as well as getting people spreading the ball around, I'd be happy with that. You know what I mean? Like again, from what we've seen, from Mariota, like Mariota has gotten a lot better. You know what I mean? Like as far as like throwing mechanics and going, and he's fresh. Like he's a backup. So he can take a lot of like that. But I think that would be, depending on how fast he is now, like that'd be pretty scary. Him and Jonathan Taylor lining up in the backfield together. That it's not like something where, again, like I don't think the Colts are looking for anybody to like be a difference maker, but I just think looking for somebody to like, all right, can you make enough plays to keep us in the game so our defense can close out a game? You know what I mean?
That's where I wonder too, Jameis Winston, with the protection that the Colts could provide offensively with their O-line. I think it's possible too that they might land on a guy like Jameis as well.
Apparently, it's becoming increasingly unlikely that Cordell Patterson will stay with the Falcons.
Okay, increasingly unlikely?
Unlikely.
Oh, okay. So Cordell Patterson, who had a breakout year finally at like age 30, is in the open market and has potential interest around the league. Probably not going to be staying with Atlanta. You heard it here first. CL Oracle, love my Cardinals, even though we're not a great organization. Cardinals, they're on the up, though. They got Kyler. They got DeAndre Hopkins. You guys are pretty good. I mean, you won, 10, 11 games last year? That's not bad. Here, Shoot the Messenger says, I think Jameis to the Colts would get Frank Reich fired. I mean, like, they don't really have other options, though, right now. Like, we're talking bridge quarterback stuff. They don't have a first-round pick. They can't find a guy in the draft, really, unless they give up a ton of future assets to move up, which I don't think is a great outcome in this year's draft anyway. And you don't want to roll forward with what you got on the roster right now. Like, I just, unless they're making a trade for a guy like Matt Ryan or, some QB that's already established, it's going to have to be either Jameis or Mariota or Teddy Bridgewater probably. So, don't love that.
First, right?
They don't have their first. Nope, Philly has it. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on them. And we do have a signing here. Bears are signing Bengals defensive tackle Larry Ogunjobi. So Ogunjobi does land with the Chicago Bears. And that's actually a really good signing here. He's 29 years old, but what he is a really, really nice force up the middle. And I think the Bears here with losing Akeem Hicks, they trade Khalil Mack. They reset this pretty well, getting Larry Ogunjobi to start off free agency for them. Let's go ahead and pull up Larry Ogunjobi's stats real quick so we can share with the viewers exactly what his numbers were the past couple seasons. I know he missed some time this year with injury, but had 7 sacks this season. Was playing for the Browns before going to the Bengals this year. He has 21 and a half career sacks in 5 seasons, so he's been really productive as a pass rusher, and he's going to help at least be a pocket pusher there in Chicago for sure. Trey, what's your thoughts on Ogunjobi to Chicago?
I think it's solid, but to me, it kind of the fact that he's 29, it's really confusing because like you would think that with the new coach coming in, the new GM coming in, the reason why you trade away Khalil Mack and you get rid of you cut Eddie Goldman is because you want to be approaching the rebuild, and that's not a rebuild type of player in my opinion. You know what I mean? Not that he's not good, it's just that his time frame doesn't match up. So that's really it's odd to me almost.
Right. That's the thing, and this is one of those situations here where they bring in a new head coach, Matt Eberflus from Indianapolis, who found a ton of success these past couple seasons with DeForest Buckner there, being a havoc up the middle. And I wonder if he's trying to envision Larry Ogunjobi having somewhat of a similar impact, which I just don't think is going to work itself out as well. And based on what Shoot the Messenger here said, I think the Colts overreacted on the Carson situation. Yes, he melted down to the absolute worst times, but so will Garoppolo, so will Jameis, so will rookies. That's the thing, And let's not act like that. The Colts team it was only Carson Wentz who sold against Jacksonville. They got destroyed by Jacksonville in Week 18. So, that I agree that was an overreaction from them. Now, do I think Carson Wentz is like the perfect long-term guy? No, but I do think that you at least had some continuity and consistency there if they kept him. And they just haven't had that the last 5 years. So we'll see exactly what they decide to do moving forward. Let's take a look at the position I want to look at here. And I think it's the best position in free agency. That's cornerbacks here. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull that up on stream here, Trey.
No cornerbacks are off the board yet, which is very surprising.
Yeah, it's going to be the market here. I think this is what the market's really waiting for. Looking at what we've got available to us here, we got J.C. Jackson, Travarius Ward, Dante Jackson, Eli Apple, Stephon Gilmore, Carlton Davis, Desmond King, Casey Hayward. Okay. So Seattle holds on to Quandre Diggs real quickly. So he's staying in Seattle. Let's go ahead and write that down. He stays with the Seahawks for 3 years, $40 million, which is a decent payday for him. Actually, that's a really good payday for him. Oh, my goodness. They are paying a lot of money to their safeties. $13.3 million a year for Quandre Diggs. I don't know if I like that, but that's a little bit of an overpay in my estimation. Welcome, everyone, to the stream, though. Now, according to Josina Anderson, she's saying 2 years, 28. So there's a little bit of disagreement here. But still at the cornerback spot, we got Casey Hayward, Fabian Moreau, Bobby McCain. We've also got Levi Wallace, who had a great year this past year for Buffalo, Patrick Peterson, Darius Williams, who's been really good for LA, Shannon Sullivan, Kyle Fuller, who just was not the same guy this past year in Denver, Mackenzie Alexander, Xavier Rhodes, Joe Hayden, Tavon Young, who had a nice year for Baltimore, Bryce Callahan, really nice slot corner, Akello Witherspoon, who I actually like a little bit with his length from Pittsburgh. It's an interesting corner room, especially a guy like Trill Williams here at 22 from Miami. I think there's some potential he could become pretty nice. Trey, outside of J.C. Jackson and Travarius Ward, two guys we've talked about quite a bit here, who else do you like in this free agency?
I guess Stephon Gilmore, obviously, is not he was solid this year when he was on the field. I think you look at a guy like Desmond King. I know him a lot really well, as a Chargers fan. Really good slot kind of guy. Casey Hayward has maybe some left in the tank. Darius Williams is kind of who I viewed like Troy Hill last year, kind of in that same echelon of a cornerback. Obviously, Charlton Davis is up there as far as a big name. I think that a lot of people aren't talking about Patrick Peterson. I mean, I know he's 31, but if he goes somewhere where he doesn't have to be the number one guy, that'd be interesting. There's definitely a lot of good options in the market.
Yeah, I mean, corner to me, it looks like the strongest position, top to bottom, with what's available this year. And it's nice having a nice cornerback market because, first of all, these guys are going to get paid pretty well, I would have to imagine. And then the other thing is, too, you look at who's out here. And the thing is, it's headlined by youth. You look at Jackson, Ward, Jackson again, and Eli Apple, 4 26-year-olds. I know Eli Apple gets memed a lot, but he's actually a pretty decent corner. Had a really nice year for Cincinnati all in all. And I think that these 4 guys could be really, really big pieces to a defense. Jackson's extremely athletic. J.C. Jackson himself, he's been really good at getting the football back for his team. I think J.C. Jackson's everything that the media talks about Trevon Diggs as, honestly. He deserves a lot of credit. And Travarius Ward, one of the better outside boundary corners available. So I really like what's here. Twisted here says, Kyler Murray issue in Arizona is with his leadership issues and the fact he quit on his team in the final minutes of the wildcard round has to have a negative effect on the team, and he wants to have a new deal. And he's deserving. Is he deserving with the actions after that playoff game? Yes, he is, because ultimately the talent is what got you there. And remember, without him, you guys were picking first overall. So, you should give Kyler a new deal. I know it's a little weird. I know it's a little rough to have to do that, but you should. You're going to have to. Burger Sports here with a little bit of a prediction. I'd love to hear your guys' predictions as well. He says J.C. Jackson to the Chargers, Carlton Davis to the Jets, and Darius Williams to the Broncos. I mean, to be honest, I think those are fairly possible outcomes. For me, I think one thing I could see here too with those teams is when I look at what is out here in free agency and where the money's at for some of these, I think that, J.C. Jackson, I'm going to stick with it. I think he's going to be a Charger. And I think that potentially what we could see Carlton Davis go to the Seahawks because they're paying a lot to that secondary already in the safety room, and they need more help at corner. But I think Carlton Davis goes to Seattle. And then what I see here for Darius Williams is I could see Cincinnati. So that would be my guess at this point, because I think Darius Williams could help the Bengals out a little bit as well. Trey, do you have any prediction for where you see Carlton Davis and Darius Williams going?
I said Darius Williams. I would say he might go to the Niners.
That's a good fit as well. I like that a lot. Yeah, in division.
I think that Carlton Davis. I think the Jets are a good option as well. I think also look out for the Raiders as well. Teams that need cornerback help. Maybe the Colts. They have some money to play with. It's like I said, we're just waiting for the first domino to fall, and I think the first guy to go off the board will be JC, and then everything falls into place from there. Because you would think that like everybody is going after JC, and then they will go after everybody else after. You know what I mean?
Right.
Kind of like a domino effect.
Yeah, we'll have to keep watching for that as well. Moving forward here to what Oracle's saying. Not sure my Cards will be able to pull one out anytime soon. Not sure who we can sign either with our limited cap space. Yeah, the Cardinals right now, they have about $11 million in cap space. Probably not going to be too much going on. Maybe look at a cornerback. Alfred is in free agency, and so it looks like they're losing him. Here again, thank you, Coos, for bringing that in here per rap sheet. I just feel like that is a lot of money for Quandre Diggs, so we'll see if that's there. Shoot the Messenger says, for me, it's JC, a big gap, Stephon, Carlton, Darius. Really hoping Stephon wants a reasonable deal and a ring. I would put Travarius in there as well. I think Travarius Ward is deserving of a top 4 or 5 cornerback in this free agency class. Here, Brandon the Jobber, welcome to the stream. He says the AFC is going to be stacked. Yeah, AFC is really, really strong right now. And then Jimmy G had surgery on his throwing shoulder. You think it'll mess with his value? Should they wait till he's healed? No, I don't think so. Everything I've heard about that is pretty low-key and okay with what's going on. Sid says Quandre extension. Yeah, Diggs is a really good player. Quandre Diggs is a nice pickup, or a nice retention, rather, for Seattle. I just don't know if that price point is necessarily what I would have wanted to do. Like, think about John Johnson the third. Last year, that's what he got in an open market in free agency. And it just feels a little bad to me that that's what Seattle gave to Quandre Diggs, but I guess we'll see. Interesting here. Robert Lamison says Connor Williams to the Jags as a prediction. So Connor Williams, obviously a guard for the Cowboys. He'd be a nice asset to add for Jacksonville. I definitely do think they could use a little bit of guard help. And then here, Twist says, talking Darius Williams, I think the Chargers are the best option as he had his best year under Staley and his performance dropped noticeably after Staley's departure. That's true, too. The Chargers have been tied to a bunch of Rams players historically since Staley took over. Think about a guy last year like Leonard Floyd, who ended up staying in L.A., didn't go to the Chargers, but there was a lot of interest there for sure. So maybe Darius Williams follows a similar track record as well here. Trevon, if you had to think about the teams that are, picking top 5, with whether that's the Jaguars or Lions or Texans or Jets or Giants, which one of those 5 teams is going to be the best next season?
The best?
The best, yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah, it's a bad group of teams, I know.
Maybe, I don't know. I think this is on pop. Maybe the Texans. They got a lot of draft capital. They're about to get a bunch more for Deshaun Watson. You bring in a whole bunch of rookies, and depending on who your quarterback is, like I said, they beat us last year. So they smoked us. So anything's possible. If I was betting, maybe the Jets. If I was betting,
that's the issue. Is I don't really know. If I had to bet out of those 5 teams, I would probably say the Giants, just because I feel like they have a little bit more offensive talent, and I like their corners, and I think Dable's a good hire. I don't know, that grouping of 5 teams is pretty bad in my opinion. So I don't like any of those teams moving forward, honestly. The futures are bright, sure, but the future doesn't start next year I think for a lot of these teams. So
no, 100%.
3 years, $40 million for Ogunjobi. So big payday there for Larry Ogunjobi going to the Chicago Bears. 3 years, $40.5 million. So definitely a good payday for him. Not sure how much it moves the needle for Chicago. He's a good player, but we'll see.
I think it also is worth mentioning that is a lot for more than what I thought it would be the case, because now the DT market's going to go up.
Yeah.
Because of that. So it's not very good.
Yeah. It's surprising to see him make $13 million. I thought he would have been in that 10-ish range, 10 to 11. Maybe 9 to 11. So seeing him get 13 and a half, that's it's a pretty nice payday for Larry Ogunjobi. So shout out to him for his age 29 season, adding him $13.5 million. That's going to be huge for him moving forward. We will be back in just 30 seconds. Give us 1 second here. I'm going to go take a look at the stream here, make sure everything's working. Make sure to leave a like on the stream, and we'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, and we're back here now. We just got done talking about the best available cornerbacks. So right now, Trevon, I want you to share what are some of your needs and wants for the Los Angeles Chargers. Talk at length about who you want, what players specifically. You could even go into the NFL draft a little bit too if you want. Let the viewers know and take it away, Trevon.
Obviously, I really want J.C. Jackson. We need a number 1 corner. He's the surest thing that's available right now on the market. We need a run stuffer. I think that Hakeem Hicks makes a lot of sense. I think a guy like Sebastian Joseph Day makes a lot of sense. Maybe B.J. Hill. Definitely somebody there. Eddie Goldman is an option as well. And I think that safety is pretty important as well. And I keep going always to the defense. But we look at a guy like Tyrann Mathieu, who's really good buddies with Derwin. I know that for a fact. So that's super interesting. On the offensive side of the ball, we need a right tackle. I think Moses is probably a big want. I think that if I had to guess, I would think Cordell Patterson as well is a big thing because we'd finally be able to get a number 2 uh, behind Eckler and take a lot of pressure off him. And then he's good in the special teams, and you can line him out at wide receiver. He's really a do-it-all offensive threat than anything else. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, we have definitely a couple needs, primarily on defense. As far as the draft goes, I think if you get a guy like JC, if you get Sebastian Joseph Day, then like you just have so much more leverage during the draft instead of just hoping that a guy like Jordan Davis falls to you at 17. But it's definitely an option, for sure. I think in my perfect world, I would sign JC. I would sign Day. I would probably sign Cordell, and I'd sign Tyrann Mathieu, and then I'd say go draft. I would also sign Hakeem Hicks to a cheap deal, and then I would probably say go in the draft. I'd probably say go draft either Jordan Davis or Chris Olave.
Those aren't bad outcomes at all. Jordan Davis and Olave, if you get either one of them, either that offense or that defensive line becomes a nightmare. So it'll be interesting to watch for sure. M. Stevens says that means Treylon Burks to the Patriots confirmed. Treylon Burks in New England would be scary. I know for Treylon Burks, the player I compare him to the most is AJ Brown because of how capable he is after the catch. Kind of has that same body type as well, where he's a little bit bigger, stronger. So it'll be interesting to watch that. And it's funny because Stuart here says would not be mad with that at all. And then here Burger Sports says J.C. Jackson would be their free agency with how much he's demanding. So yeah, I think we're at a low point of a holdup here where we don't exactly know what's going to go on, what's all going to go down. So we are waiting for a J.C. Jackson decision yet at this point. Ben Goldner says, what should the Browns do? Maybe B.J. Hill or Allen Robinson? That's a great question there for the Browns. I think Allen Robinson makes a lot of sense. Here, Josina Anderson tweets, meanwhile, I'm told Jadeveon Clowney will take his time and look at every opportunity in free agency and that several teams are interested. Okay, that's kind of how I expect it. I think there's going to be quite a bit of interest for him. I just don't necessarily know which place would be the best landing spot. And then here's the thing with the Browns. Allen Robinson would really help this team fill in that possession receiver role for them. So we'll see if they go that route. Lose of the Redskins fan says, I predict that a big signing will go down between 140 and 230. So not sure if that's Eastern time or Central time. But we'll buy into that hype. Lose. Last year you had the huge prediction of Curtis Samuel to Washington. So we'll see if the Commanders fan here goes ahead and predicts this as well for this big signing. I'm hoping to see a huge signing here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the salary cap space situation because I think it's an interesting one to look at. I'm going to pull up the numbers on stream here. And these were updated as of yesterday during the day. So not all of these numbers are exact. Some of them are a little off. Colts with about 70 million, Jets 48-ish. The Dolphins did make a signing today at running back, so they're probably down to about 42 now. Seahawks at about 48, but that was without Quandre Diggs, so now you can probably see that number in the high 30s. Jacksonville around 40 million. Cincinnati after bringing in Alex Kappa, probably down around a 25 million mark. Raiders at 30 million, and so on and so forth. Take a good look at it. These are where the current teams are sitting for salary cap space purposes. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream. If you are, make sure to leave a like. Also share it with your friends and family. I would love to have as many people in here as possible so we could talk about the NFL offseason, NFL free agency. This is the best place to be. So we'd love to have you guys be a part of what we're doing here at Utility Sports. Of course, a ton going on for NFL free agency. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. Ben Goldner says, if you're the Browns, would you trade Baker 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Grant Delpit along with a third, or Greedy Williams for Deshaun Watson and Brandon Cooks? Trayvon, I'll leave that one open to you there. If you're the Browns, do you trade Baker Mayfield 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Grant Delpit along with a third, or Greedy Williams for Deshaun Watson and Brandon Cooks?
If you do that, I don't know why you would release Jarvis at that point. I think Baker's their guy, and that's just kind of what they're going to go with. I mean, that just seems to be what everything's pointing towards, you know what I mean? Like, with him being that guy. As far as anything else, like, I don't know. It's really hard, really, to, make that prediction. You know what I mean? Because I don't see the Browns in play for Deshaun. I really don't. I think that really it's coming down, I would say, to 3 teams. I would say the Seahawks, just because they have the ammo for it. The Panthers, because they are freeing up a lot of space for it. But the only thing with the Panthers, I would say, is, like, why do you go if you're Deshaun? Because, like, I mean, like, you got DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey, but they were even thinking about trading McCaffrey. Like,
right.
I don't really see much there. And they have the Saints, which you're just that cap is already so trash there that, like, I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah, that's how I feel. There's a ton of pressure there for that to go down. So for me, I don't know. I just don't know if I love that. Ben says, or give up Baker and 13 with the second next year for Carr and bring in Amari Cooper, Derek Carr to Cleveland. I don't know. I don't know if I love that either. I don't think that Carr is that massive of an upgrade over Baker. I think, Baker had a terrible year, yes, but he was playing injured. So I just think that Browns fans and NFL fans in general need to give him a little bit of a break there with that injury. Like, he was playing through serious shoulder injury. So Rams signed no boom on a 3-year deal worth up to $47.5 million. How much does that help move the cap space? Doesn't help it a ton. Definitely does free up a little bit for LA, but not a ton there. And then looking at Benjamin, his offer might not be the best, but at the end of the day, Watson has to approve the trade right. And the thing, Watson to Cleveland, like, it makes sense in a vacuum because Watson's clearly better than Baker, but at the same time, you can't just, like, to give up Baker and multiple first, like, that's a lot to put into a guy who hasn't played football in over a year. So, you're going from a more stable situation to one that's a little bit more unstable. Maybe there's higher upside, but there's also, I feel like, a little bit of a lower floor just because, you got a new QB and a new system. Sure, Deshaun's better than Baker, but there is, like, some questions around that. So I think that's an interesting proposition, though, and one that would have to monitor for sure. Trey, let's go over to talking about let's talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars a little bit. Austin's favorite team. For what the Jaguars would need or want, what do you see for them? I'm gonna work on one thing with the stream real quick. So if you could take it for 1 minute here, that'd be huge.
Of course. I think that they probably want a receiver. Obviously, they got their tackle. You would think that they'd be able to sign to a long-term plan. If not, obviously, the draft is a big option. I think they need to give as much help to Trevor Lawrence as possible. I think you realize that, like, he didn't have much help at all. And it's kind of threw him to the wolves and threw him into the fire, to be honest. So you have to look in all directions for that. I think, like I said, Juju might be a good option. Allen Robinson. You maybe look at a tackle like Moses, maybe a guard, as well as Lincoln Tomlinson. I know is available, who's a pretty big name. It's really hard to, because they need everything at this point. It's pretty obvious, you know what I mean? Like, they need a lot of things. They need to win. Yeah, exactly. So they need wide receiver, they need edge, they need tight end. Edge is a big thing, maybe. See, like I don't see any of the top guys going with Jacksonville. It doesn't make any sense unless I just want to get a whole bunch of money, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't really care about anything else kind of deal, but I don't really see any of the top guys. Maybe they can get a guy like Hassan Reddick, maybe. But that would probably be my only guess, to be honest, but you never know.
Right. That's the one thing too, is you have to consider that they have the first pick in a year you probably don't want to.
We got another defensive tackle returning. Al Woods is returning to the Seahawks.
Okay, so Al Woods staying in Seattle. That is interesting for sure. He's a little bit older. I know he's 35 years old or so. He's about to turn 35. So interesting that they are trying to keep him around as well. So it's like a little bit of maintenance there in Seattle around the new situation there. So let's see here now. Wide receiver coach now in Indianapolis is Reggie Wayne. The new Colts wide receivers coach is Reggie Wayne, which is definitely a pretty good pickup to be your wideout coach with how good of a wide receiver he was back in the day. My goodness. Let's go ahead here and continue on. Here we see Shoot the Messenger saying Cam Robinson was another bad Balky decision. IMO, they need to take Ike Mekwonu first overall. So interesting there. Interesting thought process. I think they should go edge, probably first overall, and go Aiden Hutchinson, I would guess. Stewart says really they need to not be the Jags. Yeah, like for sure. And here Cleveland has the pieces to compete now if they just had a competent QB. Yeah, I mean, yes, but at the same time, to get a competent QB, you usually have to give up those pieces. So it's like kind of a catch-22 with how some of this usually just plays out, honestly. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream up to this point. If you are, make sure to leave a like and subscribe as well if you are new to the channel. It would really mean a lot to us, all of you wonderful people in here right now. Hopefully you are enjoying the start of NFL free agency. Let us know any questions you have too about specific teams. We could talk about them at length and let you know our thoughts on them, not only necessarily what they're going to do in free agency, but what we see for them going into the future, how good of a team they are, and so forth. So we definitely will be answering all of your questions and more. Let's go ahead and get this updated here. Put this in here as well. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream. I know a little bit slow to start here today. We are trying to get everything up to date, though. I just updated the title too, so if you guys want to hit refresh on your tabs, you could do that. Updated title a little bit. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit different here for the NFL transactions. Everything going on in the NFL today, we are going to be covering it all here at Utility Sports. Whew. Trey, do you think J.C. Jackson signs today?
I think that I would imagine he does sign today. I think if anything, if he doesn't, to me, it's kind of like I'm more worried right now, like during this time. Like if it happened, like if it doesn't happen today, I wouldn't be as worried. And maybe that's like kind of redundant because I think at that point it's probably just like contract talks and contract numbers that they're trying to figure out right before it. And them taking that time means that like they're gonna be able to take their time and be smart about it, like where they want to go. But I don't know. I'm just interested to see, like, who's gonna be the first cornerback, and I think that it's gonna be JC, but you never know because he's obviously taking his time. He's in no rush, which he shouldn't be. Make sure you can get as much as you can get,
right,
and the best position that you can go as well.
I'm excited for the cornerback position myself as well. Kyle here says Jarvis Landry to the Titans. That could make some sense. They could use him. He feels a little redundant next to AJ Brown though. In terms of like where they operate across the field and everything.
Brandon Sheriff is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh my gosh, huge signing, huge. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna stop that screen share. Let's go ahead and get this pulled up on the Twitter. This is absolutely huge here. Oh my goodness. Wow. Huge signing here. Adam Schefter breaking it down now. Absolutely huge. Wow. I cannot believe that. Let's go. Washington Pro Bowl guard. That is absolutely awesome. Let's get that up on the stream right now. Share screen here and the tab. Let's get it up here. My goodness. Here it is, everyone. Adam Schefter reporting Washington Pro Bowl guard Brandon Scherff intends to sign with the Jacksonville Jaguars. That is absolutely huge. He was arguably the best offensive lineman available. He's only 30 years old, and Jacksonville goes out and gets their guy. That is massive here. Massive news, honestly. Massive news. Trevon, give this a grade right now.
A+. I mean, you go get the best guard on the market. I was just talking about that. Maybe they can go guard in the draft as well. Like you need to give Trevor Lawrence as much help and as much time as humanly possible, and this shows that like they're committed. You know what I mean? This is that. It kind of feels like with the Chargers last year when they got Corey Linsley. Like we're gonna commit to you. We're gonna get your guy, like that veteran leader, to really help you out and take a lot of pressure off of you.
This is a massive W for the Jags, in my opinion. I think this is ultimately huge for them. Trevon, I'm going to hop out of the stream here again for probably just a couple minutes. If you want to talk more about the Jags or just whatever you're hearing in free agency, if that'd be cool.
Of course. Am I able to click around?
I'm not sure if you are. I'll just leave this up and then I'll just have them go to their comments.
Yeah, no worries.
There you go. No worries. My thing's having some issues, so
I got you. All right, guys. Let me see what you guys got. Let's get some questions. Big W for the Jazz, X6 for the Jazz. Yeah, we can help on that side of the line. Yeah, I agree. See what else you guys got. Let's get some more questions. Okay, here we go. Do you think the Titans are gonna sign anyone a bigger free agency? I don't really foresee that happening. Personally, I mean, I'm not sure how much cap they have. I think it'd be like kind of a weird situation. Also grab Icky for the other side of the line. I don't know who Icky is. Only one thing they hope is that he doesn't continue his injury history. Of course you'd hope that, but I mean at the same time, like he's like the best thing, the best available option that you could have had. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting a phone call. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. One second. Audio is out there for a second. So yeah, Ted Cruz, is now with them. Matthew Slater also re-signed with them. Trey getting signed to the Chargers. Love on stream right now. Thank you. That's my team. I love them to death. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. Shoot the messenger. As well as stupid as Dallas is probably going to be a 5th or 5th round. I would. No, they're going to get like a 1st or a 2nd. I mean, he's still a great, serviceable right tackle. I'm not really that worried about it. Yes, I'm back now. I'm assuming like you guys can hear me now. Like, just let me know. Make sure that I'm not just talking to myself again like I was for like 10 minutes. Lionel.
All right, I'm back. I don't know what happened to the audio, so sorry about that, Trey.
No, I think what it was that I think that I just had muted myself and I didn't unmute myself. That's all.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, luckily we have some awesome viewers in here who are sticking around. Sorry about that, guys. I was having some difficulties here with everything. Robert Lamison, I'm sure you're excited. Guys, give me your grades on the signing here.
Robert Foster signs with the Giants. Honestly, I don't even know who that is.
Did you see Lions reached agreement with Tracy Walker on a huge deal? Oh, my gosh. And then Ted Karras goes to Cincinnati. So Cincinnati continues to improve their offensive line. Good signing there, Ted Karras to Cincy. Tracy Walker, 3 years, $25 million for him. Wow. That is quite a bit for him, but not exactly sure my thoughts on that one, but definitely a big signing for sure. Brandon Scherf, I need to get that up. Brandon Scherf, okay. So Trevon, for Cincinnati right now, clearly they're targeting the offensive line, specifically the interior of the offensive line, where we saw Aaron Donald blow it up the final play of the Super Bowl, essentially. What's your thoughts on their move for not only now Alex Kappa, but also Ted Karras?
I think that it's a pretty solid move, and again, like this allows them more options for the draft, so they don't have to go out and get offensive linemen if it's a reach or whatnot. And they're towards the back end, obviously, of the first round, so that's a big thing as well. I think it's solid. Like I said, they're showing that they notice that there's a problem, like they need to get him some help, and they need to get him. Basically, they need to. What's it called? They need to. Their offensive line needs to be better.
Right. They definitely needed to improve their offensive line, and they did so. It's also awesome to see that Brandon Scherf's going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, it's been about the offensive line so far in free agency. We've seen some really good offensive linemen sign up to this point. We've seen Ted Karras, Alex Kappa land places. We've now also seen Brandon Scherf sign with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Based on who's still available at the interior offensive line spot, out here, James Daniels, Andrew Norwell, who's probably looking for a new place now, no longer going to be in Jacksonville. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, Laken Tomlinson, Alex Lewis. I mean, there's some good options still out here, Trey. And then tackle, I mean, it's still Teron Armstead. Give me some of your landing spots for where Teron Armstead makes the most sense.
I think that when you look at the teams that need help, maybe the Dolphins might be a good option. I think a team like, I know the Lions are trying to get bigger. The Colts don't have a right tackle, do they?
No, the Colts could definitely use a tackle. Yep, still. Yeah. They have the money to do it, so that would be an interesting landing spot. Brandon. So back to Brandon Scherf. That came together pretty quickly here. Oh, wow. Jaguars also making another move. Wow. Long-term deal with standout linebacker Foye Oluokun. Oh my gosh, Austin's probably so excited. Foye Oluokun to the Jaguars. So Jaguars sign O-lineman Brandon Scherf.
Where was he at before?
Atlanta. Foye Oluokun. Wow, that is huge. He really has broken out the last 2 years. And now they signed both Scherf and Oluokun in back-to-back minutes. So that is huge for this team. This is huge for Jacksonville, because quite frankly, they needed linebackers so bad. They struggled so much this past year. Damian Wilson was terrible. So like the fact that they're able to get a Luaku now after getting Scherf is huge for this team. Oh, and they're getting Folu Fatukasi from New York. Oh my gosh, the Jaguars make 3 moves. Oh my gosh.
Who?
They got Foley Fatukasi from the New York Jets. He's a really good run-stopping D tackle.
I didn't see that yet.
Oh, that's huge for the dude. They're doing so well. This is huge for the Jaguars. Oh my goodness. Huge, huge, huge. Jaguars doing really, really well. Oh, wow. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. Trevon, can you talk a little bit about the Jaguars now that they are going absolutely off?
I think that their defense is getting up there. You know what I mean? Like they signed a linebacker last year. I don't remember. It was Joe, wasn't it? It was Joe Strabo last year.
They traded Schobert last year. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they got him. Like they don't have him anymore. So they get a linebacker. Miles Jack isn't there anymore, is he?
He is still. He is. But I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what his future is going to be now that they signed him. I think they would. He's better as an off-ball linebacker, so I think they're going to hope to keep him.
Yeah.
I would assume their defense got a lot better today already. They still need a safety though.
M. Stefan 912. Thank you. I appreciate it. And definitely cult of personality for sure.
Let's see here. Moving on. Braden here says the Jags are actually making good moves. I know that's a first. They usually don't. So awesome to see the Jaguars actually making some good signings. Sorry, because I am just throwing together a thumbnail real quick too. Jaguars have made huge moves, and Robert Lamison here saying, well, yeah, watch out for Dylan Moses next year. Yeah, he was a nice pickup for them. I know, and I think he's going to be a pretty solid acquisition as well. Jaguars giving Foley Fatukasi 3 years, $30 million with $20 million guaranteed. So that's kind of a hefty payday for him. I think that's a little bit of an overpay. I'm not going to lie to you guys about that. I do think that's a little steep. But nonetheless, I mean, the Jaguars are being aggressive here in free agency. So they had the money to spend, and they've spent it here pretty much all in day one now. Trevon, talking about their defensive line now, they have now Josh Allen. They put Cam Robinson, and on the franchise tag, they brought in Brandon Scherf. It seems like, you know, with where they're at, they add one more edge in there, and their defense is pretty well set. Do you think that that's the way they're going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think they can also add another corner as well.
Okay.
But I will acknowledge that I think that, like, this is them moving to Aiden Hutchinson with the first pick. Like, you get that offensive line help, you get Sheriff, you know, you tag Cam, and now maybe you go get your number one guy, Aiden Hutchinson, and pair him with Josh Allen. Like, and that's a pretty scary front. You know what I mean? Pretty solid. I think they just need help in the secondary probably a little bit more as well. So that'd probably
I still think they could use a safety for sure. I mean, they're just currently with where they're at. I mean, Rayshawn Jenkins just hasn't worked out as well as I think a lot of people hoped there.
Yeah.
So, you know, for me with Jacksonville, they're definitely a good team. I just am worried about what they can be holistically, especially, you know, like offensive line just got way better, and I think their D line is going to be in a better shape now too, especially if they do draft Aiden Hutchinson, which is where I think they're aiming here. Maybe Kayvon Thibodeau, but I would think Aiden Hutchinson is their pick, if I had to guess. Looking at some of the other good free agents available, I mean, we still have our edges out there, and Chandler Jones and Von Miller specifically. Out of those two guys, Trevon, which one would you rather have and why?
Out of who?
Out of Von Miller and Chandler Jones.
Probably Chandler Jones.
And what's your reasoning?
I mean, the man, I'm pretty sure in the first game of the season last year was on pace for like 148 sacks on the year. I think he has more left in the tank than Von Miller personally. Yeah, I would say Chandler Jones. And I think he has a lot that he wants left to prove as well because of what's happening with him as far as that goes. But yeah, I would probably say that.
He's a player who I don't think he's really gotten his roses as much as a guy like Von Miller has, despite a ton of production. I mean, let's go out and pull Chandler Jones stats up here. Just like if you had to guess how many sacks he has, I feel like everyone would underestimate how many. He's at 107 career sacks. So, he's one of the best players in the NFL right now, and his production is nearly unmatched with how productive he's been in his time in the league. I mean, to have 107.5 career sacks is just insane. I mean, once you get into that triple digit number, you're really deadly. So I think Chandler Jones is better than Von at this point of his career, but Von coming back to Denver makes some sense too. Here, Burger to Sports says, I want Chandler over Von easily because I think Von will be a distraction if he comes back to Denver. Interesting. Gemini, welcome to the stream, says, yeah, at this point of their careers, I take Chandler Jones as well. I like what Chandler Jones is now at this point, too. So let's go on. Let's take a look at some of the other available free agents. You're right. This is exactly the truth here, Braden. Chandler Jones has been an underrated pass rusher for over a decade. I completely agree with that. Here, Trey, let's go to I'm going to pull this up on screen for you so you can see exactly what I'm looking at here with what I worked on. But we got the free agency bracket here, and here we go. Let's get it on stream now for you. The tight end position. We haven't seen any tight end movement yet other than Jeff Swaim staying put in Tennessee.
I think you can take Rob Gronkowski off of there.
What? Because he's going to retire, or what? Or because he's going to go back to Tampa?
He's not playing with anybody other than Brady.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. He's probably going back to Tampa. But
interesting options. I would like the Chargers to look at like Max Williams. I've always liked Max Williams ever since his Minnesota days. Robert Tonyan is kind of intriguing. Oh, the Niners are signing. Oh no, Laken Tomlinson to sign with the Jets.
Let's go. I'm excited about that one. I am excited about that. So Jets signing guard Laken Tomlinson, which is huge because that kind of rounds out our offensive line a little bit there. We needed a right guard. We drafted Elijah Vera Tucker last year to be our left guard. We needed a right guard bad, and we get one that fits our scheme there, coming from San Francisco, of course. We have a very 49er-style offense. The fact that we have their former quarterbacks coach as our offensive coordinator, that's a W to me. Laken Tomlinson to the Jets. I am very happy with that as a New York Jets fan myself. I do think this is a really good outcome, and the Jets, quite frankly, are really well off with this. 3-year deal worth $40 million max. So that's $13 million a year. Kind of what you would have expected for him. Maybe a little above what the price should be. But overall, pretty solid nonetheless. Al Woods got 2 years, $9 million in his deal with Seattle. So here we go. I'm going to try and update some of this here. Foley Fatukasi. Let's go ahead. He signed a 3-year, $30 million deal with Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. And then we have Al Wood staying with Seattle on 2 years, $9 million. This is awesome. We got a lot of good movement today for sure. Laken Tomlinson. Let's go back over to the interior offensive line here now. Let's go ahead and move that down. All right, let's go back to where's Laken at? New York Jets. 3 years. I'm excited to see the money here for Brandon Scherf. I want to know how much he's making now. I haven't seen that.
Spoiler alert, it's a lot.
It will be a lot. I am certain of that as well. Here we go. ATG Rico says Giants signed Robert Foster.
I really don't know who that is.
I'm not the biggest Robert Foster.
Where was he at before?
Let me look. I think he's bounced around a little. I think he was in Buffalo for a while, and then he was in Washington and Miami. He was also with Green Bay and Dallas for a while. He's 27 years old, so he hasn't really stuck around too much anywhere. So he was lastly with Washington. So he's a very small signing. Was with the Bills for a little bit as well. Yep. Robert Lamison, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence getting some O-line help. Yes, they are. Guard is huge. Getting some help of the middle is huge for young QBs, so I think that's nice. Burger Sports says solid bribed him. I call it collusion. If it takes collusion, I'll take it. I'm happy about it. Robert Lamison says W for the Jets. I agree. And then now Burger Sports says now all the Jets need is a center and right tackle. The thing is, I feel pretty good about the tackle spot because we have Mekhi Becton. Last year we had George Fant playing left tackle, and he actually did pretty good at that spot. So, Mekhi Becton and Fant are our tackles going into next year. Center, we have Connor McGovern. I don't believe in that. And Jets fans are like, "Oh, dude, we're so set." I just don't know about that. I'm not a big believer in that, but we'll see exactly what they believe going forward. I'm gonna go ahead here, and I'm working on updating the thumbnail for today too, just because I want something a little bit different on here. I'm going to move this and then move this back up. All right. So Trevon for, so Washington stuck with him. Good old Bob Foster.
Give me 1 second.
All right. No worries.
Make a phone call.
Yep. No worries. You're good. So looking here, guys, I'm going to focus on the offensive tackle spot here specifically. Just considering, what's still out here. I think, we've seen the guard position make a little bit of moves now. So the tackle spot's really what's open left. We haven't really seen too much movement here. Billy Turner's still out in free agency. Trent Brown's still out there. Teron Armstead. He's really the big name I'm watching for. So I think for the Saints here now with Teron Armstead, I just don't see a way that they keep him and hold on to him, unfortunately. So what I'm looking at here now with Teron Armstead, I think Teron Armstead, Cincinnati should really consider him. I think Miami should really take a look at him. Indianapolis should as well. Shoot the Messenger wants to know if I want Braxton Berrios back. Not really. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal if we're able to keep him or not. I know some teams are showing interest in him right now. I just ultimately don't know if it matters that much. So, Braxton Berrios is solid. I just don't think he's a needle mover by any means. So that's currently where I'm at. Interesting here. Just spoke to Josina Anderson tweeted, just spoke to Calais Campbell on the phone about his football future. Said, I love the Ravens. I feel very comfortable there. At the same time, I'm going to explore what's out there. We're going through the normal free agency process. So seems like he's trying to see what he can get for money, which is what he's supposed to do in NFL free agency. I mean, really the opening's there for him. So we'll see exactly what goes down and more. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream up to this point. If you are, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I'm going to go check on how many subscribers we have here in just a minute. So I'm giving you 30 seconds or so to hit that subscribe button right now. Go ahead, hit it if you haven't already. Turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on more. And make sure you do check out our NFL mock draft today after the stream as well. That would be really appreciated. Here, Burger to Sports says Calais to Denver, please. That would be huge. I also think the Chargers could really use Calais Campbell. Pretty much every team in the league could use Calais Campbell. He's a phenomenal player. And like Robert Lamison says, hit the thumbs up. Koo says, I told you, man, Jags overpay for players and Tomlinson. Let's go. Yeah, so I think they did overpay for Foley Fatukasi. For someone who is primarily a run-stopping D tackle, I mean, $10 million a year is a lot for him. He's probably a $6 to $7 million a year player in my estimation. But I don't know. They got good players. They made some nice moves. They signed Him and Foye Oluokun. I think Oluokun's a really nice move. I really do believe that. I think Oluokun is a really, really nice pickup, honestly, for Jacksonville. I like that a lot for that team. Robert Lamison here saying, hit the thumbs up. Make sure you guys leave a like. And Trent, after I read this comment, I'm going to go check how many subs we're at. So hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Trent P says, dang, so Mitch goes to Pitt. Now who needs a QB? I could see the value of Jimmy G dropping, so the Colts don't have to spend much capital to get him now. Yeah, it's going to be the Colts. Maybe the Lions could look at Jimmy Garoppolo, but I don't really see that happening. I think it's interesting with Pitt taking him. The QB market's kind of dried up a little. There's a whole bunch of teams with young guys that are waiting. That's what happens when you have 5 rookie QBs in 1 year. I think the Giants would have interest in Jimmy G, but ultimately I don't think it's done. Bengals have done well. Yeah, I think the Bengals have done pretty well so far. I'm going to go check the sub count now. Let's see what we're at. And we are up to, it's updating right here, right now. Let's see what we're exactly up to. 7295. Let's see if we can hit 7,300 subs. That would be huge. We are 5 subscribers away. So go ahead, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And let's keep going forward. Here we have a question from ATG Rico. What do you think happens with Kadarius Toney? With Kadarius Toney, seems like he's more focused on music than football. I wouldn't be worried about it. Kadarius Toney's a very special athlete, and I think he's someone who, give him a year, I think he'll figure some stuff out, and I think he's going to be really, really successful. So I wouldn't be too panicked about him. I think you just stay the course, and I think Kadarius Toney's going to have a really nice, successful career. His speed, athleticism, and dynamism after the catch is something you can't really teach. So for me, that's kind of how I feel about it. Trevon, where do you think Calais Campbell's going to end up?
I think he's probably going to end up signing with a contender. I think that's pretty obvious. You look at maybe the Rams, because I know they're losing Sebastian Joseph Day. They could look to add him and Aaron Donald on the same line. That's pretty scary. The Ravens are obviously an option. He can go back there. I know that there was a tweet not too long ago that said he likes it there and stuff like that, but he's not sure. He's gonna weigh his options. Think of other teams that might need help. I mean, maybe the Chargers, but I don't really look at him like a defensive tackle. He's more of a defensive end.
Yeah, in like a 3-4 scheme.
More exactly, which is not really what we need right now. We need a run stuffer.
Yeah, I think Tennessee could make some sense for him. In the interior, put him next to Jeffrey Simmons. You have a little bit of combo pass rusher and also, the run stopper element from Calais. Here, Nate wants to know any other Seahawks news besides Diggs and Al Woods. So right now, there hasn't been a ton. There's a little bit of rumors going around saying that maybe they're going to be targeting Deshaun Watson. Of course, that's very much speculation. So I think, potentially they could look at it. And I don't know. I'm not sure if I see Deshaun getting traded to Seattle. I know, Trevon, you've talked about that. The writing's on the wall there that it could make sense, in terms of the fit and everything and the assets. But at the same time, it's really, really quick. Jets, Laken Tomlinson's deal's worth up to $41.2 million. Still haven't seen the price point for Scherf. So I'm going to see if I can find that for you guys. Scherf signing is definitely a huge one here. So let's see. I really like what Jacksonville's done today so far. That it's just absolutely huge. And Jaguars signed Pro Bowl guard Brandon Scherf. Oh man, nothing yet for money on it, but it's definitely a huge move nonetheless for Jacksonville. They get way better today. Jeez. Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's see here. What else? If you guys have any questions, make sure to throw them in the comment section, please. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream today. A little bit weird. The NFL free agency has been a little slow. But we're going to cover it all and more here today. Seahawks are bringing back cornerback Sidney Jones. So here's some more news on Seattle. Nate, if you're wondering, Seahawks are bringing back cornerback Sidney Jones. Last season was by far his most productive by him with a career high 16 games played, according to Mike Garafolo. I know he didn't play super great though. So I know Icy Dump, what? Jacksonville acting like a real front office. Foye Oluokun probably a little overpaid. Don't get me wrong, but valuable. He's going to be huge for them. You put him in the middle of that defense, and I think it's going to empower Miles Jack. That's part of the issue. I didn't understand why they traded Schobert to Pittsburgh. I just didn't understand that for them. Clearly just for me, wasn't with it. The sports says so. This will be a Jags 3-4 linebacking core most likely. Outside linebackers, Hudson, Josh Allen, and you also have Miles Jack and edge rushers on the line. You also have in there Kayvon Chason, excuse me. So you have some guys, then you get fully Fadukasi taking up the middle. So it really works well. And then Brandon Tillman here saying Zadarius Smith is going back to the Ravens, going to make a deal with him. That would make sense as well. Asana for the stream appearance. She's going to get famous on stream, of course. Twist says feed's breaking up. Hopefully that might just be on your end. Try and refresh the stream. Trey,
I can hear you.
I don't know why they can't hear. I'm not sure what the issue is. Try and refresh. Let's put that on. I'm gonna put that on the stream. Try to refresh real quick, and we'll see if everything comes back. Draymond Green finally back tonight. That's good to hear as well for the NBA. Awesome to see that. Try to hit that refresh button. Okay, good. It's back. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't touch anything. Nothing really went down. Asana came in and everything started falling apart. So, shout out to Asana, though. Crazy free agency period, Trevon. Missing veteran players. Yeah, okay. I really like Laken Tomlinson to the Jets. I think he's going to make us a lot better, specifically with pull situation. Curtis says it's better now. Okay, good. Awesome. And Dante, welcome to the stream. Timber says, what will the Texans do? Right now, I think they're probably most interested in seeing how this whole Deshaun Watson thing plays out and seeing if they can get some good assets for him. It'll be huge if they can draft well off of those assets. They do have pick 3 this year. If they trade him to Carolina, they'd probably have pick 6. If they trade him to New Orleans, they'd have pick 18. So it'll be interesting to see what they exactly do. But NFL free agency is a little crazy. I think we might take a brief break from streaming here. I've been live for over 5 hours already. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying so far. We'll read Brandon Tillman's comment here. I hope the Ravens don't go old again this year. We need some youngins on defense, but we need war vets on the offense, especially on that offensive line. We do not need to go young on the O-line.
Speaking of Ravens, we haven't even talked about Marcus Peters is on the as an option too. Pretty sure he's a free agent as well.
Is he? I didn't see that he was. I need to look up his contract. Because I didn't see that, but it's very possible that I could have missed
either that or he's likely to be cut. I thought I was hearing somewhere.
That might be possible too with his injury. I think he might be under contract for next year.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, it looks like he is, but it looks like there's a potential out for them where it's only $5.5 million of dead cap. They'd save about $10 million of cap hit. So, I mean, cutting him would make a lot of sense, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. So, Shoot the Messenger said the Texans had a good free agency last year and then slowly cut almost everyone they signed. I didn't like their free agency last year. They signed a whole bunch of old players. A team that was rebuilding was the oldest team in the NFL, which is probably not a good sign. But that's my thoughts. ATG Rico says, do you think Icom or Evan Neal can fall to Giants at 5 now that Jets and Jake's got their linemen? Maybe. I mean, possibly. I could see that as an outcome, but I'm not exactly sure yet at this point. Brandon Tillman said, but the Ravens need to go sign Bobby Wagner. Yeah,
Titans re-sign Ben Jones.
Ben Jones. Okay, they also signed Jamarco Jones as well. So they bring in they bring 2 guys into the offensive line here. So very interesting. 2 years, $14 million for Ben Jones. So, oh, wow. Okay, we had a huge MLB trade as well. Wow, crazy. So, love what I'm seeing here today. Crazy day. Jamarco Jones to the Titans, Ben Jones to the Titans. I do think we're going to take a break here from the stream for a little bit. We will be going live again later today, though. So thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully you have enjoyed the live stream today. Make sure to go check out Charged Up Sports. Link is in the description. Go give him a sub. Each one of you in here, please go do that. Leave a like on the stream. Subscribe here at Utility Sports as well. Again, thank you so much for watching, guys. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. And we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports live stream.